Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world, our digital city. Millions play, millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming, we live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved: rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features, it's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
Gaming.
Some stages demand hype, others demand history. Welcome back to the Ascend Breakpoint Championship presented by Reloader, where every round carries weight and every decision could tilt the entire tournament. And tonight feels a little bit special, not only because of the matches, but because OC's beloved duo is currently back in the casting desk. My name is GGEZ on the play-by-play, bringing you every flick, every clutch, and every heart-stopping moment as it happens. Alongside me once again is K-Man reunited on the desk as your color caster, ready to break it all down and add insight behind the action. Mike Man, welcome back, and I believe we have a huge set of matches in for tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a great game, or great two matches coming up here tonight in this upper bracket. As you said, we've got some very, very high quality games to come through. And as you said, Biggsy, it is great to be reunited with you, mate, after that little VCL, the off season, mate. I was a bit sad I missed you, but it's good to be back. And yeah, this is going to be really, really good stuff. As we know, both of these teams did win their first match coming through, which is how they've gotten into this upper bracket semi-final, and they are going to be playing for a spot in the upper bracket final. We know historically from tournaments with formats like this in double elimination how important it is to get that advantage and get the chance to just go straight to the grand final, no pressure, no lower bracket shenanigans. So it's really, really important both these teams start really strong, and I'm expecting it to be a very, very good matchup.
Well, the teams that we're currently going to be having in front of us tonight are currently no stranger to competition, right? We've seen, I believe, our first match for today will be coming in from two teams that won their respective qualifiers as well. So I'm currently looking forward to that. But before we head in towards our teams, we're going to have a look at the format and see how the players worked out on the way to tonight's set of events in this tournament bracket. As you've seen before, on October, we've had a set of qualifiers as well for qualifier 1. And coming in towards the next month, we came in with a qualifier number 2. And after those 4 teams were already solidified, we had to give it up and find another set of 4 teams in the Breakpoint Last Dance, which leads us to our tournament for today in the Breakout Championships with a total of 8 teams. We've already said goodbye to a couple before, but tonight's set of matches is going to be probably much more interesting. And despite it not being as high stakes as a lower bracket run, it is definitely going to be worth the hype with the amount of caliber that we're going to be seeing tonight.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, as we said, both matches today are going to be very entertaining. And I think that, you know, it is amplified by the fact that, you know, all these teams have had relatively easy victories in the first game. I think it's fair to say they clearly were the better teams in their matchups. And we really have, you know, got very, very high quality Valorant to be played here. We've got a lot of teams with challenges experience and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to it. But we are going to be heading into our first matchup here. But before we do it, obviously, we got to check out the map, Vito. We got to know where are we going on the Valorant world. And it looks like we are going to have Abyss and Corrode being banned away early here, Dizzy.
Well, hey, as unfortunate as the previous past, I believe these second pair of maps were the ones I believe like latest in the rotation in terms of launch period. But as that being said, you can never be too unfamiliar with maps like Haven and Bind, which is going to be very two solid maps. I believe these two are the OG maps since launch. The good old OG three-sided map in Haven is going to be the one that we're going to be looking at for our first match for today. And what a map to start things off with, especially with the momentum of map 1 on the line.
Yeah, look, the vibe I get from this region here, you know, just from casting it very briefly, is Haven does seem to be the staple map of this region. It's been played in almost every series, I think, over the last couple tournaments. I mean, it is a real staple of, you know, the Valorant that gets played over here in India. So we are going to see it in just Southeast Asia in general. So it is, you know, a map that these teams are going to be familiar with. Like we said, they're going to be quality teams. So I'm expecting quite a lot of good Valorant and good game plans in this first map, especially. But we are getting into the match right about now, and we are going to head into the Agent Select to see what the teams are playing up against. And Diggsy, we've seen a few different sort of iterations of, you know, maybe the Viper coming out, maybe Double Smokes, but here at the moment, it looks like these players are going to stick with a little bit more straightforward Valorant. We're going to see the RAD Syndicate using that Neon and Breach combination. But over at GGEZ, they're going for Double Duelist.
Yeah, it's going to be a very in-your-face combo from what I am assuming. If you're not very prepared for the dashes coming into, you're going to be ready for a Neon slide and possibly a Bucky to the face if you're not even ready. Especially, I'm keen to see what GGEZ are going to be cooking up on that attacker side. I'm actually probably even more interested in how they're going to be playing defense, because the only way that I can picture it all coming to fruition for this type of team comp is to just play aggressive defense and take up a lot of space. Know your options. Pull back if you're getting too overwhelmed, but again, it's going to be down to these players. We got players like Paradox and DC as well going in towards the lobby for this game, which is going to be a definitely one hype up of matchup for a head-to-head.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, immediately looking at that team composition, I'm looking at DC and going, there's a bit of pressure on this Killjoy player, right? Because obviously, as you said, the defense is going to have to be aggressive with that Double Duelist. They're going to want to try to funnel the enemy team in towards the Killjoy utility. So it's really important here that DC is going to stand up early and have a good match. But we are getting into the game right now. GGEZ on defense. The RAD Syndicate starting things off on attack, and let's get into the action.
Since defense already starting to just get a lot of space towards this long side, it's going to be halted by dark cover, but Paradox might be in a huge particular spot. RVK already starting it all off with a kill. Headshot off the Paradox shooting for that trade, finding the second one onto lightning fast as well. RVK getting a kill of his, returning it back to a 3v3, and that Spike being teetered off to the side of C. Long already been taking up a lot of space. DC might be the first contact here towards his backside. Arf coming in, and that's a good shot.
Player
But
standing.
It's gonna be like a massive duel on towards Garage side.
Spike planted.
Leave down to RVK. Interesting pistol rounds that we've been having so far is turning into a 1v3. Not gonna be impossible, but it's just gonna be probably difficult, especially coming out towards this dark cover here, Kim.
Yeah, I mean, this turret as well is just going to reveal the entire game plan as soon as a step is made. And RBK going to reveal that location. Maybe try to look for a couple of picks here. Try and build up that Hunter's Fury, but it looks like at the moment time is going to be an issue. Only to get the Death Orb as well. Deadly. Too sharp on the Sheriff shot. 1-0 to the RAD Syndicate, and there it is. Dixie, just as I was saying, GGEZ's plan, going to be trying to contest that A lobby, force their opponents to the other side of the map where DC is. Unfortunately, couldn't win the opener against the Neon.
Yeah, and those crosshairs were just inches away to at least getting one orb kill for RVK. It was just inches away to be able to at least secure a kill or a couple kills. But again, pistol strat's gonna be coming in forward, but the rest of RAD Syndicate gonna be rocking a Phantom or Paradox here on towards that breach, and that is going to be the turret clear from all the way from C long. Again, rest of the defensive side, however, just GGEZ parking it all up. But Deadly, really crucial beginning shot there from the first contact with RBK, making it a 4v5 here.
Yeah, as a gamble stack up towards the B side, so I can understand why the player towards A wanted a bit of extra information. Is punished though on that aggressive line, and it looks like it will be GGEZ on the back foot yet again as the Red Syndicate head towards this C side. They're going to give the plant here over towards the breach. So they want to build up that Rolling Thunder as soon as possible, and we'll see whether or not they can get any extra kills here in the post plant.
Currently just parked up to all the way towards window to defensive side, but just every angle that they can find. Deadly finds a 3-piece already on towards my pass for the third. One and another swing, but DC goes in for that trade, and UV shuts it all down. It's gonna be a huge one for RAD Syndicate as we head towards the bonus round. We'll have to see with the amount of arsenal that we currently got. I thought I just saw an Odin just being purchased there real quick. What a tease. But again, RAD Syndicate on a roll here.
Yeah, only dropping the one weapon as well, and I believe it's not really going to affect their economy too much. You can already see how strong this bonus round is going to be. Deadly even, you know, just had the Sheriff went down, repurchased another one, so they're going to be sitting very, very good here. RAD Syndicate have been very impressive early on, but we have seen Lightning Fast on this now try and contest towards A long. Is going to get the opener, but traded immediately. Both Neon's gone.
4v4, 1 minute 30 on the clock, but Spike is currently not budging, getting a lot of use and angles coming in. Deadly might be able to see DC here if DC just pop in and go in for that swing. Ooh, really ready for it. Deadly 10 might be able to come front. Finds one! And that is going to be the first death of the Killjoy of RAD Syndicate. 5-1-0. But still, 1 minute on the clock, and it's still a 3v3 at the moment. Spike is going to one enemy remaining. Up towards a site. Paradox on towards the double kill as well. I'm going to be down to DC on how they save this all up. Spike the Vandal planted in their arsenal at the moment. It's all going to be coming down to how they swing this dark cover. Will it work? Finds one. Finds Paradox. Swinging swords. Tricky. It's that 1v1. Killjoy versus the Omen. Finds one. And that is going to be the clutch for DC. Quad kill for the favor, and that is going to be one for GGEZ.
Clutch. Bomb grenade.
Well, I said DC had to step up as a solo anchor on the site, not just a 1v3 retake. Oh my goodness, the skills coming out from this Killjoy in order to clutch that up was phenomenal. That is disgusting play there. Unfortunately, the RAD Syndicate just playing on that slight off angle on that smoke, unable to get the trade. And I mean, DC, gotta say, well played to isolate those fights and punishing that slightly misplaced smoke. An excellent opener there. And behind me, I'll tell you what, it's unfortunate because I really did want to compliment the way Deadly's been playing. Deadly's lurks at the moment have created so much pressure around the map and kind of stop the defense being able to rotate, but it doesn't matter when you can pull off a clutch like that. 2-1, and now we have the game in our hands.
Be right back.
An operator in their hands, but not going to be a lot of use onto it. Just giving Paradox and Garv getting their respective kills, making it a 5v2 straight away as barriers go down. I'm going to be down to DC once again. Clutch Monster from last round. And RVK. Vandal and the Guardian. Hard, but not impossible just yet.
One enemy remaining.
Towards B side. Guard finding one onto DC. I'm going to be down to RVK on how they want to save the sap. RVK just peeking an angle here. Not being too antsy on the commitment just yet. Does hear the Aldrin though coming towards their side. Tricky goes in for that swing. Pick. Gonna be secured by RVK. Movement coming in. Sees Guard. Finds the other, but Paradox goes in. Almost there, but making it a 3-1 at the moment. RAD Syndicate still a menace.
Yeah, that post play was a bit of formality there, to be honest with you. 3 players immediately falling in that mid fight for GGEZ kind of made that round impossible. I mean, you know, we saw some heroics in the round before, as we know, but that was definitely going to be a stretch too far. So 3-1, the RAD Syndicate re-established dominant control in the economy of this game as well. And that is going to be huge, huge consequences here The attackers should be setting themselves up to build a lead. We'll see whether or not a thrifty can be pulled off, but this has been very, very impressive from RAD Syndicate. I love the way that they're just ready to trade off, especially on this Neon. I mean, there's just been fearless play coming in from their duelist.
And it also hasn't been revealed yet that the operator is into play at the moment by Deadly 10. So a bit of step in towards that right direction. It could amount towards a kill just yet. On the other side of the coin, however, you still don't reveal that you currently have a boomstick on your hands, but might not have a lot of time to just decide on towards that. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Spike is currently still teetered towards the heavy side of C. It's going to be down to Garv on how they want to play this all out, but taking up a lot of space now. Just slowly but surely towards that A side. Short and long. Currently the spot that's currently being picked out. Spike's following through now as well. It almost feels like a free real estate here. So they decide to go in for the execute. 2 dark covers on towards that expense. Wall coming in through for the Neon as well.
30 seconds left.
Not who's there. According to RAD Syndicate, nobody at the moment. Free plant for the 5v5.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's interesting though with this dark cover in towards CT. It's the second time that smoke's been placed, and that was kind of, I don't know if it's a little bit too shallow there, because that was what allowed the retake to come through in that clutch in the only round GGEZ have. But anyway, it's not going to have an impact in this round at the moment. 5v5, we're going to see the defense attempt to go for it, but they get kicked off out of heaven immediately. Tagged up in the smoke even. Polly had no chance. RBK goes down. And again, it's all down to DC, who will get a consolation pick, but it is 4-1. The RAD Syndicate, I mean, they're just doing what they do best. Last time they played this map in their first match, DGZ, they did win 13-2, so this is a proven stopping ground for this team.
Again, you look at the credit marks as well. They are rich as rich can be in terms of credits. Arsenal is barely touched. Shields still intact. But the rest of GGEZ need to cook up something here, and they might have to cook up something really quick. This timeout is definitely going to help. But right now, it's currently the composition towards the defensive side starting to show its cracks with a double duelist comp as well. But it's all probably going to be going down to how they want to play attack here, but they're going to have some room to breathe here, get all the rounds that they currently need in order to progress further to get them a very easy marks on towards attacker's side. But if the region's currently telling at the moment, the defensive side is currently one of the things that they need to work on at the moment, and this game might be one of these witnesses as well. We're going to be heading in towards a tech pause for a little bit, but as it stands, 4-1. That's the scoreline we're currently rocking. GGEZ, could they possibly have cooked up after that timeout?
Well, I mean, look, the one thing that, I will slightly criticize here of GGEZ in their defense has been the way that they're playing their eco rounds. I don't hate it. I don't hate the stack ideas that are coming out there, heavily anchoring gambling on one side of the map. The issue for me is there's no proactiveness outside of a solo peek on the other side of the map, right? Like there's some attempt to get a deep line of information, but it's only the one player. I'd much rather the stack kind of sit together there, maybe after 20, 30 seconds of not hearing anything, maybe go for a walk down C long there. I mean, we saw in that previous round, the spike, Garv was solo towards C with the spike. Now, obviously, they're not going to be expecting that, but if they had some sort of proactiveness, they get a chance to maybe get that spike down. That could have changed the entire round. So we'll see, if they do get forced onto another eco, what their adjustment is on the timeouts. But on these rifle rounds, it's been Garv just running in like he is right now and causing havoc.
Going crazy, going nuts. Paradox finds Infinity, and that is going to be Garv finding DC as well. Holy, finds 2, finds 3.
One enemy remaining.
A huge one for there. RVK finds a Hunter's Fury kill onto UV as well.
My boss.
That's going to be down to Deadly 10 with the booms he currently had. Goes in for that swing. Holy, going for that quad, and that is going to be the operator doing GGEZ.
That is a huge round out of the timeout. Holy, absolutely bailing him out, and RBK, a beautiful Hunter's Fury to assist on the side hold as well. So that is a very, very nice round there, but it was a bit of individual heroics. I'm looking now in this next round to see where is the team play going to come from, right? Obviously, like we said, phenomenal round there. No taken away at all from Coley's gameplay in that situation. But I've got to say that I want to see what type of protocols they have as a team. DC going to be picking up the operator here, holding the line solo. It's going to be tough to do here as the Killjoy. We'll see whether or not they want to go for this exploration. Again, we're seeing it. It's just an individual walking down. This could be very, very bad, as it will be a 1-for-1 trade, but that does open up the C side.
Take this! Go, go, go!
Side, backside. Gar. Be able to just be a presence towards that backside, like the rest of the defensive side not being able to be too antsy with it in terms of swinging.
Spike
Everything.
planted.
Finally coming through for the side.
One
As
enemy
Syndicate,
remaining.
but UV going down as well. For being the remaining one, RVK going in for that triple kill, really huge one as well. Again, GGEZ just after that timeout, starting to get some gas going in the tank here, and it could be the acceleration coming in through as well.
Yeah, they dealt with that Killjoy lurk really effectively as well, I gotta say. GGEZ there, because RAD Syndicate could have really snowballed off of that opening pick on the Killjoy. Unfortunately, though, it was Deadly in towards mid, just a little bit too far forward on that lurk, and did get picked off by the rotating players, so that did deny any chance of a late flank in that post plant. GGEZ playing some very, very nice Valorant on the back of that timeout, and that's the type of adjustment we wanted to see here, exploring the map as a team.
RAD Syndicate have ultimates out the wazoo, who will come in and who will come in fast. Lightning fast, finding one onto Gar, Paradox on trade for V4. Straight away, Trinity finding UV as well. For V3 now, or VK on towards
Spike down
Paradox.
A.
Huge kill there. 4v2, however, the spike is not the time.
Last player standing.
But how can you, when the defensive side is pushing spaces and finding and clicking heads, once again down to a deadly 10 on how they would want to save this round? It is a 4v1. 1 minute remaining on the clock just yet. Should things be formality right here, or is it a Splinter Cell scenario? And to be able to just at least find some kills for some elite consolation, and that is going to be DC. Giving a boomstick under the back of Deadly 10 there. Tying it all up to a 4-4.
Mate, listen, as a Sentinel main, and I'm sure anybody in the chat who's played ranked is very familiar with that situation. You're going, guys, I have B, I got a timing. You look at the map, your whole team's dead. I mean, there was not much that could have been done there by Deadly. Unfortunately, everybody else had fallen very early on. But yeah, no, I got to say, whatever was said in this timeout, they've absolutely gotten the read right here. Like I said, maybe, I was a little critical of a couple of these solo exploration missions, but the rest of the map and the macro that has been coming out from GGEZ since that timeout has been extremely impressive here, and we're going to see it this time. The recon boat clearing all of A lobby, getting that server on the line early, whilst there's a stack towards C. The map control here for GGEZ, without going too far, could not be better.
Heavy stack of the attacker side towards B, but Gar just already speeding up on towards any space that they can find. Finds backside and goes by days. Infiltration galore! Gar finds 3, and it's just going to be RBK. Left with their thumbs twiddling on towards Spawn. Goes for that swing. It's a 1v1, and that's the that Neon. Huge one there for the RAD Syndicate. We take those.
Neon go kill. That's a good strategy. I mean, that was pretty effective, right?
That's 3.
To come out there from Gar, almost paid for it with his life, shooting the body there of Lightning Fast. Had to reload, but very, very quickly able to adjust. Huge 4K to come through. That was an absolute impact round that puts an end to the 3-round streak of GGEZ, and that was absolutely phenomenal. The speed of the Neon on full display.
Down space to RBK. Putting some shock bolts on towards A side, but RAD Syndicate just very ready for this. If RBK decides to just stay, they might be able to pay it off with their HP, but
you should run.
Gonna be tagging out. We know where Gar is, and it is going to be a straight up lockdown by the attacker's side. All being used here. No one being contesting it just yet. Perfect time to just plant the spike.
Yep.
Full effect coming
Spike
through.
planted.
It's going to be a 5v5 post plant. Start covering the side extremities and heaven as well. Hunter's Fury coming in through. Ruby finds lightning fast as well. Deadly 10 on towards that boomstick shot on towards Trinity. Yuvi finding a good angle there, but nothing being committed just yet. RVK getting peeked on towards the side entrance. And it's now going to be down to DC. Now going to be down to Kali. On how do we want to play this out? Swing coming from Garb. Is it the punish there towards DC and Kali coming in? 2v3. Is it enough time to go in for the swing? Not enough time for the defuse as well. Huge one there. And another round going in towards the side of RAD Syndicate.
Yep, it looks like the attackers are bringing things back as Coley may find UV here and will, but I gotta say, UV was the hero of that round. Everybody in the lobby knew that the entire round came down to that Hunter's Fury coming out from the attackers. Could they deny that lockdown? And it was all on UV to hold the flank because they knew it was coming in. They knew the attempt over towards A Long to take out the Sova was absolutely going to come out there. Tricky, able to get the Hunter's Fury off, get rid of the lockdown, and they held down the A site. But that was absolutely all thanks to UV being able to win that 1v2 on the flank.
Cover going out.
Good catch there as well. But things start to just slow down as barriers go down. We usually see Bloodbath coming in out the wazoo already, but interesting spot for the defenders to actually put a two-man straight away for towards Garage side. Paranoia being prepped up as well here by Koli. Might be a good plan to just be on the ready here. Drone coming in towards the short side towards A. That's a lot of information being showed out that A is currently the side that they're not trying to pull up, but little do they know, Spike is currently still being prepped out. They're running on the clock here on towards the 1 minute mark. As you should, 4-6, but again, whoa, that's a huge indicator that they do have an operator in hand, lightning fast, taking up a lot of space towards B side.
Oh my goodness.
Window as well.
What a timing.
Huge one. Massive huge timing there. Lightning fast might be able to find one on towards Tricky. Tricky finds it. Lightning fast on towards the retreat. And it is going to be a lot of space being taken out toward A this time after it being cleared by the drone.
30 seconds left.
Side really smart and trying to put it towards that stack. Turning to find Star. Deadly 10 finding on towards that trade. Paradox finds our BK. And
One
just
enemy
as
remaining.
they
Gun here.
goes.
Spike down A.
It's now
Got the
just going to be down
spike.
to DC once again. Not impossible, especially on the 1v3, but it's all going to be coming
Spike
down
planted.
to how to get out of this dark cover straight away. Finding one on towards Deadly 10.
Oh dear.
One, you've seen this before.
Yep.
It's going to be deja vu once again. Picking up towards the side of heaven. Sneakily, safely going underneath. Whoa, just the timing there towards UV. Might be able to find him. It's going to be down to the drop. They find it, and that is going to be Paradox. Taking it on towards the back of the head. Paradox on towards that 4K. A huge one there by the RAD
Last
Syndicate.
round in the half.
Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate there for GGEZ. Lightning Fast got so much space down mid. I mean, that was incredible. The timing was found towards Tricky. Just couldn't land the shots. That would have been spiked down as well. It would have stalled out the whole bush. But I gotta say, the timing, don't know if it was intentional or not, but the hit from RAD Syndicate could not have been timed better as the dark cover from Coley faded immediately as the attackers got onto the side. It left the two defenders completely stranded there. And it was a pretty easy side take in the end. 7-4 the current score here. Hunter Fury coming out quick. And there's a lot of mid pressure to come through early on in this round.
Off your
That looked like it was just a 1-for-1 trade after everything.
Finding UV straight away. Second one towards Garb as well. Tricky shuts it all down. 3v2.
Last player standing.
Going for that peak. Trade by Tricky. 2v1, and that's our BK. Finding the Sova straight away. We barely in towards that 30-second mark there. Bloodbath
Switching
happened, and
sides.
just as you know it, we're in towards a 5-7 scoreline. Huge one there being captured by the GGEZ team. And it just feels really quick here. Blink and you'll miss it. We're already in the second half of the map.
I mean, I gotta say, round 12 Finally, we saw that team play of aggression I was talking about, Diggsy, the layering of utility there from the defense. That was, you know, kind of the idea that I wanted them to see a little bit more on the eco rounds when they had those heavier stacks, right? Just go in for that brawl. Use the fact that you do have the Neon and the Omen for a little bit more mobility, and they do it there in that last round. It worked out so well. And there's a crucial round to win as well, because 5-7, a much, much friendlier scoreline than a 4-8.
I'm out of here.
Lightning fast, taking up a lot of space towards short, going in towards anything that they can find. Shock bolts coming in. They know where Lightning Fast is. Shots being fired against the wall. Lightning Fast, just as Lightning just backs out, but space is already being retaken by Tricky. Will they be able to find one on towards that swing? But currently, as it stands, A site is currently the shot that's being produced.
Spike
and a
down
bloodbath arises 4v4. Run coming
Be right
in.
back.
Trinity on towards Paradox as well.
Last player standing.
Triple onto Tricky.
Oh
One
my
more Tricky.
down, A.
It's now going to be down. The GGEZ got it all down. Yuvi says no towards the ace. Better safe than sorry. Making it a 5-8. RAD Syndicate on a roll.
They just couldn't get the trade. I mean, they had the sight, they had the timing execute come out, but there was absolutely nothing to be done about removing Tricky on backside. A huge 4K for the Soba, and I gotta say, that is a confidence booster as well for the Soba. Had been a little bit quiet in parts of this map, but now well and truly into the game. 8-5, a 3-round lead. Confidence is up. RAD Syndicate are looking very, very dangerous in this match.
Blocked by Garb being taken off on Dex. Stuns coming through. Deadly. Lightning fast. You see everything. Garb
Spike
finds
down,
RBK.
mid. One enemy remaining.
Other RAD Syndicate on a fire and on a roll.
Come here. Come here.
Second round and a half.
Wow.
And they're not losing any steam.
I mean, you know, that was a little bit of a mid-rush there. A bit of a brawl come out, and I mean, the better weapons won in the end. A great setup, though, from the defense to have Deadly playing that
Spike
corner
down, mid.
off of guard.
One
able
enemy
to
remaining.
just apply the pressure and shut down the push. They only lose one player in the end, and I believe that was a ghost that was retrieved anyway. So no economic damage done here. The bonus round is going to be very, very strong for the RAD Syndicate.
5-9. Score currently. Showing no signs of stopping. Lightning fast. Deciding to just take it all towards a site. A long is going to be the site that they've currently been looking for. Tricky does find some pixels, but not the shots to kill it off. Holly with a fight. Paradox coming in as well. 4v4 now, but Lightning fast currently rocking a 10 HP. One sneeze could destroy it all and towards that damage. How long will this take? Post-plant scenario on a 4v4 still. Regroup by the defensive side, smartly coming in through, but it's now going to be down to how they want to execute it all. Dark cover coming in for both sides. Ping's coming through as well, and here comes the execute. Blind coming in, and that is gone. Finding Lightning fast. Trinity on the double. On the trade. 2v2. Do they have time? Might be the case.
One enemy remaining.
UV finding
Last
Sova.
player
Holly
standing.
finds Garb 1v1 on both omens. Swing coming in. UV finds the third, but not enough time for the defuse. Escapes and gets out of dodge. Definitely a good score of a 6-9. Nice.
Important round to win there for the attackers, but I'll tell you what, I think both sides are going to take that as a win, right? Obviously, getting the round on the board is important, but for the RAD Syndicate, they took down all the weapons. They made a full repurchase here on the anti-bonus. That is a very, very healthy economy, and it allows exactly what Garva's done here, and I've seen it from a few teams here, Diggsy. The Outlaw purchase after doing so much economic damage to your opponents, it essentially is just a budget operator here, and it is going to be very, very dangerous and hard to deal with. It is posted towards the C line, so it's probably not going to get any immediate impact, but it's still going to be a factor.
Sniper coming in, and a double pump shotgun coming in from Lightning fast as well. Deadly on the
Spike
double
down,
though.
A. One
Right,
enemy
after
remaining.
doubled himself. Triple for Trinity now. And it's now going to be down to Garvin how they want to finish it all off. Just as the execute happened, and so did
Spike
the rest
planted.
of the
Swamp
defensive
grenade.
side squad died.
Placing swamp grenade.
Dropped like flies. Garv finding a peek that they could have. Oh, just enough timing to find a pixel, but not coming in. But that's one on towards Trinity. The swing comes through on the slide, and that is going to be DC for the punish onto Garv. 7-9. GGEZ still showing some life in this tournament.
The ego on DC there to just wide swing the Outlaw. The confidence is absolutely at an all-time high for the Killjoy. And that is 7 on the board. So I gotta say the RAD Syndicate, a little bit rushed there, I'll be honest. A bit of panic. They wanted to hold onto the A site, which was fine when they initially had the numbers. Then they lost a couple of members. It was down to a 2v2, and unfortunately, they'd already committed to the fight, and it just left too much to be done. For the Outlaw on the retake, we are going to see it's going to be Garb this time in the action early and taken out by Lightning Fast.
Lightning Fast being able to get a kill despite being stunned, but Trinity's going to be stunned as well, and Trinity goes after that trade 3v3. Just as things start to get dicey.
Oh, timing.
Just yet. A lot of timing coming in through, but no pixel being shown. No shots being taken just yet. Trinity goes in for that side entrance. Might be able to find UV, and the swing becomes fruitful. One on towards Evan. Paradox finds one, and the swing from Deadly finds the other. It's not going to be a 1v2 like fast. How will you do it? It's going to be impossible. RAD Syndicate, just as you thought, it's not going towards their side. The rest of the team was just an half HP difference from winning and losing. Deadly 10 going to be going in for that defuse. And another round going towards RAD Syndicate there. They do
you couldn't have found a better timing for Deadly 10 there on that flank. I'll see you on the map there. Lightning Fast was holding that for about 5 to 6 seconds, and Deadly 10 manages to round the corner as soon as Lightning Fast runs back up short to help the rest of the team. That was just so well timed on that flank, and that was the win condition that came through. So that is another retake successful. They go back out to a 3-round lead.
Just a lot of space being conquered by Lightning Fast on towards his garage side. But just decides to retreat just yet. Time on Deadly 10 as well. Might be facing a really huge headshot there. Should the swing come earlier, but guess who is coming in? Lightning Fast. Just decided to just use the overdrive onto Tricky, but Trinity might be getting that kill for that trade. 4v4. Mine coming in through 4 and just post plants. And it is going to be RBK getting a lot of space. And just might be able to just catch someone off here on towards Garv. But that just leaves the left side of the map being unchecked, and that is free real estate being conquered. That's Coley down for the rest of the RAD Syndicate.
One enemy remaining.
It's an interesting by the attacker's side. They just gamble stack and towards swinging toward the right side of the map, leaving the left side there. It's a very questionable take, but it's still a gamble that they decide to push through. Now we're in the 7-Eleven convenience store.
Yeah, I gotta say there, Coley, I understand the trick there with the Omen, but there really was nothing else happening. You weren't able to master the sound of cancelling that from the shadows, and it was very, very obvious the Omen was sitting there alone on backside. So, I mean, look, well played, good discipline from Paradox to clear it nonetheless, but yeah, unfortunately, there just wasn't enough layers behind that post plan. And it was, I think, to the credit of the defense, taking out that Neon early just made it impossible for any more impact to be found, as Lightning Fast was not there to claim any more space.
RAD Syndicate, 2 rounds
away
from claiming victory on map number 1, and it is going to be a push to the finish there, and it definitely shows. Execute on towards the side. Blink and you miss it, and they already have a lot of space coming through. Tricky finds one on towards RBK. Huge Hunter's Fury coming in, and that is the rest of the swing coming towards the defender's side. No other commitment just yet. A Super Ultimate. Parallel Convergence being prepared by Trinity here. Should things shine through towards the defensive side on the right handle.
Yeah.
But just like before, 3 men coming in towards that left side of the map there. Really huge. Parallel Convergence being activated. Finding one on towards Coley. Another one towards UV as well. And finds Lightning Fast. And that is going to be a 2v3. 1v3 now. Going to be down to DC. How are they going to be handling it all off? By towards Garv. Might be able to find one on here. No, does not find anything at all. And that's the defuse coming in for RAD Syndicate. 1 away from taking map 1.
Revealing area.
I gotta say that it's very unlucky there for GGEZ. I know we've been critical of their post plans, but that one genuinely a little bit of unfortunate timing there. Obviously, players just caught out around the map. They, you know, had the right idea there, going towards C-Link with the convergence, but I think it was Trinity, yeah, towards backside on the waylay, was unfortunately just caught on that step, falling down as the swing came from A-Link. So a little bit unlucky on that timing, and that really just caused the entire side to collapse. They were stuck and, you know, stranded in towards C-Link. They had to swing back in towards their own smoke, and they had no information to play off. So a great retake coming out. But I gotta say, I love the utility combinations that are coming out as well. I mean, this has just been so good to watch here. We were seeing, you know, the aftershocks, the nano swarms, the Hunter's Fury to deny the spike plan, allowed the defense to completely set up a retake, and they were able to do so. And I've got to say as well, Diggsy, I did mention before, the RAD Syndicate, with their 13-2 victory on Haven, they actually started on defense. So this is a side of the map that they are very confident on.
Yeah, and it definitely shows. And with GGEZ pulling up a timeout after a 3-round defuse by the RAD Syndicate, it is definitely going to be one that they're going to have to just get their heads into just stopping the bleeding and to actually take more rounds. Because right now, their best bet here, if you are GGEZ currently, is to get him all in towards the overtime scenario. But we'll have to see on what this team cooks up. Stack A coming in, going fast, was able to dodge everything. Trinity on towards the kill on towards Garb.
What?
Finds one. And again, mid-slide, finds the duelist as well. Now it's a 3v3 for both teams.
Bot coming
And
back.
it's like we're back to 0 after that cluster bloodbath on towards the A entrance. And again, things just slows down straight away after a very chaotic barrier down mashup. Now it's just down to finding every position and just go in for that reset. They're currently counting utilities at the moment, most likely on how they would want to go in for this execute. It's going to be a slow walk to just have a look on where they could reposition, slowly but surely clearing every angle that they could. But no sound being made just yet. Apart from that plant, Paradox is going to be smoked
Spike
off by
planted.
the dark cover from Heaven's side. Bit of a distract on towards the teleport as well. Dark cover coming in from the defensive side. Paranoia coming in as well. Deadly going in. Finds every angle that they could possibly get.
Last
You'll be fine,
player
Cully.
standing.
And Paradox finding DC as well from Heaven's side. Now going to be down to RBK on how they want to choose it. And that is going to be RAD Syndicate taking it map 1 after a very calculated set of plays, set of utilities, showing that teamwork can actually win it all. Map 1 going in for RAD Syndicate.
A very comprehensive victory here. 13-7, you know.
Last player
I'd say it's a
standing.
pretty accurate scoreline too. The RAD Syndicate definitely were the better team there. I think there was a few rounds that could have gone back and forth. It was kind of a difference of just those reads coming out from each side. And the RAD Syndicate were the ones who come out on top in the end. So that is a clinical, clean map 1. And you can go through all the highlights here.
Last player
See the
standing.
end of how this map finished up. RBK caught with the drop that out as the smoke faded. Just again, one of those little timings that were just going the RAD Syndicate's way for most of that second half. A very good Haven defense coming out there. And I gotta say, I mean, that is very impressive, Diggsy. A 5-7 half that turns into a 13-7 victory. That is very impressive.
It just shows everyone that are currently watching the live stream the caliber that these players currently have at the moment.
Yeah.
And it's not that GGEZ was the team that was just very easily to beat. They actually had bites in their bark as well. The amount of plays that they currently have was just very telling, and especially that clutch from Deadly 10. What a sight to watch. But as it stands, RAD Syndicate going to be leading comfortably with that 1-0 record scoreline. They have room to breathe here for map number 2, as we're currently waiting for the stats as well. is going to be. It's just interesting on how everything folded, right? We can actually see, based on what we've seen so far, we've already had, I've already mentioned the clutch from Deadly 10 on how they played it all off. But again, there was just a lot of players that you actually took my attention. One is going to be Trinity as well on that Waylay. And another one that I am keen to mention as well is Paradox. It's just the positionings that they currently have that they decided to take actually caught GGEZ off guard sometimes. And just based on how everything folded out, you can actually see why.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it is a fair assessment by you. You know, GGEZ, they weren't, bad by any means. It was just, like I was saying, the layers that you can see, and this is what will happen, especially when you're going against a team like RAD Syndicate, who have so much experience there, right? I mean, Lightning Fast even went to Ascension, right? So it has a lot of experience. Definitely a very high-level player. And it's just those extra layers, those extra strategies behind it. Like I said, the gamble stacks on the eco rounds, I don't disagree with them whatsoever. The issue was that they weren't proactive enough when the hit didn't immediately come through. They didn't, find those, other areas of the map to explore. But I got to say, overall, their defense was very solid. On their attack, they just lost too many post plants. Yeah,
it always just comes down to how well you know your strat, right? It's always what the common team, especially the beginners teams that show off out there, is here's the plan and we'll execute the plan. But what you can see what RAD Syndicate does, or what you can notice, is the mid rounding is just going to be very solid, right? If things falter, what is the backup plan just then? And if things go your way, then what do you do next, right? It's not just beginning and destination. It's just what the things that you do in between as well that can just be the difference maker on whether you win the round convincingly or you lose the round and at least get at least like some economic advantages in the end. And it's just those subtle little things that you notice RAD Syndicate does that is probably not seen on towards the VOD as well. It is that can actually show what kind of team that we're dealing with at the moment in both of these teams. But we're going to be heading in towards the team summary now, and I am currently I'm just really anxious and actually probably excited to see how everything goes by. GGEZ going in for the 12 first kills, 6 post plants situation that they currently had, 3 clutches as well, and a team ACS of 180. Currently still waiting on what RAD Syndicate currently has, but from what I can tell on my end, the amount of plants that RAD Syndicate has would be probably like a lot.
Yep, a lot. That's a good number there. Good guess to come out. But yeah, I mean, GGEZ, I think that this summary right here really does highlight that where they kind of fell a bit short for me. 12 first bloods out of 20 rounds, 3 clutches, but they only won 7. So, I mean, that right there just shows the individual plays there. 12 to 8 in first kills is a phenomenal start there for GGEZ on paper. Fact. You shouldn't be losing by 6 rounds there, in my opinion. When you have 4 more first bloods than your opponents, if you're going to lose, 13-9, 13-10, a little bit more understandable. But 13-7 just shows, like we were highlighting, that mid-rounding was just on another level by the RAD Syndicate.
Yeah, it definitely shows with their team ACS at the moment. It's almost like it doesn't feel like a day and night difference when you watch it, right? But you look at the numbers as well. You can already see like the team synergy that this team has against RAD Syndicate, at least for the map of Haven. And as you mentioned before, this is the very staple map of India at the moment. And again, just like in OC and how we have Lotus, but I believe this is the map that sets up the pace. And RAD Syndicate definitely showing what they currently have. As we lead towards the scoreboard, we're going to be having a good preview on who will possibly be the MVP of this matchup. But right now, as I mentioned before, Trinity was my pick in regards to being the team player that GGEZ currently needs in towards giving that map towards their favor. Unfortunately, just comes up short. But again, for GGEZ, that's Trinity on the MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, the play you highlighted as well, Paradox on the breach coming out for the RAD Syndicate as the MVP of the winning side. 20 and 12 with 7 assists. So doing their job as an initiator, but still getting the impact with the rifle in hand. Very, very nicely done. I got to say, Garb as well was very impressive on the entries. You know, Lightning Fast, on the other hand, obviously had a bit of a quiet game, and maybe in the next map, if we can see it, Lightning Fast have a little bit more of a step up on that duelist role, get the impact that is going to be needed. That is going to be really where we're going to see this series even up. Because remember, everyone, it is a best of 3. This is not over yet. We are going to go, obviously, towards, I believe it's GGEZ's map pick coming up. So, obviously, we do have one more final stat to bring you guys, and that is the match MVP. Who was the most impactful player in this map? And of course, we were mentioning it. You highlighted him, Paradox, coming out 20 and 12 on the breach, a first blood, but even plenty of assists.
Yeah, and it doesn't even come to fruition on how they were very impactful this round. They were just not impactful in regards to the angles that they choose in every post plan or in every execute, right? Not only that the kills just shine through, but if 7 assists in regards to just having a breach as well just shows how crucial they were in regards to playing their own style of breach. And if anything, this the agent itself and Paradox as a player and how they played was pretty much the catalyst of RAD Syndicate just having good executes and having good mid-rounding on how they would actually get the edge out on towards GGEZ. And it definitely shows as well, but with the stark contrast of how I would say Koli and UV. Koli had a really good frag ability as the Omen as well, and UV, on the other hand, for the side of RAD Syndicate, just had assists galore left, right, and center. So, and it all just comes down to the calling of the IGL itself. Paradox just really just making use of what the team comp has, and it definitely shows.
Yeah, well, that is map 1 done and dusted here. Haven all wrapped up, which means it will be a 1-0 lead to RAD Syndicate. Can they go to their opponent's map pick and clean the series up 2-0, or will be going the distance? Stick around. We are going to go to a short break. On the other side, there's more Valorant to come.
Ladies, and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ascend Breakpoint Championship presented by Reloader. We just have one very hectic of a map one and towards Haven. Now we're going to be heading towards Bind, and I believe this is going to be GGEZ's pick.
No, actually, I do apologize. I've kind of set you up there poorly. I actually got the veto the wrong way around. GGEZ's map pick was Haven, and RAD Syndicate have picked Bind. So, I mean, that changes the storyline a lot, right? Obviously, we're now going to the map pick of the team that did just win, so maybe they're going to go to their own one. So I apologize to the viewers. I had the veto the wrong way around. But either way, the players know what's going on. It is Bind, and we are ready to go. So Agent Select coming up right now. We're going to get right into map number 2 here, and we're going to see some Valorant action being produced. Can GGEZ pull off a reverse sweep? It's got to start on Bind. And I mean, look, Bind is a very, very different map to Haven, right, Dixie? I mean, obviously, you got that attacker-favored map that is coming out for Haven, where you do see, obviously, 3 bomb sites. So you're going to have a lot more of a spread-thin defense. Bind, though, with the teleporters, that allows for some really dangerous utility to come through and crunch the attack.
The most prolific one that in terms of plays that I can think of is it's just going to be that B side long aggression play, right? If you're in defense, or if you're on that defensive side, you have to be almost weary that they're going to be going in and contest that, because if you're in an attacker side and you're going in towards that B side long and contest that teleporter, once you get that, you're already in a free real estate of just deciding on whether you take the teleporter and speed boost towards a side, making a good ankle break play by towards the defensive side, or you just full on execute towards that side entrance. With Hookah just being very narrow in regards to executing and very open and towards making sounds on where you're actually going to be going. So, as you said before, it's going to be a lot of teleporter plays, and these teleporters are going to be very contested, as we're going to be seeing towards this map. But what's actually going to be interesting for me is going to be the agents that are being picked up, and by the looks of things, I believe the players are already ready to show what they currently got. And towards team comms, we've already seen an interesting team comm towards Haven's side, but I want to see what these teams are cooking up for Bind.
The RAD Syndicate pulling out the double Sentinel that has, been popular in a couple of regions. OCE was definitely a region that picked up the double Sentinel. We saw it a lot, right? We saw a lot of Vice and Deadlock being played. Here for the RAD Syndicate, Deadly is going to be on the Chamber. That excites me, to be honest, Diggsy. I mean, we know how good Deadly was on the Killjoy lurking. You put a mini Guardian in the hand known as the Headhunter. I mean, Deadly is going to pop off this game, I'm expecting. We're going to see over on GGEZ, they're going for a little bit more of that standard play. They're going to be pulling out the Brimstone Viper double smokes that has been a tried and tested combination on Bind. So we'll see what they can do off the back of the Yoru, though. I'm really interested to see how the Yoru and the Raze are going to play off each other. Yeah,
it's by the looks of things, the utility combo that can be pulled off with a double controller, Yoru and double controller combo, they just opted out with not using a Sentinel at all. So by the looks of things, it's going to be you're just going to be facing a smoke if you're going to be the other team, and good luck. Hope you have good reflexes in dodging those flashes, because if you're not ready, you're going to be facing a lot of bullet sprays and a lot of utilities from this double duelist.
For sure, but the double controller setup is going to do what you were highlighting in that B long control, right? You're going to be able to apply those smokes. You're going to be able to fight and contest those early sight lines. In terms of GGEZ, though, I mean, obviously playing the Fade solo initiator, it's obviously, not the most popular pick, but definitely a viable one. On the other side, the Sky has been a very, very effective initiator on this map for the longest time. So I'm interested to see if the Fade is just simply going to be there to try to assist the Raze and set up, or if we are going to see some different ideas coming out with the recon. But it looks like for now, GGEZ are going straight up being caught into the side.
Oh, bullet sprays coming in through for both teams, and you barely see anything at the moment. But one thing, though, UV is going to be seeing lightning fast. Getting one kill after the other. Trinity on towards that trade for V4 now. Spike the top been planted and committed just yet. Always finding Paradox. Trinity finding Tricky as well on towards Lamps. And at the defensive side, numbers are starting to dwindle down. and it is now going to be down to Garv. He's currently just playing anchor as a duelist currently with a sheriff until decides to just commit and pushing towards
Last
Lamp,
player
coming
standing.
in, and Trinity on towards a triple kill now.
Spike
Now it's going to
planted.
be down to Deadly on how they play this all out. Currently just has a classic intel, but Headhunter's on the ready. Find one on towards RVK. 22 HP, however, might be a huge one. Trinity for the swing. Wall bang, headshot, quad on the sheriff. Trinity on a roll, and that's GGEZ on the first round for pistol.
Making waves early in this game. The Raze is popping off. 4 kills on the board already. GGEZ with the perfect start to map 2. If you are just joining us, the RAD Syndicate did take GGEZ's map pick of Haven 13-7. So they are currently leading 1-0 in the series. It's a best of 3. It is do or die here for GGEZ in this upper bracket semi-final. And they have started well with a pistol round. Great execute to come through. We are going to see potentially going for another hit towards this A side. Garv, good luck, mate, with the classic. I don't like your chances. Going down very, very early. And it looks like the attackers are going to just let it stew for a bit with this numbers advantage.
Oh, tricky. Pops in for that swing. Lightning Fast going to be in there for the punish, as you would. Double guarded
One enemy
combo
remaining.
with one Vandal to boot. Lightning Fast going in for that triple. You'll be going down, and that is all she wrote. Just like that, Bob's your uncle, and GGEZ takes round number 2.
Yeah, I like that though from RAD Syndicate, right? That was, you know, similar to what I was talking about on Haven with defensive aggression on ecos, right? If you're gonna go exploring the map, hunt as a team, try and give yourself the best advantage. Didn't work out that round, but I like the intent there. We are seeing the RAD Syndicate, obviously we know, are a very, very high quality team. They are trying to put it on display for us here. 2-0 to score, and an early operator being purchased here by the Chamber.
It's currently being posted up at the most contested side that I mentioned before. That is going to be B-Long side, and that is Deadly showing that there is presence on towards this side of the map. But it's now going to be down to GGEZ on how they commit. A lot of men going in towards Hookah. Trip going to be triggered as well. Paradox, Vegetable aware. That's information being triggered that it is going to be B-side take, but UV is going to have a headshot with despite the vision blockers towards the smoke. Lightning Fast not going to be available for this round. 5v4, making it a 4v4, equaling it out. DC
Spike
finding
down,
UV and
B.
Cully going to be going down as well. 3v3. RVK gets a good pumpkin shot there. But things start to slow down as we reach the 55-minute mark. Spike is currently being put up towards long. And it's going to be Paradox that's going to be inserted towards the teleporter side. Being committed.
Has
But
to give it.
teleporter just going to be coming through as well. Free real estate for the attacker side here, but it's going to be down to the defense on how they play the post flank.
Well, this flank is so quick here up long, though. Double flank to come through
Spike
is
planted.
absolutely not going to be expected, especially this early, as we are going to hear the teleporter come through, and only the one player, so they are going to post up towards CT here
Whoa.
and look for the aggression. They're not expecting Tricky and Long so soon, and now it's a 2v3. The RAD Syndicate, they are in a great position to
One
find this
enemy
retake, but they got to
remaining.
go quick.
Paradox finds RVK, wielding a boomstick as well.
enemy remaining.
And he finds one and finds the other. Showstopper coming in, and Paradox shuts it all down. Comes in for that defuse. RAD Syndicate, just as you think they're going to be facing the music. Paradox coming in for clutches.
That is huge consequence as well. To use that showstopper and not get it off and not even have any chance at
So the
impact,
battlefield
that is
changes.
just a whole bunch of ultimate orbs gone. I mean, there's no other way to explain it. The showstopper came through, but it didn't even get to have an opening. I mean, that is very devastating for the attackers. That's 8 ult orbs just gone like that. Trinity having a phenomenal start to this game, though. 8-1, mind you. We'll have to rebuild that ultimate, and that is a tool not available for the next few rounds. So
Watch
a
and learn.
huge round for the RAD Syndicate to win. They recover the operator as well, crucially, and that is going to keep their economy alive for quite some time, as it looks like we are going to see this operator posted up towards showers. Not going to have that early impact in this round, as there is some big aggression to come through. We'll see if the attack want to try and go through this barrier mesh.
It is definitely a game of milliseconds. One showstopper away could have actually ended that round. But coming in for that swing, Coley finds Paradox. huge one to get the Sentinels down. That's one Sentinel down as well, but on the flank, Deadly 10 might be able to get a good amount of information on who is rotating where. As the rest of the side of GGEZ, still a 5-stack, still powerful enough to get in and go in for that rotate on towards a short. Garv might be the first one to actually find some pixels here. Finds one on towards lightning fast. Another wallbang headshot. The duelist is the anchor, and the anchor is very, very adamant on getting any HP that they currently can get. UV might be able to find
30
one
seconds
here.
left.
Trinity, but the
Spike
time
planted.
not gonna be there. And it gets in.
Oh, no,
Knife to meet you, says Brimstone. And that is going to be RVK going in towards Deadly's op shots. Not gonna be working here. Lamps is going to be compromised as well. 2v3. That's the scenario that we're currently in. And towards this post plant, it's gonna be down to UV. It's gonna be down to Tricky. How do we want to play it
Brimstone
out?
down.
Tricky finds one. 2v2. Is it going to be enough time?
Last
swing?
player
Line up.
standing.
Tricky finds one. RVK on the triple. Good swing. Might be able to find one. Shots coming in and fired. It is going to be having. And that is going to be 4 quad kills. Well, it's going to be the quad kill on towards this fade. RVK on the roll. GGEZ making it 3-1.
Yeah, GGEZ living up to their
Spike planted.
team name at the moment, doing it easy here at the moment.
That'll
Obviously,
work.
this knife kill, bit of mental damage come through. But I gotta say, Deadly there just caught out, unlucky on that timing, wasn't up behind the box in time, and just panicked a bit on that flank, missed a few shots, and you know, had the chamber, won a fight or two there. That changes the entire post plan. So 3-1 now the score. GGEZ, very, very impressive on their attack side to start things off on Bind.
Full force
Bring them
towards
down.
long and towards this B side. Clone coming in, just full stepping it all out. Garden's gonna be taken. A lot of Yuto being showered towards Garden's side. Paradox finds a lot of people care of that grab net. Gets out of dodge. Might be heading towards spawn side as well, but here comes the swing by Trinity. Finds one on towards the head. Might be the one to go in for that punish.
Spike planted.
Getting caught mid-reload. Coley gonna be there for the trade. 3v4, however. Coley finds another one towards Tricky. Gonna be down to DC on how they would conquer spawn as well. Oh, it's UV gonna be in an interesting spot.
Launching smoke.
Gonna be down towards timing.
Last player
Want to play it
standing.
out. RVK on the swing on towards Deadly 10. Finds the head. Coming in, and that is going to be the shot. Not gonna be given to DC. UV on towards
So
the
much
swing.
for their
RVK on the
MVP.
finish. GGEZ. Starting to get a roll on this map. Attacker side might be the play here for them.
I mean, Trinity there just committing a bit of a cardinal sin there. 22 bullets left in the clip and hitting the reload button. That is very unfortunate on the timing, of course. But man, that if they had their time over there, I think maybe they clear that close corner before hitting the reload button with so much ammo left. But anyway, Trinity, I gotta say though, huge shout out to him. Playing with maximum confidence, and that is how a lot of comebacks start, right, Diggsy? I mean, obviously, if you want to fight back in your games, you want to try and have a lot of impact, it's got to be off the back of your duelist. How many times do we see it at a top level, right? You see, you know, all those big names, you know, like your Asterisk and your Durkas, that'll just go in and get your kills. That is what we're seeing here with Trinity at the moment. You know, obviously the duelist, being that impact player, getting the entry, having the space, the team is so confident to be able to backfill that space as well for trades, and that is what is leading to such a dominant scoreline here for GGEZ on Bind.
Yeah, another player that I kind of want to highlight as well is RVK. I believe that switch towards the fade from the Sova from last map actually made the utility lines just very linear. And with a very linear kit that you have on your agent, you can just focus on pretty much just fragging and just getting your cross replacements on the fundamental side of the mechanics. It's just gonna be really solid. RVK managing to just get in a scoreline of 7-2 as well. They do have Nightfall in their arsenal ready for this round should they commit it, and it is going to be very huge here for GGEZ if that is going to be used. But Deadly 10 does have Tour de Force available. DC finds one, but not good. Going to be another one for Deadly 10 from the Tour de Force. Meanwhile, Paradox gonna be falling down towards the other side. Tricky finds one, but gonna be traded. 3v2 now for this attacker side.
Bring them down.
Have to be used by the defensive side, delaying the plant. But is it going to be delayed? Inevitable. Nightfall's gonna be used as well. Ult for ult coming through.
Yep.
It's going to be won by Koli. Finds Deadly 10. Spike has still not been planted yet. 46 seconds remaining on the clock in this 2v2. Garv does have one.
Last player
Is it going to be the
standing.
swing? RVK finds one. It's not going to be down to the Brimstone. It's not going to be down to UV on where they're going to be committing.
They get a teleport here?
Yeah, they might
30
be going
seconds
into
left.
a teleport play here with 28 seconds remaining on the clock. They do have that amount of time. It takes 16 seconds exactly from the teleporter towards a site for the plant. And UV might be able to catch it all out. It's just heading towards spawn side. It's going to be pushed. That
10 seconds left.
beacon's going to be detected. UV on the backside. Plant coming through.
Spike planted.
Just down to milliseconds. The pistol coming
enemy
in.
remaining.
Takes down RVK. Is it going to be the clutch? Brimstone versus Brimstone. Golly says no. That's a triple kill. And that's GGEZ once again getting out by the skin of the teeth almost.
Good.
I gotta say, the RAD Syndicate, they're kind of making the mistakes that we saw GGEZ make on Haven on their defense, where there's a little bit of that panic, that rush play to come through. I've got to say, Deadly has been very, very good this entire series. I've got to be critical there of that push out of Hookah, right? The plant hadn't come through yet. It was a 3v3. Your teammates are anchored in towards CT. You're unable to get any sort of support. Swinging Hookah to simply try and deny the plant there was a massive, massive overextension, and it was rightly punished by GGEZ, who have been playing very, very well so far. Deadly 10 needs to make up for that mistake there. We'll see whether or not the chamber can find anything in this smoke.
Really just being marked up before any swings, but it's just being deterred by the bullet sprays just yet from the attacker side of GGEZ. Things come in towards a halt straight away, but Deadly 10 is very adamant in towards getting a push going and getting a swing going as well. Really wants to punish someone to just be able to just get someone at least towards that heavy shot, but an interesting spot here taken by the RAD. But Deadly is going to be the player that's going to be finding one. That's the down for Trinity as well. Kali going in for that trade, 4v4. 49 seconds remaining on the clock. Plant coming in towards a site.
Spike planted.
Out this post pipe goes lightning fast, finds UV. 3v4. And now spawn side is going to be conquered by RVK. Headshot
One
on the
enemy
guard.
remaining.
And that's all she
You died
wrote. The
last.
rest of
How's it
RAD
going?
Syndicate dropping like flies. We're reaching the halfway point of this first half. And right now, GGEZ rocking a 6-1 at the moment. 4-round win streak, all elimination rounds as well. It is currently on track to just go in for the reverse sweep here for this attacking side.
I mean, yeah, this is super, super impressive here. GGEZ, the mental fortitude to go to your opponent's map pick in a series you were trailing in and start like this on Bind. It is phenomenal to see here, and they've just been able to punish any slight mistake made by the RAD Syndicate. It has just been amplified in this game by the fact that it is just opening up sites and allowing post plants to come through. GGEZ. They will have another showstopper online, the second one in the match already, as the ultimate orb is collected, and that is going to allow for another entry for probably the deadliest player on the server right now.
Oof.
We'll see whether or not Trinity can do anything.
Deja vu, or call it fate. Bloodbath might be brewing and ensuing here towards this A site. It's very heavy at the moment for the defensive side, but the attacker side of GGEZ might have some success going on. Like it's currently just being teetered off towards B site, but it's going to be a 2v2 scenario if that's going to be committed. But DC might be able to get a good pick here, but it's going to be up against the boomstick of Deadly 10. They find one with 9 HP remaining as well. Trinity going in for that trade.
Spike down A.
5-2
Last player
on towards
standing.
the showstopper. Finally, RAD Syndicate have the map that they need. Syndicate have the round that they need to be able to capture a round 4 of themselves. Still showing some life.
Portal
making it
closed.
6.
Trap destroyed.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player on Ballers have so much positive impact with the rifle in hand, and as soon as they press their ultimate button, everything goes wrong, Dixie. I mean, Trinity cannot take a trick with a showstopper right now. Both rounds that have been won by the RAD Syndicate have been when the showstoppers come out from him. Other than that, Trinity has been excellent, so I'm not too sure what's going on with his ultimate. It seems a bit cursed for him at the moment. We are going to see 6-2 as a scoreline, as you said, and this time it is B long pressure to come through. But there's so much information gathered on the other side of the map. Dizzy, look at the position here of the defense.
It's going to be fruitful. Trinity finds one, like the pass on the other. Debbie
Spike
10
down,
finding
B.
RBK as well, and so is UV finding Trinity. 3v3 once again. The carriers go down.
Oh no.
DC might be able to use their ultimate here. Dimensional drift coming through. It is now time for the hunt of how many is present on towards this backside. Deadly 10 gonna be spotted by the rest of the squad. Viper's Pit going to be committed. 2 ults now.
Spike planted.
Interesting pit here. It doesn't have too many, you know, sort of cubbies you can sit in. It's a very, very open pit. It could play into the hands, though, of the attackers with limited numbers. Maybe you're going to find a lineup or two, but we are going to see here Lightning Fast revealing their position here towards long. They will need to try and get out as the Moonbot is hunting down the Viper. Will escape for now. Time is ticking. Players are decaying inside of this poison. And we're going to see whether or not this 2v3 can be pulled off. DC finds the first.
remaining.
The time is ticking. Lightning Fast with the right click on the classic against 1 HP players is looking good. Deadly 10 just unable to find the clutch though. A very solid effort for 1v2. But that's kind of been the story of Bind here, Diggs. He's so close yet so far for the RAD Syndicate. Oh. I am not too sure where Diggsy is at the moment. I'm not too sure if he's disconnected or had an issue. Yes, I've just been confirmed that he did in fact have a little bit of a DC there. So apologies for that bit of awkward silence there on the stream.
Blinded.
I will be bringing you the solo cast until Diggsy is back, but 7-2 currently is the score. GGEZ walking up towards his B side, looking to try and find another entry. And who else but Trinity to open things up? Another 2K for the Rays, almost finding the 3. I mean, sure, these are eco frags, but you can't take away the impact this Rays has had on this entire map so far. 7-2, looking to make it a 5v3 scenario. We'll see whether or not GGEZ can pinch another round here, and DC playing in such a ratty angle in hookah, not even breaking the barrier mesh. Impossible for Deadly 10 to even know about it, as Garb on the flank will find one. UV as well does find another. Garb doubles up. So good damage to come through, but I mean, damage isn't what they need right now. The RAD Syndicate, they need round wins, and they need them very, very soon.
Blinded.
GGEZ have made a contest so far of this entire series, down 1-0 in maps. Just so you guys know, anybody who is just showing up during this match, wondering what's going on, the RAD Syndicate, they did take a 13-7 victory on Haven. This is their map pick as well, coming out here on Bind. And I mean, GGEZ are the ones who look like they're at home. 8-2 on the attack, playing some phenomenal Valorant, looking to make us go the distance in this best of 3. Looks like we are going to see an A push coming through here. The RAD Syndicate using a lot of utility here. We're going to see the orbital strike in towards lands. The Nightfall on the side, but it's an orbital strike in reply that completely isolates Trinity, and the Rays cannot get through alone. Will go
One
down.
enemy remaining.
Flank as well as coming through.
Yatasha.
Where has this been all half from the RAD Syndicate? That is a brilliant trap play. The crunch with the teleporters onto the side here. It's something we haven't seen enough of. Especially this teleporter that we just saw RBK walk past. I feel like the defense really could have made use of early teleport plays in towards B short, but this round,
Spike
gotta
planted.
say, very, very impressed. They went early enough to stop the hit, and they will be in a 4v1 scenario. Now, obviously, we can't write off the fade here in this 1v4. RBK will find the headshot on one. Unfortunately, it was just the dink on the other. Garb gets the trade. 8-3 here, GGEZ. They gotta be careful because they will need to hold on.
I love explosions.
8-3, and that is a
Last
showstopper
round
online as
before
well
the
for Garb. Important to note, both teams have a showstopper. And 2 of the 3 rounds the RAD Syndicate have won have been when GGEZ have had a showstopper online. So I don't know if that's a bit of a curse right now. Maybe Trinity doesn't want to pull it out at all in this round. We'll see what happens. But nobody else really close enough to an ultimate to make any difference. I mean, yeah, you could say, you know, maybe RVK or even DC could go and contest a couple ult orbs around the map and see whether or not they can get some multi-kills, but that isn't going to have an impact until the post-plant anyway. So primary focus for you guys watching should be on these showstoppers, on these Raze players, and seeing where they are able to make that impact with this rocket. See, obviously, like I said, there it is. The fade is going to be the one to pick up the ultimate orb. They might pivot back towards the B site and see whether or not they can get a plant, which would take RBK within 1, but not too sure if they're going to go for that much of an extravagant plan when they have so much showers control for free. They are going to pause, though. They're waiting for the defense to re-clear showers. It's not happening, though. We can see how deep the defense is playing, and they have full discipline at the moment. The RAD Syndicate showing their quality. As you can see, Trinity, no! Again, the showstopper gets shut down. Oh, it has just been not the day for showstoppers. On the other side, it's gone to find DC. Unfortunately, for lightning fast, he will find a couple, but actually, hang on. I thought it was going to go down immediately on 8 HP. Will be found out in the end by Deadly 10. So 8-4, the RAD Syndicate, they keep this game alive. 8-4, a huge comeback there, but I mean, 3 showstoppers coming out from the attackers have led to 3 of their 4 lost rounds. That is just insanity. I don't know what is happening with it. We'll see at the turn of the half if the defense maybe have a bit better luck with it. Trinity, though, I mean, outside of that ultimate, you cannot criticize. 14-10 on the Raze has been the difference, in my opinion, between the teams. Obviously, shout out to Coley as well on the Brimstone with 11 assists coming out. RVK has been phenomenal on the Initiator, setting up Trinity as well. So it's been a real team effort for GGEZ. The RAD Syndicate, though, back-to-back rounds, a little bit of momentum. They can win their pistol. They are really going to surge back into this game. Early showers aggression coming out here. We're going to see Trinity getting taken out. The jumping right click comes through. And UV will get the first one. Holy trades, though. The Brimstone's fracking out currently. Lightning fast, though. He's able to isolate Garb. And now another one onto Paradox. The Viper has come alive in this pistol round. And Lightning Fast will secure a huge 3K to give GGEZ back the advantage. 9-4. They are looking deadly. Oh my goodness. Huge consequences coming out for the RAD Syndicate now. I thought, you know, if they get that 3rd round with the pistol, that's where you're really going to start to see a snowballing comeback. GGEZ instead go, no. We got this guy called Lightning Fast. I don't know if you heard of him. He's pretty damn good. And he ends up getting the 3 kills. The Viper does not let anybody through. And that is a 9th round on the board. GGEZ 4 rounds away from taking it to a map 3. DC gonna get the first pick as well. The Outlaw lands the shot. Deadly will go down. Trinity.
Sky's out!
A slightly less deadly scoped weapon may as well be an out there at the moment against opponents with no armor. Finds a couple of picks. Garb, though, a nice handy trade there. And they can find another one here on Lightning Fast. No. I was gonna say, you pick up the rifle there and you're a chance, but Lightning fast, too sharp at the moment. 4th kill and a half in the first 2 rounds as well. Playing excellent Valorant here on the Viper. Being able to play that pseudo sentinel role quite well early on, I've got to say, is definitely passed the test. 4v1 scenario, the RAD Syndicate. I mean, I think that this is just more about trying to get damage here. The win, I don't think, is in the mind of UV right now. Can he hit a couple of headshots? Maybe get a spike plant, boost up the economy. We'll see whether or not it happens, but no. RVK gonna have none of it. UV going down. Really not much expectations there at all in that 1v4. And that's 10 on the board. Double digits for GGEZ, who have been, by far, in my opinion, the better team on this map so far. And we are going to see whether or not they can convert a map win of their own. Everybody in the chat, I hope you guys are enjoying this series. The Ascend Breakpoint Championship, brought to you by Reloader. It is going down at the moment in this upper semi-final. The winner of this match will go to the upper final as well for a chance to go straight to the grand final and skip the lower bracket entirely. There's a lot on the line, and the RAD Syndicate know it. Tricky opens up. DC will go down. 4v5 early on. Garb looking for that entry. Beautiful use of the satchels. And that is going to be the B site completely secured here for the attackers. It's really important, though, they don't lose too many rifles on this 3rd round and a half as Garb finds another from the smoke.
Remaining.
It will be Deadly 10 as well to follow lightning fast in through the teleporter. And this should be another round going towards the attackers. The bonus round is going to be lost here. GGEZ, it looks like they are going to be going down here. Potentially this bonus round not going to go too well, but Trinity got a little bit to say about it. The Rays looking to try and do some damage here. 1v3 scenario. A couple of rifles have been taken away, but that is still a very, very good and important round win for the RAD Syndicate. Welcome back, my friend Diggsy.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're currently back into the fray. I literally had a sneeze, and now GGEZ now down to 10-5 currently. But what a ride, unfortunately.
If you want to know what you missed, another showstopper got used by Trinity, and it didn't go well again. The ultimate's cursed. I don't know what to tell you. It cannot go well.
I'm pretty sure at this point, you just might as well just keep using your guns and just hope for the best. Maybe use the showstopper for a clutch scenario, but again, it's just going to be down to how you play it all out. A side is currently just being heavily contested towards bathroom side. Trinity gets a kill onto the paint shells.
Wait.
Out of all things, another showstopper coming through. Maybe will they be able to find one? Unfortunately, it's not gonna be the case. Lightning Fast does find Paradox, making it a 5v3 now as we approach the 1 minute mark. My days, it is what a ride so far. If it's not the case of experiencing DCs, it's definitely the casters. But speaking of DC finding one on towards Tricky with the boomstick that they currently have in an operator. Going in for that swing. Trinity finds one onto Garv as well. That's the spike being shown. And that is going to be UV. Facing them music in towards the teleporter as RBK makes it an 11-5 for the rest of GGEZ.
I gotta say, though, a big misplay coming out there from, I believe it was Tricky on the sky here for the RAD Syndicate. The snakebite went down from the Viper, and unfortunately, Tricky used the Trailblazer, but had jumped as they were using it. They jumped into the snakebite and took damage, which immediately cancelled the Trailblazer. So that is a huge piece of information that RAD Syndicate were not able to play with in that round, and that kind of led to that entire showers push being collapsed. They had no idea how close the defenders were. But again, I mean, it has been a case of kind of the reverse of what we saw on Haven. The RAD Syndicate are the ones who are being punished for their mistakes, as Trinity is going to pick up Garb, who was caught on their own towards showers.
Yeah, and going just like that. It's now a 4v4. Now that Deadly finds and headshot towards DC. RVK going in for that trade. But again, blink and you'll miss it. Now they're just currently just starting to just put the spike on towards the track, on towards B side. Paradox finds one onto RVK, making the man advantage equal now at this point, but still free real estate for the attackers. They have a good plan for the scenario. Now it is going to be down to how the rest of the defender side squad starts to come in. Yubi might be able to find one towards Lightning Fast. It is going to be faced by the Molly. Still a headshot by the Sheriff.
Last player
One
standing.
coming in. Spray's coming through, but nothing hitting at the moment. Yubi looking like a god in the Sheriff at the moment. Kali might be able to
Down
find
you
one
go.
on towards Paradox. That's the headshot after taking a little bit of time. Molly coming in through towards the backside, but it is going to be Hookah that's currently being contested at the moment. Will the defuse have enough time to get through? Might be able to have time to put it on a half, but Yubi says otherwise because of that triple kill. Really huge headshot needed there as well. After being, I'm not even sure if it's a donation of a kill, but what a set of Sheriff kills there by Yubi on towards this Hookah side.
I mean, just disrespecting
player
that
standing.
snake bite and then pulling off the second. UV single-handedly holding down Hookah and winning the team the round. The RAD Syndicate now, you got to say, they have a chance to come back into this, I got to say. I mean, they just pulled off a thrifty there. They've hurt the economy of the defense. If you can win this one here, the RAD Syndicate, you truly break GGEZ's economy. That allows you to go to 11-7 against an eco. We definitely could see the comeback on, but it all comes down to this round. If GGEZ can win this, they can almost secure the map, and we are almost certainly going to head towards that map 3. We'll see what happens, though, because RAD Syndicate at the moment are currently holding a bit of a default here, looking for that aggression on the teleporters. Nothing coming through just yet. GGEZ getting a little bit more information towards B long as well. That Prowler was just sent out, so they know there isn't deep lurks going in towards there. They're about to clear out towards B short, and Paradox is holding for it.
Paradox does find a pixel, but not the shot just yet. But another swing might be able to be coming to fruition. That is going to be kill on towards DC. A second one onto Trinity as well, making it a 3v5 for this attacker's side. It's going to be down to deciding where they are.
Oh, it looks like, unfortunately, Diggsy has disconnected again. So we
player
are
standing.
apologizing for that. It looks like he has
30 seconds
DC'd,
left.
unfortunately. So I'll
Spike
take over
planted.
casting yet again. 4v1 here, the RAD Syndicate able to take over this B site very, very easily. And GGEZ sent running for the hills. And that is the 7th round on the board. So now we can talk about potentially the comeback being on. GGEZ not able to find the answers early. Oh, sorry, later on in this half for their defense. 2 rounds away from sending us to map 3, but it is going to feel a long, long way away, as it looks like we are going to see whether or not the comeback well and truly is on here. The RAD Syndicate down 6-11, about to be 7. This definitely gives their team a lot of belief. Remember, it was an 8-4 half. So currently this half is 3-3. It is even. But I've got to say, the RAD Syndicate, they are going to be the ones who are in the driver's seat. And there we have it. The defense agree with me. As you can see, the coach Hacker has called the timeout here. GGEZ need to pause this momentum. They need to talk about how they are going to get these last 2 rounds. I've got to say, though, I do think that a lot of it is just, you know, a lot of the round wins in this half so far have been punishing mistakes. I think that they haven't really had a tactic that's come through, and it has been purely just on the back of the RAD Syndicate getting themselves into a position to, you know, potentially win the round. So GGEZ, they haven't really got themselves into that dominant position to win the round. It's more been when the RAD Syndicate are hitting, they're able to sort of make a little bit of chaos, disconnect the hit, and have been getting a lot of wins that way. So whether or not they have something else cooked up for a little bit more deeper map control, whether or not they can use that Prowler to get the extra info. I mean, we saw it in that previous round just then, Diggsy. I mean, 2 duelists walking down B short, and Paradox, who was holding for it, was able to punish. I just think if they could just, you know, time that a little bit better, or maybe if you give that information up, not try and immediately give up the position there, that definitely could have been a little bit better for them. But yeah, in terms of GGEZ's win conditions, I think a lot of it is just going to be about this patient game and trying to isolate the Rays.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those tricky scenarios as well, where you have to switch the game up just mid-match as well. Just as you're currently locked in and towards a scenario, you're going to have to flex your ability to just bend your rules there, but Deadly gonna be able to find one towards Cully. Trinity going in for that trade 4v4 now as barriers just start to just go down. Now it's starting to just ramp up in regards to how you want to attack this side. But again,
I've got your
it's
trail.
still turning into a Hulk at the moment. Bath being conquered, Garv going in, finding Trinity the first started off. But again, 55 seconds remaining on the clock just yet. Spike is currently not being committed in towards plant, but might be the case now that the post plant is currently being activated
Spike
here by
planted.
RAD Syndicate. 4v3. Gonna be the Yoru Fade and Viper. Heading towards this post plant scenario, RVK fights one on towards GB with the headshot on the Stinger out of both guns. Showstopper coming through. Garb fights one onto RVK, lightning fast. Huge shot there with the Bucky on towards Garb, and then it's now going to be down to DC with a operator in hand. Swing coming in. Paradox sees it through, coming from the heaven side, and it's now going to be down for RAD Syndicate, taking it to an 11-8 this time.
I mean, that could have been very, very bad for the attackers there. I think the raised stomach would have dropped there. As I believe Garv, Garv shooting the body there after getting that kill, ended up going down. That could have completely flipped that post plant. That was very, very risky, but GGEZ. They just came out of a timeout there, and I've got to say, it looked better initially. I think that, you know, they did have that structure. They had the discipline, they fought for the space, got the weapons, and backed up nicely. Unfortunately, though, they gave up a little bit too much space. The player in towards Lance got isolated, and that was kind of the end of that site hold. So 11-8 now, 3 rounds the difference. The RAD Syndicate proving why they are one of the top seeded teams in this tournament at the moment. And they are not giving this up whatsoever. Again, just, you know, one final mention to anyone who is just shooting in on this second map. The RAD Syndicate are up 1-0 in the series, so if they can win here, they go straight through the upper final. But GGEZ have a chance to keep the series alive. It's been a very, very back and forth game. GGEZ in the first half definitely were the better side, but it has been very even ever since.
Garv just tailing the scout at the moment and towards this Bath side. But no huge commitments just yet, but not a lot of time to work with either. Only 42 seconds remaining on the clock. Deadly almost had a good shot there with the wall spray, but nothing coming to fruition just yet. Yuto galore coming through. Smokes out the wazoo for this A side hit. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. The time for the bloodbath is now, because it is going to be a very tricky spot. Plant coming in.
Trigger discipline from Coley.
A Paradox coming in. Coley finds two. And that is the spike plant being delayed as well. 17 HP. Guards get out of guard gets out of dodge. HP, not enough time to plant. And that's gonna be Yuki taking down Coley as well. But the rest of the defensive side squad takes down the attackers just as quick as you can get.
Spike down.
I mean, that entire post plant there. Super, super unfortunate again for the Sky. That guiding light, it popped in the smoke on backside, so it didn't actually detect anybody playing close. And Coley, you can see, was in the corner. Tricky had absolutely no idea because of that guiding light popping just a meter too deep in that smoke, like I said. And that is the win condition there. 12-8 now. 4 match points to play with. A Viper's Pit is online for the A short control here. And the defense, can they wrap things up right now?
Really playing with scenarios here on towards his hookah side. Comes fruitful as they get a good shot on towards Deadly 10. Oh, meanwhile on the other side of the map, DC finds Paradox as well. Making it a 3v4 now as Tricky finds Trinity as they head towards outside of that teleporter. Really mean exit.
Wow.
Speaking of a mean exit, Garb finds Coley as well. Makes it a 3v3 now. 57 seconds remaining on the clock. Viper's Spit is being committed here by Lightning Fast.
Yeah. But look how awkward this hold is now, right? Because obviously Showers is lost. So Lightning Fast is calling for backup rather than just abandoning the pit because they know how important the short control is as well. And this is being read by the RAD Syndicate. They know B-side is going to be weak based off that pick and by the fact that that pit is still aligned. They know somebody's rotated in towards Showers. And there has been a detection as well in towards Long. The guiding light, it has forced the gate crash out, and DC now using the dimensional drift, trying to get some information. Get a 2v3 on site. DC hits the shot with a shorty. Can they pull it off in the 1v2?
UV going in, being barraged on towards backside, and DC shuts it all down, and that's the defuse going to be coming in through for GGEZ. They started being on the roll in the earlier map, started to slip, but starts to just reel it back in, making the record 1-1. We're going to map 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Spike planted.
I mean, I've got to say, the read was accurate there. The defense just simply were too good on that occasion. DC, the absolute hero there in the end, as we can see the final moments. The shorty coming out for the 3K on the Yoru. I mean, that was some phenomenal valor being played by both sides. Really a treat to watch this map, as we can see yet again the final highlights here. Just excellent shooting there from DC. The shorty getting full value there. 2 kills out of the 3 in that round from the Yoru. And there it is. 13-7 map 1 on their own map pick. They go to their opponent's map pick. They win at 13-8. This has been a great series so far. Very back and forth. And now it's got to be decided on map 3, DC.
It feels like a very El Clasico moment, right? Between these two teams, between RAD Syndicate and a GGEZ as well. As telling as for the both are winners from their respective qualifiers. They really want to show that who is the bigger alpha in the battle of the alphas in this tournament, right? It's just really huge back and forth swing.
Yeah, I do have to say as well, these two teams, like the players themselves have been in and around the scene. They kind of are a bit familiar with each other. These two rosters have never played against each other. This is their first time matching up against each other, and we're heading to a map 3 in a very, very even series. This could be the beginning of a really entertaining rivalry in this region. I mean, this is some high quality stuff as well.
Well, if you're celebrating Christmas, this is going to be your gift if you're a very huge fan of the scene here in South Asia, here in Valorant as well. And I can't wait for these stats to come up, right? I did miss a huge chunk of it thanks to my telecom provider, but it is what it is at the moment. But I'm rearing to go in regards to see like what the numbers are looking like for them as we head in towards the team summary at the moment. I can't wait to see what these ACSs looks like. It's probably going to be a stark contrast to what we see on towards map 1. But GGEZ and the RAD Syndicate are really making this a game to watch. GGEZ obviously on the 13-10, 11 first kills on towards the RAD Syndicate side with 5 pulse plants, 1 clutch. And just as it pretty much was a mirror from GGEZ on map 1, but this time it's the RAD Syndicate taking the brunt of it with almost the same team ACS.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there again, 11 first kills out of 21 rounds for the RAD Syndicate. So they were getting the first picks, just like we saw GGEZ do on Haven, but the first picks didn't lead to round wins, and that has been a common theme in this game. But I suppose, you know, now that we've seen it happen to both sides, it kind of just shows how evenly contested this is, right? 11-10 first bloods, very, very even. But players not being able to convert off it, teams not being able to just punish and walk over their opponents just shows how contested this series has been. GGEZ against all odds came out and they dominated that first half. I've got to say, 8-4, I mean, it felt like a 10-2. They just couldn't do anything wrong until the showstopper came out. I mean, you know, I know we're making a lot of jokes about it, but literally, it just, something went wrong when the Rays was trying to get active with that rocket. Other than that, they were absolutely flawless there. They had a great attack protocol come through. They had so much map control. Their executes were clean. And their defense, whilst being a little bit shaky, definitely was impressive towards the end. We'll head towards the scoreboard now, and we'll see who individually had the plays and the impact as GGEZ will come through. And you can see the raise for both teams on the top of the scoreboard here, Dixie.
Well, it all depends. It all just comes down to your duelist, right? You've mentioned it before on how heavily impactful these duelists can be with the right support of the team. But one thing that I'm really keen to highlight as well is through me in regards to how they want to play for this team comp as well.
Yep.
UV as well also showing some prowess in there as well. But I'm keen to the low light I'm keen to handle here as well is how Paradox was just day and night difference from map 1 to map 2, right? The failure to be able to get an impact and towards this deadlock, despite having some really solid grab nets there from specific rounds, unfortunately just didn't convert to a lot of kills being pulled out for RAD Syndicate here. And as we lead towards the MVP, I'm pretty sure it's just very telling for Trinity here. The showstopper connoisseur and will just stick to bullet shots, I believe.
I mean, the other thing that you've got to highlight here for Trinity as well in that column, 7 first bloods. And I believe GGEZ had 10 in the whole game. 7 of them were on the Raze. Like, the Raze was getting the entries. The Raze was doing all the damage there. And you could see it in the kills as well. 25-17, 311 ACS. But those 7 first bloods, most of those came out on the attack half. And that was where they dominated an 8-4 half. I mean, it was just led by the Rays. It was a follow-up as well. I've got to say as well, RVK with 10 assists on the fade is something that's very hard to do these days. You know, a lot of people are going to go, well, yeah, it's an initiator, then you get assists. They actually did make a bit of a change to the fade in terms of how you get assists, because the Prowler doesn't actually give you an assist unless it bites. So if it gets destroyed, you don't get the assist. The fact that 10 assists have still come out has been very impressive for me to see. And I mean, in terms of RAD Syndicate, you are right, you know, in Paradox having a quieter game. But I think across the board, the assists were down for all players on that team because they just didn't have quite the combination there, the utility. A lot of their round wins did come off of, like I said, some big pop-off plays there, a bit of individual talent. I mean, even right here is a great example of it, right? Obviously, you did have the knife play. It was a bit funny and stuff like that, but the chamber flank that came through was too early. The comms were off, the timing was off, and it really was a very different RAD Syndicate to what we saw on Haven.
We are going to be heading in towards map 3 as well. We've already seen one team being able to show and flex their ability from one map and fail on towards the other. And it's now going to be down to this decider and show that who has the better stamina among these top teams. We're going to be heading towards Sunset. It is definitely going to be the desire, and it is going to be GGEZ going in for that defensive slot. Will RAD Syndicate prevail on attack, or will GGEZ go in for the convert for this one last and final map? It is the Battle of the Titans, and we're going to be heading in towards map number 3 pretty soon on towards Sunset. But meanwhile, go have a rest. Go have some hydration in your system, maybe some snackies, and I'll see if I can sort out my internet issue here. Don't go anywhere. Map 1 was a brawl, and Map 2 was definitely a war. But who is going to be winning it all on this deciding map? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Breakpoint Championship, and presented by Reloader. I'm DigsyK, and I'm currently here with K-Man. What a set of 2 maps that we currently had. Obviously, RAD Syndicate winning in map 1, GGEZ, bouncing back. Will the reverse sweep be complete, or will RAD Syndicate put a stop to it all?
I mean, look, you know me. I love my stats. I've been looking through over through the VLR of these teams, seeing, what has been played, and what is kind of very interesting to me is that both teams have had success on Sunset recently. Like, I'm talking, in the Breakpoint Series qualifiers. So both teams have played the map. They've been very successful on it. In fact, the RAD Syndicate, I believe, they won a match in this bracket in their first match. They won on Sunset. I believe it was 13-2. So they absolutely annihilated their opponents. Again, on that defense, very, very strong. And whilst obviously that is going to skew a lot of the stats to show that they are phenomenal with the one map, on the other side of things, GGEZ have played the map twice. They have a 70% win rate on defense. So both teams, defensively speaking, on Sunset, very clearly have a game plan that works. So it is going to be so crucial for both sides on their attack half to open things up.
Just a bit of an insight and context as well with the games that was available for me to be casted. I believe yesterday and for last night as well, there was a Sunset game in there as well, and it was very back and forth, but not in the sense that one side is preferring the other. It was both teams that actually excelled on towards their defensive side, and I believe it went towards overtime, and at some point it was just who wins the better defensive side as well. But I believe if that is going to be the mirror of what we're going to be seeing today, I think we're going to be having a map in our hands here.
100%. We are going to get into the agent select, and I am curious to see what compositions do come out, because I believe the RAD Syndicate, if I'm not mistaken, were playing their only match of Sunset in this competition with a substitute player, so I'm not too sure whether or not with their main roster in, if it is going to change up too much. And UV was playing that chamber on Sunset. Now it's switched over to the Cypher, so the Cypher being the preferred agent here. Both teams going for a mirror matchup. I mean, Dixie, technically speaking, they're all going to be on the same page. Who is going to be able to execute better is going to be the question.
As we mentioned before, right? Like both these teams are very familiar with how the other player plays as well. It almost feels like you're in a LAN environment or you're just in a 10-man's in a net cafe, and you're just playing with your buddies, right? But this time it is a lot of things on the line. Apart from like pride, you're also in here for the money as well. But it is going to be a very interesting one as well, from just the stakes of it all as well. It's already there. It's written in the walls. The mirror matchup, the way the players already know each other is if it is a huge classification of you don't know. It's not really black and white in terms of these scenarios as well. You don't know who is the favorites. You don't know who is a clear David and Goliath scenario. And it's just literally going to be a pound for pound. And as shots coming through towards mid, as barrier go down for the pistol, it's again, it just ended as just as soon as it started. Will it come through for fruition though, as Trinity does find Garv as well? That's the neon down for the side of the RAD Syndicate.
It looks like the attackers wanted that early mid space. It was denied by them, so they pivoted in towards B, and rightly so here. The Cypher is going to give it up and allow the player to come through with the numbers advantage. You'll see whether or not DC can hold the line. We'll find Paradox here, and the spike plate can't come through just yet. It has been down there towards Market, and that is going to make it extremely difficult to retrieve. They got to fight their way out as Deadly and Yubi both find their pick. Make it a 2v3. Yubi finds another, and now Deadly in a very winnable 1v2, Diggsy.
Lightning Fast just has a splinter of health remaining, and Deadly finds the third on towards DC. Just as a huge kill there for Lightning Fast, and a huge swing towards the Cypher. It just ended as quickly as it should. Deadly rocking a 3-0 on towards this pistol, and a win for the round of the RAD Syndicate.
Deadly by name, deadly by nature. What a clutch to come out from the breach in the 1v2. That's devastating there for GGEZ, and especially with DC. I mean, DC, I think, played that so well. Being able to get the pick and then just playing off in towards Boba, giving the space away with the numbers advantage. Very, very smart play there, but it's that individual brilliance we're talking about, Diggsy. I mean, a best of 3 goes to map 3. It's essentially a BO1. Who wins the big moments? That is the question, as the pistol round is won by RAD Syndicate. Bit of a slower contact play in towards A, but this is where the second defenders are.
Oh, Tricky finding one onto Trinity. Deadly. Getting a kill on towards that Aftershock as well. 2 Bulldogs available for RAD Syndicate to play with, and a Marshal. Ghost being locked in by UV here, and that is all she wrote. As UV finds a DC as well. Your ecos, you take them.
Absolutely, you will. And the Bulldog retrieved as well. So that is going to be a strong bonus coming out. Only the 1 weapon dropped, and Tricky going to be on the server there. So going to play with that Sheriff and look to trade off some teammates or pick up a rifle off their opponents. It's definitely going to be the play here for the RAD Syndicate. So we did talk about defense being really important, right, Diggsy? I mean, obviously losing the pistol, you're going to lose the next. But this rifle round here, this means so much. I mean, obviously stats don't tell the entire picture, but by the looks of this, defense is a very strong point for both teams, and Trinity is going to find a first blood, but it's UV with the judge to find 2.
Double pick on towards UV, and
And Neural Theft.
Oh, Neural Theft also being activated as well. Locations being revealed, and it is now the time to just go in and go full force as Deadly finds one onto Lightning Fast. And a 2v4. Ricky on towards Collie as well. DC finds Deadly.
Cage trigger.
With that Vandal kill. Headshot
Spike planted.
going in. 1v3 versus 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom.
This high low
Who's
is
gonna
going to
win
be
it out?
impossible. I mean, look at this position here. Surely maybe you get
High low.
1 here, but there's no way you can play both. Oh, yeah, good effort there, but Paradox to clean things up. 3-0 the RAD Syndicate. I mean, this is looking a little bit like what we saw in the first map, right, Diggsy, where the RAD Syndicate just got on a roll on the attack, and it was really hard to slow them down. We'll see whether or not GGEZ can figure things out soon. But they're going to need to pull something special out here to bring this back in map number 3.
Ooh, losing the bonus is gonna be harsh, but again, RAD Syndicate cooking with gas at the moment from a pistol round on towards the next round number 4. 3rd elimination win by the RAD Syndicate. Currently, a bit of a slower pace to start it off, just after a very chaotic bonus round. Paranoia coming through. Garv not going to be seeing anything. Tricky really on the 2020 vision at the moment with that kill on towards Trinity, but just slows it all down. RVK finds Deadly 10, and that's going to be the trade by UV as well. 3v4 coming in towards that mid-top side. 1 minute 10 remaining on the clock, and that's the spike being speed up and led all the way to B side. Tricky finds Lightning Fast and might be able to find another. Coley says no with that stinger kill. And now going to be down to DC. Now going to be down to Coley as well. That's information being gathered by both sides of the defensive. Coley, instead of going for the pinch, decides to reconvene and gather up with DC here. Will that be enough time though?
Yeah, I gotta say, I love the way that RAD Syndicate have played this, though. They knew B main was dirty. They had no information on it, so they plant instead for Boba. And they completely leave B main open, so that is really, really nicely done here. DC, though, will be walking ahead on this timing. Allowing that sound to bait through, but DC doesn't clear fully on market. Yubi finds the timing, and that will be the 4th on the board for the RAD Syndicate.
Okay.
As Yubi cleans things up with a 3K in the Cypher at the moment, I'll tell you what, it's been very impressive to start off this match.
You gotta start wondering if Cypher is the one doing the entries, but that's definitely not going to be the case if you run it back, right? It's going to be Garv just being punished by the defensive side currently, but again, just the impact frags that the rest of the squad are currently just pulling off. It just really shows how good they're currently playing towards this attacker's side.
Yep.
And scoreboards also shows it 4-0, and GGEZ being a far cry from that last map too. It's starting to getting back on the back foot here, And again, it's now going to be down to a lot of broken bikes that they currently have. It's a lot of guns that's currently being summoned here. The full arsenal of the RAD Syndicate being shining through as well. Meanwhile, on the side of GGEZ, might be going in for the same routes as well. We are going to be going in towards a bit of a tech pause, however. But in the meantime, I believe both teams will be able to just take a bit of a breather, actually, because it has been a really huge couple of matches that they just went through.
All right. Yeah, looks like we do have a bit of a technical issue here. So GGEZ, apparently the ETA is about 2 or 3 minutes here. So I believe it might be a game restart or something along the lines of that, Dixie. But yeah, you are right. I mean, this is the pressure of a best of 3, right? Because you get the first win, you go down, and then GGEZ go, okay, we need to really put our efforts into this second map. We need to make sure we stay alive in this game. You burn a lot of energy and a lot of adrenaline doing that, right? Bringing out that comeback, having such a strong start like they had, it really does make it difficult to keep that up for 2 maps in a row. That is a lot of energy you're putting into that map, and we're seeing here a little bit of that slow start. Maybe a bit of fatigue is kicking in. Obviously, you know, it's not quite as late as it is for you, Diggsy, over in New Zealand for these guys, but it definitely is getting late for these players who probably were expecting, you know, to sort of have a couple of maps going through and maybe a one-sided game on their map pick. It didn't quite go their way. It was a hard-fought game on both maps. And now we're starting to see the fatigue kick in. Is that going to impact these players in these clutch moments?
Yeah, just because it's not a very physically tasking type of scenario that they currently in does not mean that they're currently using a lot of energy and a lot of brain power to just get these things going through. Imagine being locked in for hours just to be able to get in and get every advantage that you can get. Yeah, it's true that it's currently not a 1:50 in the morning for both of these guys. That it's currently 1 for me, but ours are now being popped up in towards the chat, and it looks like we're going to be getting into the game pretty soon. But as it stands, it is currently a gun round for both of these teams. If GGEZ loses this crucial round that they need, it is going to be another broken bye for them, if not a really full eco scenario that they're going to be having. So a lot on the line here for GGEZ, but it's going to be down to Garv starting it all off, and that is going to be Elbow being taken by force as well. Caldy might be able to find one if they decide to go in for the swing. Garv does see the pixel. Gonna be just be pushed out with that aftershock, but nothing coming to fruition just yet. At least they have Elbow side, but it is currently being shown that a lot of bodies currently present and towards this A side, forcing the rest of the squad of this attacker side. Care for Deadly just getting a lot of space and towards this mid side. Pretty huge for this attacker side, but defensive side starting to pump in the gas and starting to push up towards A side as well. Deadly 10 gonna be revealed that there is currently presence in towards Market as well, and the rest of the squad of this attackers follow suit. Deadly might be able to find one here. There's the first shot coming through, but that's 2 down on the defensive side. 2v4. Gonna be down to Lightning, gonna be down to DC.
30 seconds left.
Yes, Paradox going down as well. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Spike has not been planted just yet. And it is going to be a huge zoom towards A side once again for that re-clear. Deadly 10 gets lightning fast. Spike drop as well. And that is going to be a huge plant,
10 seconds left.
Orb there for
Spike planted.
UV coming through. And I believe it might be a save spot here again for GGEZ, but it might be a commit here by DC. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way back into this round. It was so masterfully played. What I'd love to see, though, and you know, in this sort of more quiet post-plan, we can really go into detail on the way RAD Syndicate kind of forced out a lot of utility that doesn't have a refresh here, as it looks like DC may get caught out here. We'll find one and get traded out. But if you look at the way the RAD Syndicate forced out utility that doesn't have a cooldown, what I mean by that is that you look at the aftershock that was using towards Elbow, it didn't really accomplish too much. Yes, it stopped the neon initially, but they immediately refilled the space, being able to be a little bit quicker. then you also had the drone coming through A short because they were looking for that information to cover. And all RAD Syndicate did was cut noise, rotate across the map, and then force the defense to face check things, face check angles, and really get information from hard contact plays. And we saw the trades coming out. RAD Syndicate were absolutely ready for it. And then on top of all of that happening, the Neon actually never left elbow, just sat in elbow, waited to hear some noise of players going towards top mid, walked through and called back the rotate towards A. So that was a masterfully played round by the RAD Syndicate. And I mean, that shows such a high level of map knowledge on a map like Sunset, where you've got to contest space. On defense, you have to contest something. You cannot wait for the attackers to come to you. And they did it. They tried their best to in that situation. But I mean, I really just want to sing the praises of RAD Syndicate, because on a macro level of playing that map, they did absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? You give the duelist the task to just act like a sentinel and put it on the insert, which is really huge. Very unorthodox as well, but it is working very well here for RAD Syndicate. Currently on a 5-round win streak, all eliminations as well. No room, no chance almost being given here towards GGEZ. Now it's going to be down to how they perform here after the timeout. Lightning Fast does find Deadly 10. Paradox on the trade. Trinity find one because of that overdrive. Garth on the double kill as well, and a triple kill to shut it all down and end it all for Tricky. And now it is going to be GGEZ. Finally one on the board.
Well, they brought out a bit of the OCE tactics. He just swing him, just shoot, just run it down and swing him. I mean, it worked there in the end. The overdrive from Trinity working a trade, getting a couple picks, and that is a lovely adjustment on towards Tricky with the Vandal as well. So a big 3K come through. 5-1 now. GGEZ get on the board, but I mean, look, that was a flash in the pan. We'll see whether or not they can replicate that success, but it's going to be difficult to do without the overdrive.
Line being pushed through. Aftershock in there as well. Trinity on the Tricky. Deadly on the trade. Holy finding Deadly as well. It's a blood blast and a half here on towards this A side extremity. And as it's shown, it's now going to be down to a 3v2. 1 minute 17 remaining on the clock. Who is going to be picking first? Oh, Hill takes the angle. Paradox quick with the trigger, however. Exactly. Get a 2v2. Neural theft coming through. And that's going to be everything revealed. Position galore. Ironically, mirror matchup coming through. And that's Paradox towards the third kill on towards DXC. Teleporting out of dodge as well. UV finds lightning fast. Ending it all. They demanded to be a shootout, and a shootout they gave him, but this time, actually get going for the outclass.
Flash out!
First, get ready for the aggression on that occasion, and they do end up punishing here. But you did see a 3v2 scenario there for the defense, and it fell away despite having the numbers advantage because they kind of just got isolated. I mean, they just lost too many players early on, and whilst, like I said, the trade did go in their favor, they kind of committed to those deeper angles, and like I said, got isolated in the 1-on-1. So GGEZ just having a couple of issues here that we saw. It's a little bit different to Haven's issues in terms of, you know, it isn't really that macro and the map control being lost, but it is these individual fights on the defense that they are taking for very high risk with very little reward, and I'd rather than just see a little bit more of a calculated play come out. Obviously, 6-1, it's not a great score line at the moment, but they have a chance to turn things around if they can find some picks. It looks like for now, though, the attackers have isolated again another solo player in towards defender spawn, and yet again, it's an A site they'll walk into.
Capitalizing on the Neon right here, just getting a lot of space. If it's not kills, it is just going to be info. Paradox finding Trinity, and just as it goes to a B5, gonna be sent to DC and Lightning Fast. Both players that was available last round. They do have some ultimates available in their arsenal, but it's going to be tricky to use. It is going to be hell and back on how do you have to play this all out. Paradox does have the exit on how they will want to play it out, but right now it looks like they're going to be opting in for the save. The rest of the attacker's side really going in for that hunt here. Paradox might be able to find one, but DC trick really quick with it.
Last player player standing.
It's going to be a 2v4. They find one, Tricky finds the other. But as the exit fight comes through, no one survived, even though with the save attempt.
Yeah, now GGEZ, I mean, look, we've got to put them in their shoes, right? Because obviously, as the casters, as the observers at home, we get to see everything on the map, right? We see all 10 players, we know what is happening, but what are GGEZ's options? I think that the one option and the one big piece of information that they do know is that B main is very rarely contested by the attackers. The tripwire is being played very deep into there, and I love the adjustment here, just as I'm saying it. The Cypher, I think, playing towards the A site with this sort of technique of attack that we are seeing here from the RAD Syndicate, absolutely the right move to do. Put your Cypher towards the A site and allow that B main area to stay as uncontested as it has been. As we are going to see a little bit of a mid-contest come out, we can see now how much more stable the map looks as well here, Diggsy, right? You got a couple players there, able to pivot in towards Garage, jiggling the information for B main, but you have the Cypher just hard-holding info towards this A main sightline. And whilst the camera is going to be noted, the tripwires are going to be unknown. The RAD Syndicate, they have to be cautious on their approach.
Execute, recon ball coming as well. Hunter's Spirit being launched, being ripped out, but not going to be finding anyone that could damage it, apart from a few little amount of HP. Plants coming in through. Rolling Thunder on the cusp. Trinity going in for that swing. Cohill does find one.
One enemy remains.
There's going to be a couple lightning fast come in for UV as well, and now it's going to be GGEZ cooking with gas this time.
I love it.
Making it a 2-7.
That's exactly what they had to do, right? Like I said, they got to use the information they had for this entire game. They know B main is not being contested whatsoever. So you move the Sentinel over towards the A side instead. You play it for retake and you can send them in. And that is what they did. They got the numbers. And yes, there were a lot of ultimates used in this retake. But I love just the general setup there from the defense. And if we can see that a couple more times, 60 at 8-4.5, I mean, that definitely is a winnable position here on their attack. We know how good both sides have been defensively in this tournament, on this map in particular. But it's life is hope.
Taking a lot of market space. Trying to get out of dodge. Gonna be a victim towards the fault line, however. Good delay. Pops in. But is it going to be fruitful? Ripping the Hunter's Fury coming in. UV does find Trinity. That's that duelist down. And that's a lot of space taken by the attacker side once again. Taking in lightning fast. That's a double kill now for the Sentinel. RBK does find one on towards Tricky, but has to switch out in case that there is more presence coming in from the mid side. Or is not going to be effective here. Cohill does find UV finally, and that's the punish coming in through 3v3, making it a 2v3 now. The DC going down for the fight. RVK starts to just swing towards that backside. That is going to be revealing the gun, but not going to be good enough to take the shot just yet. Going to be taking bullets to the back. Cohill finds Paradox. 1v2. Is it Breach coming in through? Does get the dig on towards Garv, but not enough for the kill. As the retreat happens, will it be working? Cracks coming through. Oh, fault line comes in. Garv's for the swing, and that is going to be another one going towards the defenders. Ooh, huge one here for the RAD Syndicate.
I gotta say, this match is just an analyst stream right now. It is a chess match. It is the battle of the minds of the IGLs there. We saw the Cypher in the previous round find success towards A. What does the Cypher do? Immediately goes back towards the B side to hold it. I love the idea there. It was a very, very good execute from the RAD Syndicate, though. They still were diligent in clearing, going, okay, if the Cypher was playing on A last round, doesn't mean he can't be back on B this round. So, really well played there. Isolated some fights, got a very nice post plan, and managed to find some nice timings as well, as we are going back towards this aggression. The Neon solo holding towards A main, alongside of this dark cover with the one-way. It's going to be effective space held for the first 20 seconds or so, but when it drops, we're going to see the attackers walk back up in towards this A main space. Challenge short elbow.
Overdrive
Trinity,
being activated by Trinity as well. Is it going in for that swing? Finds Deadly. Slide coming through. Paradox for the punish, but Cohill does find the angle, but not the shot. Tricky on the double. Now going to be a 2v2. Omen versus Cypher versus the Sova versus the end with the Omen as well. 2v2. Spike currently still being parked up towards A side. But if it's going to be the execute, it's going to be a 1v2. Lightning fast. Safely gets out on the dodge. Heading towards spawn side.
I know exactly
for just
where
enough
you are.
safety towards that elbow side. It is going to be an ultimate orb being used. And both defender side players start to reconvene. Swing might be coming through for DC. Down to below half HP. UV gonna be taken by the paranoia. Tricky, however, might be able to get a good shot here. Here comes the swing, finds one
Last player
on
standing.
the trade. However, 1v1 now. It's gonna be down to UV, who takes the shot onto Lightning Fast. And that's RAD Syndicate, making it a 9-2.
Last round before the switch.
GGEZ, they just can't help themselves there, unfortunately. I mean, they got the numbers advantage again, but then they just keep swinging. They keep giving the fights back to their opponents and the opportunity to find a way back into the round. And they unfortunately hand the advantage straight to the RAD Syndicate. It's kind of been the story of this game, a little bit ill discipline, combined with some good reads from the RAD Syndicate, and it has, you know, really made it in towards a 9-2. On that number 3, I mean, you know, obviously, it's not over till it's over, but we'll see what they can do in this next round. The last round of the half, the judge from Tricky doesn't get anything, and it looks like, again, we are seeing 3 players immediately fall to the defense. And these players towards the B side, they just have no
The same
options here,
old
Dixie.
start from the defensive side.
One
Not
enemy
the
remaining.
GGEZ. It's always that bolt line, shock bolt combo that's always been shining through. But again, this time it's just the attacker side being very well aware of it. And now that the plant is coming through, it's just the hunt for DC, and just like that, 10-2. On what it almost feels like
Switching
a barrier
sides.
match showdown, and we're going to get into the second half of this map with GGEZ on the attacker side this time, but they have to really lock in to get those rounds back.
100%. I mean, this pistol round means everything here. So we've seen it now for the first half, right? We've seen it from both sides. They're playing the exact same team comp. We know what ideas are going to come out. Using the neon, combine it with the breach, the Sofa getting that information. Very, very crucial to set up that neon for early first bloods. What you do after that is then going to be so crucial. We've seen on the defense side as well, GGEZ, I gotta say, for a half ending at 10-2, they had a lot of good scenarios they could have converted into round wins there. So we know that the neon on the defense as well is crucial for these early picks. We'll see if they can test it. As it looks like
One
a mid
towards
fight
guard,
is brewing.
being the first one to die, but Paradox coming in for a double kill onto Trinity and a lightning fast. Cohill and DC gets a one of their own, 3v2. That's the scenario that we're currently having right now. 1 minute 18 remaining on the clock. Spike is currently still parked out towards mid side. It's going to be down to this defensive side duo. We've been working all game. Tricky and UV, both currently just 14, 5, and 6. 3, 18, and 7. Going to be down towards the pistol. They're currently just waiting for the plant. This is going to be the trigger that is going to be a B-side execute. Post-plant scenario might be activated here. That's the tap. Not fully committing just yet. Giving enough time for the defensive side to just reconvene and possibly play together here. But UV decide to just pull through. Just a space in between.
Last
Waiting for
player
them.
standing.
Marcus is going to be the battleground here, and DC and RVK find their respective kills, and that is one round on a long road ahead for GGEZ.
I mean, there was a call for GGEZ to go A or B. They went towards A. Tricky was in a very, very good position to punish, but unfortunately for the defense, the read was accurate for the attackers. They went towards the B side that was open and got the plant down. So, step 1 is complete. Win the pistol, give yourself a chance, build up some economy. So crucial now for GGEZ to get a spike plant and a clean round here, but the spike plant especially is going to give them a lot of monetary advantage. As we can see, Tricky was attempting to cross in towards B main, but the neon's too quick, and the server has been found out. Sent running back towards market, and now they should be able to get a spike plant on the B side.
Trinity might be able to get one, but UV on the punish now in a position of a judge, and rampaging through backside. We're gonna be blind, but not gonna be good enough to die just yet. Tricky. Yeah, and
they forced out.
1 minute 5 remaining on the clock. Spike has not just been planted yet, but they are going to be dwindled in numbers dealing with a 3v5. Extremities coming through. Garv gonna be first one down. DC finds the other. We're on equal footing now. DC on the second. Huge kills there on towards the Outlaw. 46 seconds remaining on the clock. Is it going to be a re-hit once again? One on towards the backside, one on towards market side. Currently looking towards mid just in case, but is it going to be the safer route? One going towards the recon bolt. Bolt line coming through. Paradox finding RBK. Cole finding for the trade, and that's the double coming through. Is shining towards the side of GGEZ. Step 1 was down. Step 2 complete. Down to the bonus round.
I gotta say, RAD Syndicate making a couple of the similar mistakes to what GGEZ made. Just squeaking here against an Outlaw. You know they have this Outlaw and you're going to be one shot to it. On an eco round of 4v3, 2 players swinging right here, just open things up. And I mean, yeah, DC's got to be good enough to hit the shots, and is, but I mean, that's the type of mistakes that I was talking about GGEZ making, right? You're giving your opponents the only way to get into the round by giving them a fight where they can even up the numbers. It really would be nice to see here for RAD Syndicate in the next couple of rounds if they get an advantage to play with this one game.
Spike
Down
down.
quite fast. The trade. Paradox.
One enemy remaining.
As well. Guard finds a double, and Paradox shuts it all down. Just as you think it is going towards the side of GGEZ. RAD Syndicate pumps the gas, making it a 4-11 this time. Still showing some signs of life here, GGEZ, but RAD Syndicate making it really hard for them.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the spray down for the rifles there, just holding the spike in towards main was crucial because it gave Garv that timing through CT to walk into the backside and get the flanking angle on the players in main. So really, really nicely done there. Good idea coming out from the RAD Syndicate. They did lose quite a couple of weapons there, so their economy is going to be hurting a little bit into this round. As Trendy is trying to go in, but he's shut down immediately.
On towards that double.
Is ready.
Making it a triple.
Spike
They're
down.
almost in line there for an ace. Fighting fast, shuts it all down, but Deadly on towards the swing for the revenge. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in a series points now for RAD Syndicate. GGEZ, what are you going to be doing? It's going to be down towards the timeout and see what you can cook.
Ult is ready.
Man, RAD Syndicate's going on swing. Where are we waiting for you? They're just going to take the gunfights here. They're clearly feeling absolutely max confidence here. I mean, the shooting from Tricky here has been phenomenal. I gotta say, a huge shout out to Tricky, right? We were talking about individual players stepping up in big moments, right? Map 3, it's all on the line. Last map in the series. Who is going to step up? It has been tricky in this match, I've got to say, without a doubt. Was very quiet on Haven, I think, especially in that first map. Wasn't really anywhere to be seen. But we've been seeing Tricky coming through here on this third map, being the difference in this team. Not necessarily the entries, of course, not playing the neon, but the trades and the follow-ups have been very impressive.
Just from the outside looking in, and if you're going to be watching the trajectory of Tricky from like map 1 towards map 3, it seems that all they need is just time in the lobby, no matter what the map. And currently, shot for shot, it's just being shown up, and the rest of the squad of the RAD Syndicate just able to just commit to the bit and just go for the commitment swings and go in for that fights. And so far, a lot of elimination kills going towards their side as well in this 12-4 scoreline. And now they're going to be sitting comfortably as well. Is it going to be the full commit for this series points? And towards ending the record as well, making it a 2-1 for them. We're about to find out. 1 minute 28. Starting it all off for this round. A lot of seems to be just being quiet so far. A lot of angles being covered towards this mid side. Deadly 10 in particular does have a really huge shot in here. Is it going to be fruitful? Trinity says no as they go in for that double kill. A triple kill now coming in for the Neon.
No way.
5v2. That's what they're currently working with. It's going to be down to Garb and Paradox and how they want to play it all out.
One enemy remaining.
From mid top. DC shuts it all down with a sheriff out of all guns, and GGEZ still in this fight, making it a 5-12.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, we want to see some team support here. Hashtag GGEZ or hashtag RAD. Who are you guys supporting in the chat? And I'll tell you what, how could you not be entertained by what we are seeing right now? Make sure to drop a like on the stream as well if you're enjoying the gameplay coming to your screens right here, right now, as Trinity opens things up in that round on the Neon. I mean, Trinity's clicking heads. It's all happening. 5-12, GGEZ showing a bit of life here at the death.
What a round we just witnessed. Trinity
Got what
going
I take
into
it
that
now.
space taking towards main. And it is now going to be a huge swing. Recon.
Off your feet!
Coming through. Recon. That's the Rolling Thunder coming in through as well. Trinity gets backside. Clearing shots. But a lot of presence being handled towards Boba. Ripping the Hunter's Fury now. Starts to find and tagging one. Tags the other. Lightning Fast gonna be down for the count. A swing towards DC. Gonna be brutal there for Deadly 10 for a B4. Paranoia coming in through. Gets sick for couple. Does find Garb. You'll be going down as well. Tricky finds one on Trinity. Holy finds one. And GGEZ once again gets a round win for this map.
Oh my goodness. Is this the start of the comeback? These little moments are starting to go the way of GGEZ. I mean, there is a long way back into this game, but the fans in chat, show your belief, show your support in chat for this side. They are fighting to the end. As we do see 12-6 currently is the scoreline. The RAD Syndicate, they're just one round away, Dixie. They're one round away from the upper final, and perhaps the moment is daunting on them. A bit of pressure coming out as we do see the eco round coming through. It's mid that is going to be contested yet again. The RAD Syndicate are looking for space, but it's a site that has been opened up.
Through the doors. Free real estate currently for the side of this attackers, for the side of GGEZ. Free plant coming in. Pulse plant scenario now going to be activated.
Planted.
But this time it's going to be a 5v5. As it's being shown with that trapwire kill. And that is one for DC. Finding one, finding the other. Holy finds one on towards Tricky as well. Trinity finding UV as well. But Trey coming in through for RBK. GGEZ still in this fight. Finding, clawing, scratching. With 4 ultimates available coming in towards this next round. RAD Syndicate going to have to go towards a 4 spy here.
RAD Syndicate, they're just looking frustrated to me, Diggsy, right now, right? Because they're like, we just need one round, we just need one fight to go our way. Let's just swing and let's do it. The timeout that was called there, it was kind of trying to calm down the nerves. I don't think it's worked here, Diggsy, I'm being honest. GGEZ, they have all the momentum right now. They've won 3 rounds straight. They've won 5 of the last 7, I believe. They are looking to be dominant here and not give up at all, but 7-12, the current score. Still a long way back. They just got to keep it one round at a time, but RAD Syndicate, they've got to try and be a little bit less frustrated here. See whether or not they can get anything online in this one. Rifles in hand, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury come out.
Trinity going in for that overdrive, finds that shot up towards the Boba side, knows where someone is, and it is currently being contested. Swing coming through for Paradox. Garb finds one onto RBK as well. A second one by Paradox.
Oh no.
DC finds one towards Garb as well. 2v2 for both of these teams. It's going to be crucial. Lightning fast. Just not a lot of HP to currently work with. Paradox going to be heading in towards this dark cover. Who's going to be swinging first?
Standing.
Lightning fast finds one on towards Paradox as well. With a little bit of HP remaining. It's now going to be down to Tricky. Shock Dart going to be coming through. Tricky finds one. Another one on towards that recon bolt. Oh, they do know it is coming through. DC from the covers of that dark cover, and Smoke emerges with a shorty shot, making it 8-12. GGEZ. Momentum is going towards their favor. RAD.
Spike planted.
Really just caught with their pants down and just caught scratching their heads. Nothing seems to be working now in this crucial rounds.
That pick from Paradox. I thought the second pick from the Omen there was the beginning of the end. I thought the retake was going to come through, but unfortunately, wrapped towards Market and then pulled out a smoke as lightning swung through. The timing couldn't have been worse, as we are seeing another eco push here, an attempt from the Omen, as Paradox is found out by the Recon Bolt now. Doesn't really have anywhere to go. Needs to try and make an escape here. And Garb is trying to put some pressure over towards A-Mate to help out. Unfortunately, the Neon loses their life. And now we can see a 4v5 scenario again. The RAD Syndicate playing man down.
Towards what they can currently have. Deadly 10, really deadly with those Sheriff shots. Holy finds one as well. Headshot for a Phantom. 3v2.
I know
and
exactly where
towards
you are.
GGEZ once again. Euro Theft gonna be showing a lot of information, a lot of scenarios and angles that they currently holding. Paradox down. DC finds the shot, and GGEZ really rocking it this
Trust
time.
me,
9-12, round for round.
Do you believe? Do you believe in GGEZ, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, Dixie, this isn't even an elimination match. This is the upper bracket semi-final, but it feels like there's everything on the line. GGEZ will not give up, and this is why we were talking about, you know, being so surprised at it being such a one-sided game in this map 3, right? We know how close these two teams are in terms of quality, and we are now seeing it. Finally, GGEZ have woken up. Their attack has been phenomenal. They're winning so many critical fights in towards mid. They're opening up the map, and they are making it so difficult for the defense to even play retake. There's a very clear intention to try to, but they're being hunted down before the spike even goes down. So we'll see whether or not they are able to find anything here. 5v5 retake. There are 5 ultimates online
as well. Here comes the swing goal. It's going to be punished on towards a 3v3. As it shows, Spike has been dead. And now it's a 2v2. Lightning Fast finds the shot. And it's now going to be down to Tricky once again with a drone and one shock bolt available in their arsenal. How is this going to go? Vandal and full shields. It's just one by one, hitting all the angles. Meanwhile, DC with that operator. Will it come shoot? Yes, it does! 10-12! 2 away from hitting overtime. GGEZ, no signs of stopping.
Clear your corners. How many times do we say it? The RAD Syndicate, they pop all the ultimates, they get a couple picks here, at this moment right here, not fully clearing out Lightning Fast, allowing the Omen to swing out, taking down the breach, and that is a tragic event for RAD Syndicate fans to witness there. That looks very clean there. The Hunter's Fury combined with the Rolling Thunder, it was effective. Luckily, they didn't invest any other ultimates into it. They still have a lot of tools to win this one, but at 10-12, the RAD Syndicate, they have to be feeling the pressure now, Dixie.
Starting to put in a 3-2 split on both sides. Paradox does have from the shadows. Neuro Theft onto UV. Huge information gatherer if they get a kill towards that one. Meanwhile, Garv does have Overdrive online as well. It's now going to be down to how it all plays out. Starting with a bit of a slow run here as we approach the 1 minute mark. Tricky showing presence to get that ultimate orb as well. Gonna be down to how GGEZ pushes it all out. Mid, gonna be forced up. Presence being shown towards market. That's information already. Gonna be handled towards mid top. Meanwhile, it's gonna be DC. Might be able to find one if someone pushes it all out. Gonna be finding the shot. That's gonna be one on towards Deadly 10. And Shockbolt coming through as well. Slowly finding one, Trinity finding the other. Man advantage already swinging towards GGEZ side. RVK finds Paradox, and once again, it is gonna be down to Tricky, who has the judge. It's gonna be traded out by Trinity once again. It is 11-12, just as you think. It is going to be RAD Syndicate's time to shut it all down. GGEZ comes along and just takes momentum after momentum. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 round win streaks. All eliminations by GGEZ. Timeout desperately needed to be called here by RAD Syndicate.
I feel like they need to go for a walk or something. Like, they got to take this time out and just go for a lap of the house, guys. I mean, you just got to calm it down. Just looking at a little panic now. They're just swinging. They're trying to find these timings, make these hero plays. And that's not what we saw in the first half, Diggsy. We saw team play. We saw coordinated utility. I mean, even in the round previous, right, the B-side retake, we saw some good utility combinations. But so far in between, we've seen so many attempts at just swinging, taking that dry contact, trying to reclaim the space yourself rather than waiting for supportive utility. And that is what's hurting this side right now. 12-11. This game was dead and buried at the halftime. It was 10-2. It is currently a 9-2 half, I think? Like, this is just ridiculous.
It is starting to... I don't know what's going on at the moment, but whatever's happening in those comms, I hope it is currently still healthy, because right now I am tense, I am anxious, I am excited as a caster, because I am spoiled for choice. Both dark covers be coming through for both teams, picking on to which side they are going to be committing to. Oh, gonna be a tricky one here for Garv. Paradox has the paranoia rearing it to go. Is it going to be which side? But it's currently being heavy at the moment for the defensive side and towards B. Decided to going in towards that rotate. No one is keeping... They are currently keeping track. They know where Garv currently is. It's going to be the swing towards Market side. Garv finds Trinity. That's the Neon down. Really huge one for the RAD Syndicate.
My camera is destroyed.
How is it going to go? Dark cover. Finds the extremity towards B side. Nothing being committed just yet, but man is being shown. A lot of info being shown towards this extremity side. It might be a full force towards B side here, but Spike coming in. Paradox finds Kali. He gets out of dodge. You'll be finding lightning fast now.
30 seconds left.
Is it going to be over now for the rest of GGEZ? 2v5. It's gonna be down to everyone else.
Defenders win.
And it is going to be the RAD Syndicate finally getting the round that they need after being teased. And overtime. Goes in towards the timeout and just locked in. And takes map 3 the decider. But what a huge set of games here being shown by both of these teams. And it is... I am still flabbergasted. My gases are flabbered,
30
and
seconds left.
I'm just in awe with what I just saw at the moment. What
Last player
that we just witnessed. And ladies and gentlemen, if you really like what you see today, and so far, just feel free to just drop a like. Give it up for like GGEZ as well, who just
30
clawed
seconds
and
left.
scratched their way on towards giving us possibly a 2-point overtime, but RAD Syndicate after that timeout, they just locked in and just dropped the rest of GGEZ like flies on towards that last round. Whew, I'm gathering my thoughts here, but again, this is only match 1, and you still have another match to go through here, K-Man. But take me down to earth here.
Absolute cinema, mate. That is all I got to say about that. I mean, what a map of Valorant there.
Oh, yes.
It was pure chaos. I mean, the defense on both sides was just disorganized, I think. There was a lot of mistakes that went on, but it made it so exciting. And the attackers, to their credit, on both sides punished the mistakes of the defense. It was, I mean, it wasn't really back and forth. It was just one half after another half. It was two completely different games that felt like mixed into one. The attack on both sides was phenomenal, which was completely in contrast to what I said at the start of the map, right? I said defense, they're both at like a 70 and 90% win rate. That was nowhere to be seen. It was all attack. It was all about the strategies, the individual play styles that came through. But I'll tell you what, DZ, that match there, that felt like a grand final. I don't know how you're going to top that in the next one.
We'll just take it step by step, right? We've seen it round for round on what these teams are capable of, and the toll that it could have had for me as a player if I was in that lobby is just very immense. But both of these teams just played their heart out. neither of these teams, and that's what you kind of just wanted in towards a decider map out of all things. Yes, it is just an upper bracket. Yes, GGEZ will be sent to the lowers, unfortunately, but what a way to just send a warning to anyone who is going to be joining them towards that bracket that they are no slouch, that they are a threat, and they are going to be going in to this, going in towards a finals that is going to be gunning for by everybody else as well. But one of these teams are definitely just one to watch out for as we head in towards the stats as well. And we might be able to see a good insight on how the team, each of these teams played in here as well.
Yeah, it looks like we do have the summary ready, so we'll get into that and try and settle everybody's nerves down just a little bit here. GGEZ, 11 rounds is all they could get. 13-11 in first bloods as well as rounds. I mean, it couldn't be any closer. Look at the team ACS. There was a 14 ACS difference, 2 clutches apiece, 10-9 post plants. You cannot get a more even, well, I don't want to say an even game of Valorant. You can't get more even attack
and
of Valorant from both
just
teams.
compare it as well. It's just from the numbers itself, it's just 1 or 2 numbers away from almost being a tie. You can already see it from the clutches as well. Team ACS almost identical with just 14 going out. And again, it's gonna be, this is definitely a VOD to watch as well. And if you're really looking at some of these teams and how they currently play, this might be the back and forth that you need, because GGEZ really brought back the fight on towards RAD Syndicate here. I'm really keen on towards what we could possibly get in towards an interview in regards to how everything all played out and what was the comms like for them. We are definitely going to be looking for an interview sometime pretty soon, but we're going to be heading in towards these individual stats as well. My eyes are currently on, like, not for me, just like the most improved player of the series and towards Tricky, right? There it is. The RAD Syndicate Tricky is just day and night difference if you're going to be looking at map 1 to their performances now. The 24-19-8 is crazy on a Sova, right? And that amount of first kills, are we looking at the same agent? That's 6 first kills there on towards this initiator.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very, very well played there. A 3-map absolute marathon. And I believe Tricky, the man of the moment, is in the call here. I think we do have the player interview coming up, but we do see here Tricky MVP performance there. 24-19 on the Sova, as you said, with 6 first bloods. 282 ACS on a Sova is super impressive. We will be having Tricky in the player interview coming up very, very shortly as well to go through that match. But I mean, DZ, it was just, individually we can shout out all the players, because I think that all 10 players today on the server proved they have what it takes to go all the way in this
It all
tournament.
went by so quick before we headed towards the MVP screen, right? But there was just so much to just unpack there and towards that individual stats round. You have Trinity, who has just been a really huge menace, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be leading the first blood kills. I believe they were just 1 away, 1 over Tricky, who had 6 first bloods, but Trinity, I believe in there, had 7 in towards the assist ratio as well. Cully was already there, possibly for like about maybe 10-11 assists from what I can remember. Meanwhile, Deadly 10, with the amount of coverage that they've had throughout the map, it was just very crucial with the amount of kills that they currently have as well. Also, always down to UV, always down to Paradox as well for the RAD Syndicate. Massive shout out to also, I believe, DC, who has been just fragging in and towards a non-duelist agent as well in the form of Cypher.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, like we said, we do have the winners confirmed. It is the RAD Syndicate winning the upper semi-final. They will go towards the upper final for a chance to go straight through to the big one. But we do have an interview here with the winners. It is going to be Tricky from RAD Syndicate on that Sova, the MVP of map 3. Tricky, mate,
Thank you.
Congratulations on the win. There must have been a lot of nerves coming in that last map when the comeback started, but sort of take us through the final moments of that timeout, right? Just before you guys won, what were the comms like? Was it more of just a calming thing, or, you know, was there a little bit more strategy behind that timeout?
Before we were doing, like before the timeout, so it was not like we were not trying, we were trying, but we were just very free. We were not really focusing on what the enemy is doing. And that's why we took the timeout. We were like, what the fuck are we doing? And sorry if I'm allowed to swear or not. And then we were like, what are we doing? And then we logged in. That was it.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah. Well, look. Obviously, the matches were back and forth for the entire map, right? Obviously, you had Sunset, which was that really crazy game of, you know, back and forth in terms of just halves being dominated. But even throughout the entire series, I mean, GGEZ, they were not going down without a fight. Even when you took that first map, they came roaring back there, and there certainly did seem to be a lot of, you know, a contest there between you guys getting yourselves into really, really nice positions being set up, and then just, you know, like we saw on Sunset there, you really kind of overcommitted to those fights. And as you probably said there, you're going, well, what are we doing here? We got to calm it down and slow it down. So I'm expecting you guys probably to go back, look on this, and, you know, make some adjustments coming into the final. But I mean, just in terms of your comms and your team play, how do you think that has kind of developed across this year?
Just drop a fun fact that this team, this was the first time we played together. We haven't practiced anything. We haven't played any tournaments earlier. This was the team that we played it for the first time. This team together, in addition of Deadly.
It's definitely shining through that it didn't really feels like it was your first time playing at all, with the amount of utility combos that you guys pull off. Even with the trickier start from map 2, you still managed to just reel it back in and to just close the gap even further. It was, first of all, congratulations on having MVP for the final map on the Decider. Take me through your mentality in regards to just having a quieter game from a map 1 to a stark contrast to your map 2, from your map 3 Decider, because it was just like you were cooking with gas, and it was just like a rocket ship in terms of like improvement there.
No, I mean, I was confident since map 1. It's just that the agents I play, they're not really the ones that can frag out the most. And my mentality is, honestly, I don't think of anything while playing. I'm just into the game. I'm just going round by round. Whatever's happening, I'm adapting and making decisions. So yeah, that's it.
Just to close it out for this interview as well, you are going to be heading towards the upper bracket, sitting comfortably up there as well. Meanwhile, you currently have the chance to scout the teams that are currently still in this tournament as well. Who is the players that you currently have eyes on at the moment, and you kind of just want to like study for yourself?
I mean, obviously, I'm hoping to see ItsMeViko in the upper bracket finals, and yeah, hoping to have a good matchup against them.
Well,
I would say, of course, Wenky is my friend. I would like to play against him.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we love that. We love the community feeling that we are getting from this region here. Obviously, us being from OCE, we're kind of new to the sea, but it really is good to see the community that you guys have up here. But congratulations, Trick. You put your feet up for tonight. Enjoy the next series. You know, maybe, you know, get some popcorn, and hopefully it's as entertaining as you guys were for us. But, I mean, congratulations on the win. Hope you get some nice rest, and we will see you in your next match, mate.
Bye-bye.
See you, mate.
Woo! What a set of matches that we've had so far, and that is actually just still map 1. Don't go anywhere. You still have map 2 coming about, but in the meantime, what a really glorious set of games that we've had here, K-Man. I know I'm gonna be going not to be present in map 2, in match 2 for you, but you, on the other hand, you still have another set of games coming through on your end. Run me through your details. How you feeling right now?
Yeah, no, I'm excited here. Obviously, like we just said, we do have another series to play. So, guys, listen,
Yeah.
There wasn't enough Valorant there, right? Like 3 maps to 13-11. I mean, you know, we need more. We need another series, another best of 3, as you say, and it will be a very high quality game. Asterisk up against ItsMeViko up against Asterisk. That is going to be an absolute banger. But I mean, Diggsy, thank you so much for coming through. Hopefully you can get off, and listen, you finished casting before the sun came up, so I guess that's a positive. Yeah, for everyone else though in the stream, make sure you drop a like, make sure you get your popcorn ready, because we have a second series upcoming. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, we're going to have more Valorant, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the Ascend Breakpoint series. I am K-Man, joined now by the amazing Zach down below. Zach, listen, that first series, it was phenomenal, right? 3-map, absolute banger. Let's hope for another one here in this next semi-final because, I mean, the Valorant has been very, very exciting here. Obviously, it was a back-and-forth series, one map being won on each other's opponent's map pick, by the way. Both teams won on their opponent's map picks, 13-7, 13-8. And then we had that insane 13-11, 10-2 halves on both sides. It was absolutely ridiculous. But, of course, now we've got our second series coming up, Zach. So you want to introduce the teams and the map veto here as we head into our next game.
100%. And I mean, to add to your points about that first game, personally, I was very disappointed there was no overtime on map number 3 because it was just such an insane comeback. For a second, I was rooting for GGEZ, but like shout out to RAD Syndicate for being able to close it out. That said, like you said, that was just our first match of the day. We have another one coming up right now. It's going to be Asterisk versus ItsMeViko. Now, for those of you who might have been watching our channel for a while, or at least for the last month, you might have seen them play in another grand final just a couple of weeks ago, where Asterisk were the ones to come out on top. That said, it was an insane reverse sweep. It was ItsMeViko to be the ones to can't take those first 2 maps down, and then after that, they were the ones who were not able to find that third map when it was 3 consecutive maps for Asterisk, and they ended up winning the event. So this is kind of like a revenge matchup, if you think about it, in this upper semi-final.
Yeah, and look, and the interesting thing to add on to your point is both of these teams are heavy momentum teams, right? We saw it in their games yesterday, I believe it was, or the day before, sorry, where we did see Asterisk put on a clinic, right? They were absolutely clinical in their opening match. They came through 13-2s. They were looking dominant. But when they didn't quite get the early advantages, you did see them having to think a little bit in that mid game. And that was really where you could start to pick apart a few holes in their attack. And I think ItsMeViko is going to be really aware of that. I think that ItsMeViko is another very high quality team. Both of them like to play quickly, but I think that whoever can control the slower parts of this match is going to come out on top.
100%. I think that both of these teams, if you look at their run through this upper bracket, I think both of them so far have found very, very dominant wins. I think all the maps were like less than 6 rounds given away to the opponents. So they have been looking really, really good so far in this tournament. So it's definitely going to be a matchup for the ages. As for the map veto, I think it does favor both teams. I'm very excited to see the split if it does come up. But for map number 1, Abyss, I do think that we have our agent picks ready. So let's take a look and see what we have coming up today between these two teams.
Abyss, always one of those interesting maps where you do see a lot of mid play come through, a lot of people trying to go for those flanks and really try and, you know, use that mid control to their advantage, stop the rotates of their opponents. And that is going to be absolutely amplified by the fact that we see Yash on the Yoru as well as Helef. I mean, both those players are insane. And then Venka. We cannot forget about Venka's jet.
Oh, God,
it
Venka
is so dangerous. So we are seeing 3 duelists here coming out, 2 for ItsMeViko and 1 for Asterisk. But then you look at the rest of the compositions, the Harbor coming out here for Asterisk is super, super interesting. Obviously, one of the agents that did get a major rework. I'm really interested to see how they're going to use that on this map.
100%. And I think that increasingly Astra has become one of the meta agents for this map. I mean, there used to, or if not meta, at least a lot more teams have started playing her. So she's definitely seeing a lot more love coming in. So yeah, I think it should be definitely a very exciting game between these two teams. I love the double duelist that ItsMeViko have been consistently piloting. Of course, Venka back on the duelist role, looks much more at home in the last tournament that he played. He was kind of like having fun with a variety of roles, but this time around, everyone has stopped messing around. Everyone's gone back to their comfortable territory, and this should definitely be a banger matchup for the ages.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as you can see here, Yash coming through here with Techno as well in this head-to-head. This is going to be a very, very good game. I mean, both these teams are really looking to dominate and stamp their name in as one of the most dominant teams in this tournament. Like you said, they're beating grand final positions before. They've made deep runs in tournaments. We know both these teams are capable, but only one can go through to that upper final today. And this is going to be a very, very high quality semifinal.
I'm really excited for it. I mean, both of these matches today, we knew that they were going to be bangers heading in. And the first one definitely delivered. Let's see if the second one can repeat that feat as we head into map number 1 here. Asterisk are going to be the ones to start off on the defensive side. And ItsMeViko with the Yoru and the Jet on this attack. It should definitely help them. I'm not sure if the Harbor as the sole controller. I mean, well, we also have the Omen, yes, but I feel like I feel like Harbor after stage was actually kind of worse. Either way, though, we're getting into the action right away. Techno being hunted down, Paranoia in his face, surrounded by enemies on all sides. And Asterisk, they push everywhere, and they're rewarded so well. At least Venka through mid able to find a kill, but it's still a 2v4.
Yeah, Yash was able to pick up a couple as well, but the gate crash in towards spawn was found. And that is the Yoru to be punished, but it's still a 4v2. Very, very favorable for this defense. And I'm being honest, if I'm being honest here, I think Asterisk are going to have to make a serious misplay if ItsMeViko are going to get back into this round, because they have both sides locked down. And given the 1v1s like that, it's exactly what I was talking about. Hoax opens things up, and now it's a 2v2. And just that little bit of, loose positioning, it was found, and ItsMeViko now have a post plant.
Oh dear, I don't think that was supposed to happen. But yeah, it definitely looked like a round that could go for... It definitely looked like a round that it could have gone either way. Like, Venka was able to find that 3K and recover things very nicely. But yeah, after that, I think we have an update from production. Apparently the lobby crashed, so we're probably going to be restarting it. But yeah, I mean, that was just the first round, and it was already so back and forth. I feel bad for Venka, man. You do all the heavy lifting, and they're like, oh, sorry, the lobby crashed, so we're going to have to restart.
Yeah, I feel a bit bad for him too, because that round completely flipped on its head. Unfortunate, but hey, I mean, listen, if it was the other way around and they were on a disadvantage, I'm sure the lobby crashed. I mean, look, obviously he's going to favor one team over the other in the moment, but we will get back into the game as soon as possible. We apologize for that small little tech issue, but listen, we'd rather the lobby crash at 0-0 instead of like 11-12, you know what I mean? Like, let's have it crash now, and then let's get back into the game afterwards. I think that is much more preferred, so yeah, we will hopefully be back in within the next minute or two, but yeah, look, I mean, you were mentioning, right, the Harbor you were saying was a little bit worse and weaker. I think they changed his playmaking style, right? Because obviously he's kind of similar to the Omen now with that sort of near-sight paranoia type of ability that he now has, instead of it just being the high tide with that wave coming through. So instead of having all three abilities leading to smokes, it is, a little bit more of that team utility coming through. So I think that it has its strengths. I think we're going to see probably a couple of big plays coming out from the Harbor in this map in particular, because I think that Abyss is one of those maps where you have these massive gaps in the site where you can't plug those holes with just the Omen smokes or the Brimstone or any of those traditional agents. The wall, as opposed to it being the Viper, that wall can be used for those executes and really cut off sight lines. So I think we're going to see a lot of different unique plant spots as well. I mean, one of those being the bridge over towards the A site, I think is super viable for that Harbor wall to be able to cover. So we could definitely see some interesting post plans coming out, and it will obviously be all revealed in the second half with ItsMeViko starting on attack here. But we definitely are going to see some very, very different gameplay to what you would expect on Abyss.
Yeah, 100%. I think that once again, Techno in the same angle. This time around, though, not going to get crunched in. I feel like he's playing a little bit more aware of the possibilities of what could go down there. And yeah, I mean, Caramel, we talked about him before as this anchor who has just been so dominant. A very big change coming out from this, oh my god, defending side. They're not going for the pushes anymore. They're just playing anchor. Caramel gets a little bit ahead of himself, but still gets the first blood. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Risen and the rest of the squad ready for the peaks, ready for the fights. No time to get the spike down. It's just the tools coming in. And so far, at least, it seems like Techno's the one to try and bounce back here. Knows where Risen is right now. Can't really peek through the lurk from Papa. And the plays come through. Techno with the 3K, trying to keep his team alive. Ryzen, though, ready for the swing. Not able to connect as Hoax with the Sheriff. Finds the kill. And that's going to be the first round for ItsMeViko.
Well, I suppose it's kind of business as usual, right? Hoax was the one that kind of opened up that pistol before we had that little tech pause, and Hoax closes it out in this one here. So no harm, no foul. ItsMeViko with a 1-0 lead, and that is going to do a lot of good for them. One crucial thing that I think really needs to be highlighted is this Outlaw, though. We saw how good ItsMeViko were with this Outlaw on a map like Corrode, right? Close quarters, though, you had to take the aggressive fights. Looking at how open Abyss is, this is where the power spike of just a rifle like an Outlaw just spikes to a new level. And I think we are going to see it used even on some rifle rounds.
100%. I mean, especially if these players,
Right here.
when you know that they're not going to be running that full armor, I think that it definitely leads to an additional bit of vulnerability. And of course, if you can hit the headshot, even better. That said, right now, ItsMeViko. They're going to be the ones with the weapons in hand. Caramel with the Sheriff trying to find the headshot, but Venka instead to find one. I mean, it doesn't even matter that he didn't have armor. That's just a headshot from the Outlaw. Instant kill. And once again, this B side has just been swept over by this attack.
Yeah, it's so difficult to retake this B side, and that is why, there was a few changes to it with that box, especially towards backside, to make it a bit easier to hold. But when you only have a classic,
Last player
it isn't
standing.
going to get any easier. And we're seeing a little bit of G2 strats coming out here as Asterisk just try and yeet themselves off the map, not giving any more ultimate orbs so far, and that is a flawless round for ItsMeViko.
Gun here.
No extra money no extra ult orbs for ItsMeViko, 100%. And I mean, I know there's a lot of controversy about people jumping off the map and how it's like disrespectful. I'm sure you've seen the copy paste
Yes,
test came out.
yes, I have.
Yeah.
But, I think
so
there's nuance to it and strategy. I don't think it's, bad sportsmanship. I think is a little bit far to say on that. It is just strategy. I mean, why give up the ultimate orbs when you can just, go next and get your rifles online? So, I mean, look, if I'm ItsMeViko, I'm more than happy to take a flawless round heading into the bonus, though, right? Because now you're looking at the economy here. It is booming, and we're going to see another entry from Venka.
Oh, wow.
So this could have some serious implications on this entire half.
100%. Then it wasn't even a headshot. Again, just not investing in full armor. This is what that leads to, and it's just so painful. Caramel is still looking to be on site, still looking to be a menace. Double flash comes through, but not able to connect any shots. In fact, it's going to be very, very patient play from Caramel. There is going to be another shot from Venka comes in though, and Hellups chimes in as well with one of his own. Suddenly, this just has to be a save call here. 2v5 on a retake. Sure, it's a bonus round, but I mean,
planted.
you want to hold on to these guns because this was your full buy. And I mean, between Venka and Hellup, they just completely destroyed the spread apart defense.
I mean, you can see the different ideas that are coming in here, right? Asterisk's entire game plan at the moment is getting those deep mid lines on control, locking down the lurk, making sure there is no flank to come through. The issue that creates is that you then see a weaker B side. Now, obviously, the Vice is being put there, tasked with holding it down, trying to isolate the jet that dashes in. But at the moment, that is just not happening. We're seeing the Euroclone come through, triggering that wall, and obviously the vines are then used, but everyone is able to cover all the sight lines. The smoke is played well, and the jet just tucks in towards back sight. So it is a very safe sight take at the moment. Maybe what you could say for Asterisk here, obviously very, very early days, but maybe you play, your Omen or your Harbor towards that B site, you smoke off that Heaven, and you can test a little bit more on that B line.
Yeah, I feel like the B defense has been a little bit lacking so far, coming in from the side of Asterisk. I mean, yes, they have Caramel there, but once you get that shear out of the way, they've been very careful to trigger it with the Euroclone before heading onto site itself. So they're just not able to split apart any of these players. Just the advantage that the Euro has completely negates a lot of the Vice utility there. And that makes it very difficult to kind of play against. Asterisk on the eco, they do have the two guns that they saved from the last time. But aside from that, I mean, once again, they're looking to go ahead and aggressive. Yesh does have this rifle, but again, he gets spotted out by that cap.
He's inside of a cage as well at the moment, and use that clone to try and fake some more presence, but has to rotate on over as the pressure towards the B site mounts. And the clone coming out from the attackers identifies there is no shear wall, so they know that the Vice is playing towards this A site now. Venka still with the Outlaw in hand, looking to do some damage here. We'll see whether or not the jet can find anything early on. So it looks like it will be Techno there, just triggering that shear, and now it will allow Venka to get on this line a bit more aggressively.
I mean, it used to be so effective when Vice came out. Your jet would dash in and be completely cut off from the rest of the squad, so it would just be a free walking ultra, unless, of course, there's someone like Aspas or whatever. But, this time around, I mean, you have 45 seconds left on the clock, you have your whole team that's regrouped, you've gotten rid of the Vice utility, there's some good players on this side of the map. First kill finally comes through, though, after a lot of defaulting. Really nice flash to start things off, but Techno wasn't hit by it. Techno still able to go for these
30
and
seconds
swings.
left.
Yeah, at least
Spike
Caramel off the
down
flash,
A.
able to find one, but numbers still in favor of Venka. Sorry, Venka is very low here. Hopes though takes down Caramel, and suddenly it's just gonna be the Omen in a 1v3.
Spike
Does have the
planted.
rifle, so at least that's a saving grace.
And 1v3, getting an isolated fight makes this extremely winnable now in a 1v2. I mean, we do see how low Venka is as well. King Kappa, it's going to be up to you here, mate, to win this one. But again, it's an isolated duel here. Little boy finds it. Now it's a 1v1. Venka, 1 bullet away from death. Time is ticking, and 20 HP going to go up on top of the box. Little boy caught with the smokes out, and Venka bails them out. 4-0 to the attack.
For a second, I thought Venka was gonna whip a rare whip, and Little Boy was gonna come out of the smoke and just tap him and get the 1v3. But yeah, thankfully Venka able to clutch it up here. But yeah, a lot of minor mistakes being made there by ItsMeViko. You really don't want to play a 1v3 like that. So I mean, especially when you know that your opponent might have a rifle in hand. I feel like they were just a little bit overconfident, and now Venka actually gonna be throwing away the rifle to one of his teammates and buying this attack side op. So we've seen him with the Outlaw find some insane opening frags, and especially with the op, it should be even more of a viability.
Yeah, but we were saying, I mean, you got to look at your opponent's economy. They are still on that half armor, but, you know, I suppose the operator is still going to have that same impact as the Outlaw, regardless, being a very scoped weapon. And Venka is looking here a bit greedy from the defense to take that ultimate orb, but they end up getting it anyway. And you can see here trying to play in Lil Boy on the off angle. Techno finds it. There are fights happening all over the map, and it's a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Techno able to bounce back here and still stays alive. So the Cosmic Divide is alive. He comes through for the rotation as well and finds another kill onto Ryzen. He is playing out of his mind so far on this particular map. And yeah, once again, a 2v4 situation. It seems like they still want to go and try to find at least some kind of exit, some kind of damage.
You are divided!
The only one, though, to be playing here on site. Cosmic Divide actually gets invested, irrespective of the player count being an advantage. And Kiboji now looking to make a little bit noise, but slowly falling back. The problem is Kappa's already rotated over, so yeah, just the 1v4 left.
They just lost map control in all 3 areas there, right? The B side got put under immediate pressure early on. You had to rotate away from mid, and then it was a timing found through from the Cypher in toward Vent. And as soon as your A heaven was compromised, holding that A site becomes almost impossible. So that was really well played. You know, you could say the Cosmic Divide was a little bit of an overinvestment there from the Astra, but, you know, it still secured the round. It secured the side. And when you're 5-0 up, investing that little bit extra utility, it never hurts, right? It does give you a secure site to plant the bomb and get yourself a little bit extra cash. But at 5-0, we do see the first timeout. And Asterisk, I like this timeout, right? Because 5-0, it's starting to look a little bit bleak. But if they can have this timeout, take the momentum away, and then win the next round out of this timeout, you're going to see the momentum shift. Because like I said, both these teams, they love playing with the advantage. You take it away from them, and maybe we see this game start to turn.
100%. And I mean, to add on to the point that you made about the Cosmic Divide, the way that Techno has been playing this game, he'll probably get another one in a couple of rounds. He had a 3K the last round, so why not invest it? Might as well farm those ults. I feel like one of my pet peeves is when people have an ultimate and don't use it for like 5 rounds straight. That happened one of the games yesterday as well. Sage had her res. She had her res for so long, and I think the entire game she only used her res once. So yeah, that's the kind of ultimate use that I want to avoid seeing. But yeah, once again, an eco here broken by for Asterisk. Sheriffs across the board, 2 players with just a classic. They do have a couple of ults available, but nothing like a Blade Storm or a Tour de Force that could kind of make the difference. I feel like, you know, if they get a couple of kills early on, perhaps they could try to make a play off of Ryzen Silva ult, maybe kill the Planter or something, but it's a long way down.
I mean, the one thing about timeouts you've always got to remember is that the team that doesn't take it also has the advantage to change strategy, right? And they have, by and large, left mid open for quite a lot of this game. Now you can see them 3 stacked up towards it. Even the spike is committed here in towards mid. And the defenders who were playing heavy mid early on are nowhere to be seen. They're stacked up towards this B site. So it's a little bit of a chess game there, a bit of back and forth in the strategies. The conversations coming out as King Kappa will find Yash on the overextension towards B, and Venka finds Caramel. So this is mid and B being opened up, and I'll tell you what, if I'm this Omen, I am not feeling confident. But that's why I'm casting, because he can hit a shot like that. Little boy, very, very nice.
Finally, they shut down Lil Boy again. He almost got the 1v3 last time. He almost makes the round different. If he had killed Techno there, the round falls apart for ItsMeViko, but instead they're gonna be able to close it out. Ryzen going forward right now to try and find a little bit of damage at the very least. Hella spots him out though. Able to find the kill. That's a rifle that you can pick up. But I don't know if you want to go for this 1v3 with the time being what it is. At least you can try to find a little bit of damage though. I'm not sure if Venka's op was exactly picked up, and look at this hoax already with the wraparound.
Yeah, this is looking very, very bleak now for the defense. As you can see, Ryzen as well is going to get taken down. It's the team ace to come through, and I mean, this is certainly not what I was expecting here, Zach. I thought this match was going to be back and forth. There was going to be a lot of explosive action, but I mean, the main thing that, you know, I'm looking at right now, you know, obviously all the team not doing too well on the frags here, but Yash especially, 1-6. Yash has been one of the most dominant fraggers of this tournament so far, and nowhere to be seen early on. But with the operator in hand, we know how good he is with the operator. We'll see if we can turn it around.
Yeah, finally enough money in the bank for Asterisk to get their hands on this weapon, and he's been consistently pushing this mid line, which is why I feel like they haven't gone for the battle yet, but now we have the op head-to-head. Yash with the elevated angle looking to go forward, gets the first headshot, and immediately TP's out of dodge. Finally, a first blood going in favor of Asterisk, and now they're trying to make the deficit count, at least for ItsMeViko. That was their Yoru player, so you know, it's better than losing your Cypher or Astro or Sova early on, but still, it hurts because now you no longer have a way to easily get through the shear and the rest of the utility.
Yep, 6-0 the score, but is this where the streak is going to end? As you say, no Yoru there to TP in deep. It is just going to be up to your Jet, up to Venka to pull off on the entries, but the moment Venka is in towards mid, and Lil Boy is going to take down Techno, so there goes the smokes. This is going to be an extremely difficult round now for ItsMeViko to win. We could finally see Asterisk come back into this. They got to keep their discipline here. King Kappa definitely has a big role to play in this one with that lurk.
I mean, there's a lot of utility on the side. At least he's able to trigger the shear and get out. Bait a little bit of utility out of the defensive side, but with 30 seconds left, it seems like ItsMeViko have to make a move. Venka should probably pull out the knives. Yash still finds Hoax, and that's a spike drop. Yeah, it's just going to be a safe call at this juncture. Venka gets to hold on to this op. At least he didn't pop the Blade Storm there as they look to go in, but it seems like Asterisk should finally get their first round on the board.
Curious there by Hoax to swing onto that. Nobody's really in position to play off of that entry. Even if you did get one, you're probably assuming there's a couple players on the A side. So, yeah, not too sure about swinging there and just giving up the rifle. But I suppose at 6-0, plenty of money in the bank. It's not going to matter too much. But Venka gonna hold on to the operator here. 6-1 Asterisk finally are on the board. And will that be the start of a bit of momentum going their way?
This is so funny. Venka just like dropped the op to Techno, like, hey brother, you're holding angles anyway. You have the op. I'm gonna go dash in an entry. I gotta go back to doing what I was doing. And I don't know. It's just a very funny moment there. I wish I could hear the audio, like the conversation between the players. But yeah, like you said, multiple ultimates ready to go. All 5 except for the Harbor ult online for Asterisk, and ItsMeViko with 3 of their own in particular. I feel like that dimensional drift could be super useful for scouting out this off positioning. You really don't want to go drive peeking into it, and the Trova drone is actually gonna start things off here on the right foot. The shot on the drone misses as well, so it's gonna get a decent amount of info. There's at least 2 places people on site, but it's not gonna matter. Yash just goes for the drive peek and gets a kill off the back of it. That is insane.
Yeah, interesting position of the shear as well towards backside. And looking Caramel a little bit safe here as LF is going to drop down from heaven. The shorty play is going to work out, making it a 3v4. Asterisk, though, they are trying to flank and trying to go in rather early. The spike hasn't even been planted yet, but they're going to fight their way in.
One trade as Kappa with alert comes in, and Yash comes out of the dimensional drift at the end, but in the open, I'm not sure if that was the play, buddy, as he just gets shut down. 1v2 situation. Recon not going to detect Kappa, so he's going to be able to sit down in this corner at the very least. The Recon gets, the drone gets instantly broken as well, and now both of these players playing split apart. The 1v1s are very available, but only if you're looking in the right direction as Ryzen goes down at the end. Off retrieved, and ItsMeViko, they get back to their winning ways, 7-1.
Yeah, I really do think Asterisk just pulled the trigger too early on that pre-take. That's kind of what I like to call it. It's, you know, before the spike goes down, he's trying to retake the site. But unfortunately, just swinging out there, using all those ultimates, Yash just had nowhere to go on that Yoru with after the Dimensional Drift expired on that timer and was caught in the open, taken out in the 1v2, not able to be clutched through. So, yeah, it just seems like a little bit of panic. We're not seeing that structured, you know, the structured destruction, I suppose, is what we can call what Asterisk has been doing in this tournament so far. It is just, you know, kind of relying on a lot of individual swings here, as we are going to see another brawl coming out here, and the defense are going to be caught out a little bit here as Lil Boy is still trying to hold down this space.
They've come back with the numbers advantage, and no trade and hope because Lil Boy was just able to get up. Looks like they want to peek this one way though. Venka able to get away with his life, and now the triple swing comes in. Lil Boy completely shut down, and once again, ItsMeViko. They're gonna be the ones with the numerical advantage. Venka takes control of the tripwire, comes back online, but it's just a trip. It's a trip by the attackers to, you know, in case someone has to defend. Cardinal, they're gonna pop the ult early. The problem is Venka's already up into 7 angle, and he still has a shorty to play with. I don't know if you want to peek this Caramel. He's able to get the kill, but 11 HP and a dream. And by this time, the ult is already worn off. You've got your crossfire positions in place. You have just a sliver of HP. The call here is probably to save once again. And right now, it just seems like the Asterisk are consistently being put in these bad positions. Caramel, though, might be able to steal the off and get away with his life. And yeah, that's the goal of the round.
Losing that side off the back of a one-way. We can see a bit of shenanigans coming out with the shock cut. But yeah, 8-1 now. But yeah, losing the site with the one-way up there, that is a devastating mistake to make here. Asterisk definitely looking a bit shaken up at the moment. ItsMeViko, I mean, we had talked about it before, and, you know, I had learned a little bit about this side, about, you know, how good of a quality this team can be. They've got the challenges experience, and it is absolutely on display at the moment. They are just ahead in every aspect of the game right now, whether it be the decision-making, the quick pivots off the site, the map control, the conditioning, all of it at the moment is falling into place. And Asterisk, even when they get an advantage, they just don't seem to have an answer.
100%, yeah, it's been a little bit difficult. You need to remember as well, this is Asterisk's map pick, and they have just been getting bodied on it right now. Already Hellup the one to take the lead, and Venka chiming in with a couple of kills of his own. Complete aggression. They've been playing slow, and now they're racking up the pace. Venka with the 9
enemy
to find yet another victim. 3 already on the round at Caramel. I mean,
Spike planted.
Poor guy, all he wanted to do was anchor this B-side. He heard his shield being tripped, hoping to at least find one. You know, Kappa on the lurk here. He's been doing this for a couple of rounds. The Kappa with the angle is just perfectly in position to find a flawless round number 10. 9-1. Wow. You were talking about how the previous game had 10-2 halves. It seems like they were watching that.
Yeah, we could be seeing another similar scoreline, but I'll tell you what. When you're down 8-1, the last thing you want to do is give someone like Venka this much confidence. Just wide swinging everything, getting 3 entries, beautiful on the jet. They look unstoppable right now. ItsMeViko. They have a statement to make. They have a point to prove to the rest of this competition, and perhaps, you know, as you did allude to, this is a bit of a rematch and a bit of a revenge match for ItsMeViko. So maybe they are really trying to stamp their authority on this team and say, you know, you may have got us once, but that was just a fluke. As we can see, this is a very weird timing being found. Just not clearing the cipher up the rope. And they are going to get all that beeline as the A pressure mounts for the rest of the attackers.
Pressure is the right word here. Again, Kappa finding a kill on the lurk. He actually takes him down, so all the lurk position was suddenly been shut down. More than that, oh god, the flash hit him more than anybody else.
Wow.
And that's gonna lead to Hellup's death. But Venka at least able to find the refrag. One player low on this Asterisk side. A lot of spam being done to him right now. Shot tries to try and deny the flash from coming through, and oh my god, if he had been on the drone like 1 second later, that would have actually killed him. Pulling them in though. It's gonna be Venka to try and make a play. Ryzen gets shut down, but it ends up in a 2v2 as you do see Yash with
1 enemy remaining.
With the shorty to find the kill now. Hope's so caught between a rock and a hard place. Double flashed, and finally a successful retake here for Asterisk. A little bit of a misspeak for Venka, but Asterisk capitalized, and they're able to find the kill.
There is the Asterisk that we know and love, right? There is the combination of utility, using the flashes, the paranoias, the clones, just to bait out some swings, identify the positions in that 2v2, masterfully played by Asterisk. As you did allude to, we did just see a 10-2 half on Sunset. Are we going to see one in this series to open things up? We will find that out very soon. Or is it going to be the 9-3 curse? Who knows? Looking at the odds economy here, you got Yash 1 orb away from the dimensional drift. Ryzen as well, a couple orbs away from that Hunter's Fury. So those are the two big tools, and obviously you do still have the Reckoning online with your Harbor player. So two big tools here potentially could be getting online for the defense. They need to at least get some early success here at the moment as Caramel is under immediate pressure.
If we can handle all of this onslaught, I mean, already Techno finds a victim. Rising gets taken down. Oh, okay, but you cannot whip that. You cannot whip that. You had a free kill and you just get shut down. Kappa with the perfect defense of his teammate. Again, second shot. But lost count comes out, and Venka and Heaven just completely taking up all of the space for free. Yash with the off has to make magic happen, but right in his face is hope that it's just not going to work out here. 10-2 once again. I don't know if today's 10-2 curse or something, but it has been a banger so far.
We'll see what happens in this next half, but Asterisk at the moment, they just look lost at sea. There is just nothing going their way at the moment. ItsMeViko playing some very nice Valorant right now, getting the entries, getting the frags to come through. This is a team looking full of confidence right now. 10-2 on the half. This was built up to be one of the more exciting, explosive games of Valorant, but it is just full control here by ItsMeViko.
Yeah, I mean, they have been just so insane so far on this particular map, like completely covering every base, whether it's the timing on the lurks coming in from King Kappa, who has been able to consistently just put pressure and deny these rotations from coming through for free, as well as the trades coming in from the rest of this team here. It's just been dynamic. Now, though, Asterisk, I mean, on this attacking side, if they can start to build up a momentum, it might be what they need. I mean, we've seen teams come back from 2-10, 1-11. Why not? Already, that's a good start. Caramel finds the first one on Hello.
Yeah, punishing the aggression from the Yori, looking for that information, but as soon as those players are found, it immediately triggers the push in. That's going to be King Kappa getting taken down. Venka, a nice trade, but that's all it's going to be in the end. A 4v2 scenario here. Asterisk, are they going to find this pistol round?
Spike planted.
Seems very likely. I mean, of course, Techno has been a hero so far, but it's going to take an absolute miracle. There's the first. Needs a little bit more. All three players going in for the peak, and that's exactly the kind of teamwork that you need. Caramel with 3 on the round, found the opening. Also, I don't know if he spammed the smoke where I think it was Kappa or somebody else sitting on top
in the Astra smoke. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he just spammed it or something. I don't know how he knew.
I mean, it is a pretty common smoke, and players can be playing up there, especially when you look at the composition, right? There is a Jet and a Yoru as well, so maybe just thought there was a chance someone was up there, and they were correct on that guess. So that is going to be a crucial pistol round 1 here. Asterisk, I mean, they stay alive in this game, crucially, with that round.
I mean, I'm more astounded that the shot hit. Like, he shot 1 bullet and the guy died. I don't know if that's just, like, RNG in his favor, or he has, like, some kind of predictiveness going on. Like, yeah. Crosshair placement. One thing that I don't have in my games. That's why I'm still fun for Diamond or whatever. But here we go. Yash with an aggressive angle. His TP does get spotted out, but in the meantime, the rest of the players from the side of ItsMeViko are playing it very, very slow. They're just trying to hold down these crossfires, but it's just been quiet on the map. If they can catch Caramel here, perhaps that's going to be the call for them to go to the A side, but Caramel needs to find the information first, and there's just no information anywhere. It's just quiet across the Western Frontier.
Yeah, big contact play coming through. Caramel's gotten so much space. Oh no! ItsMeViko just completely caught unaware. The 3 kills coming through from the Vice on that lurk. Venka will trade it out, but with no noise being made, they thought that was all just going to be the fake, and the A pressure was going to come through. Venka now out of position, manages to still find the pick onto Lil Boy. Now it's a 2v3, and the round is not certain.
More difficult. Venka though, headshot after headshot, finally gets shut down, brings things down to 1v2, but his teammate Techno is also looking very low on the flank here. No way to really dissect it with the Cypher having been, and the Vice having been killed out all the way on the flank. I'm not sure if he has a Classic or a Sheriff or something else in his arsenal. Yeah, Classic. I mean, it's a Paper Rex Classic, who knows, but picks up a Bulldog. Should be able to make something happen. The problem is there's no smokes available, and all of this just has to be like clean dry clears coming in, and especially with the attackers cosplaying defense of their own, taking both Heaven and CT control, it's going to be very difficult to get onto the spike, especially when the cross rush like this by Rising shuts him down. Techno not even looking in the angle. It seems like he just left it up to hopes and prayers, but a decent amount of damage done by the side of ItsMeViko.
That is, massive damage done, especially when you look at how this round started, right? Caramel opening up with 3, going down with the ghost, you know, that doesn't really have an impact on the economy. So then lose 2 more rifles after that certainly is going to hurt. You can see the reinvestment here coming out. It's a couple Guardians, there's 1 Vandal online, there's a Bulldog, there's a Sheriff. Like, it's still competitive in this round. It's definitely a winnable bonus round here, but it certainly isn't as strong as it could have been.
100%. I mean, I like this from Caramel. Gonna be investing in the rifle since he only bought a ghost last time, and God knows he has more than enough money after that 3K. But yeah, they also got the spike plan, so a decent amount of chunk left in the bank. Yash with the clone, looking to clear out main. Even get this dimensional drift online as soon as possible. Silver now gonna be invested by the defenders. Tags out Yash, and he TP's away, so they're gonna know, like, possibly there might be a rotation towards his B side. Aleph clearing all of this territory. Gate crash gonna be faked to give the impression that perhaps he TP'd away, but in the meantime, it does seem like they want to take some space on B, and it's just a bit of a default coming in from this attacking side now.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure being applied here from the attackers, you say. It's a bit of presence made towards A and B main. So the defense are trying to work out what's going on here. You can see Hell F, though, getting on a very deep line here towards A main. And Yash gonna punish. Bit of Eurodiff coming through there. First blood to Asterisk. And that does take out a crucial player for the defense, because that's your flash is gone.
Yeah, that's painful, especially when you go down like that. You are both going in for the peak. That's also a rifle that will be retrieved by Asterisk, because you can see right now,
30 seconds
going to be the only player on this A side. Finally going to be joined by Venka, though. So there is going to be a little bit of backup available. Nice little side smoke from Techno as well, but that recon needs very good time. Otherwise, you are going to be absolutely bodied as Yash finds yet another kill. Venka, though, has managed to sneak his way onto site. Might be able to find the timing here on the plan. That ult, though, from Caramel might be the difference maker, especially once the smoke goes down. Venka just gets shut down here. He could have gotten 4 on his own, but that ult, it just completely devastates him. And ItsMeViko now, 2 players left. Kappa able to find
Last
one.
player standing.
Impossible retake. Yeah, the call might just to be safe here, but there's no opportunity even given away by Asterisk as they get themselves to 5. And, you know, it feels like we have a game on our hands. Just saying.
Yeah, bonus round 1. Bit of momentum snowballing here. The attack looking very strong for both sides yet again here. As we do see 10-5 being the score, but 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone the way of Asterisk. So they are definitely with the side with momentum right now, and they're now the only side with money in the bank. You're going to see a couple sheriffs coming through here for the defense, but at the moment, it just seems like they're just losing these opening picks. I mean, they're going for plays. They're trying to be proactive. You can't at all, you know, sort of talk badly about trying to be proactive on the map and gain that information. They're simply just not able to back it up with the extra utility needed to get them out of those risky positions. Another case in point right here. Venka going for that exploration mission. Absolutely zero support around. So they will be taken down. High risk for a little bit of a reward there potentially, but now they've lost all that mid control, and you can see what it's done to the map. The A site completely given up. The Cypher anchoring towards B, but there is really not much room at all ItsMeViko has to work with.
Yeah, all great points there. Gotta be broken here for the side of the defense, so I think maybe a stack would have worked out a little bit better, but so far at least I feel like they're just not able to hold on to the side, especially with the pace that this team has been playing at. A little bit of a whiff from Helen, but Kappa with the Stinger finds yet another dink. Kimojin though with 3K on the round already. Just a sliver of HP left on him, but he have the ultimate. Ooh,
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
Spots out the second player, but Caramel good for the kill. It's all up to Volks right now, the 1v2. The problem here is that one of these players is so low. A shock dart, well-placed one, could take him out very well here. And there is a Yoru right under him. Not going to be expecting this angle. Nobody ever expects this angle. And once again, it's going to be a round here for Asterisk. It was 10-2, now it's 10-6. 4 rounds in a row. In the next round, I feel like you have to take timeout if you're ItsMeViko. You want to make sure that you win your next full buy round. Hopefully, you can even get an operator online.
100% there. Conversion as well, getting a little bit more impact into this round, starting to find some peaks here and there, and getting themselves into great positions. But yeah, as soon as that recon bolt didn't clear Yash, that was just a guaranteed kill. There's no way you're going to take more time to clear under you in that situation. So 10-6, as you say, 4-0 in this attack half, and we are starting to see a resurgence here for Team Asterisk.
Surgeons indeed, and remember this is their map pick. Maybe they're just not used to being the ones on the defensive side, but now that they're on attack, they look much more comfortable. Especially, I would say Yash, he's been so impactful. You were talking about him not being able to get the kills needed in the first half, perhaps, but second half he certainly woke it up and more than making up for it. Now Yash though, there comes the ultimate from the Harbor, the Reckoning, to try and clear out the site, forcing the side of ItsMeViko to go in for a full 5-on-5 retake though. But gets spotted out by the recon and gets spammed through. Finally a first blood coming in for ItsMeViko. A second as well. Venka wanting to anything himself right now. Goes in for the dash play. Finally gets shut down, but Hoax is there for the trade. 2v4 situation. Make that 2v3.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky swing out there from the side, but it's holding that dry line. Isolated Caramel as well. Takes down LF. And all of a sudden, just seeing everything fall into place for Asterisk, down to a 2v2. Pinned up here.
One enemy
right as well. He's going to find another pick. It's all down to this 1v1 here, Zach.
Drops down, and Techno is able to get the spam on the shoulder. Might even be able to retrieve an operator for his team if he wants to. And finally, ItsMeViko. They're able to find a round on this defensive half. Techno and Venka together, somehow stringing this round together with Heroics individually. But in the end, I think there was a much quicker rotation that came through, and that was kind of what enabled them. I feel like the Harbor ult, I have a very outlandish theory here. The Harbor ult actually helped ItsMeViko because, yes, it cleared the side of them, but that kind of forced them to play together and not like die one by one like they've been doing the whole map. So, you know, it was kind of a blessing in disguise.
Fair enough. But who said kill trips did that? I mean, the Cypher getting that kill trip just opened things up for the defense there and allowed ItsMeViko to get on to the board. Venka going to have to get out of dodge with that recon bolt coming through. Not able to be broken in time. And I think that's a shock dart to do a lot of damage.
Okay.
Playing it off angle takes down Yash. And now, all of a sudden, the defense, they're looking a lot more confident.
100%. That round was exactly what they needed to get a little bit of a buff in their mental, right? With an outlaw sitting in the smoke. Hoping for perhaps someone to push through or peek through, but yeah, no, it seems like Helef has learned from his mistakes, doesn't want to get super over-aggressive here and get punished for it. In the meantime, Caramel continuing his little lurk, his little venture on this site. Camera gonna get broken, and perfect little play off the back of it. The camera was the bait. The main demon that you have to worry about here is King Kappa, who is totally now king of this B side. He's found his footing, and there comes the Neural Theft 3v5 situation. Half the time has ticked out. They have to make their way onto site. They can't really afford to save here with the round score being what it is.
Yeah, King Kappa said, you broke my camera, I'm going to break your face. So, I mean, that is a great shot to come out from the Cypher.
30 seconds
3v5 scenario, though. Contact play up and towards the B side. King Kappa takes another timing up, jumping on top of the box. Lil Boy goes down, and all of a sudden, this is looking very, very dire here for the attack.
Oh my.
One enemy remaining.
At least keep on finally shuts down King Kappa, but it's going to be very, very small concentration. Venka, 10 HP, actually able to come out on top, and they try to go for the knife kills, a little bit cheeky there. I mean, there's no time left on the clock, so yeah, all Hopes has to do is drop peek there. Techno finally finds the kill. Little bit of a, you know, troll gameplay going in for the knife there, but you know what? I respect it. I don't know if you have the economy to do that necessarily, but why not? Have a little bit of fun. They didn't name themselves after their opponent's coach, so give them a little bit of allowance.
I mean, listen, doing the mental damage early could be, you know, a very crucial thing in the rest of this match. We'll see how it turns out at the moment, but 12-6. Now 6 map points to be played out here for ItsMeViko. Asterisk, they've been very, very good early on in this attack half, but did you see it a couple times there, the Cypher stepping up big, or just been an individual player finding a timing around, especially towards this B side, able to shut down a lot of their opponents. As you can see, a very fast play in towards the vents. They're going for this heaven take, and it looks like Ryzen as well with the Hunter's Fury is going to find King Kappa.
Really nice ult here. Techno though catches the Yoru on the climb and actually going to make it into a 4v4. Now in the corner though, not able to get protected by his own smokes, gets shut down by Little Boy. Not the greatest economy here for Asterisk, but they get the spike down, and now the timer is on their side. Venka though steadily has been getting on the flank. The problem is there is still the sheer wall available. Whether he chooses to push through and create some additional pressure, or whether he's going to be opting to just look for exits, still remains to be seen, of course. You have 6 more chances to close it out here. Either way, it looks like they are going to be going for it right now. now. Venka's still waiting for the shear to go through, and he just dashes in onto the site. It's gonna be Ryzen who falls as his first victim. Caramel though with the close angle, able to trade things out, gets caught out by the recon bolt. It is gonna be 2v1 enemy 2v2, and they surprisingly get a kill and make that a 2v1. It's gotta be all up to Caramel here. That's the out. Hoax is low. Yeah, but you're right, the time is low. All Caramel has to do is play for the time, but even better, he gets the clutch and the kill. And Astro stay alive here at 7-12.
That was a very, very chaotic post plant there. It could have gone either way towards the end of that round, as we did see in the death. Just a couple of players swinging one at a time, creating the 2v1, but the time had ticked already. Enough stalling was done, and Caramel expertly played ice cold for the 3 kills in the round. 7-12 here, and I mean, you're looking at the old cycles here, right? Obviously, Conversion's going to be building up towards that reckoning again. Yashu's now halfway through, roughly, on that dimensional drift. But you still have the Steel Garden, and you're not going to use it this round, obviously, being the anti-eco, which means that if they are able to win this round, you have that in the back pocket to potentially just prolong the life of this game and allow the rest of your team to get more ult orbs.
Though it's going to be Venka to go in for the early punish, trying to catch somebody off guard, but instead catches out like multiple players. Techno playing a cheeky little angle, knowing that the smoke is going to expire, though he's going to be falling back right now to try and hold a crossfire perhaps with his teammate. I like this outlaw by again Ryzen, expecting the lower economy and the lack of full shield most likely to come through from these players, so just going to be playing a little bit back here for Techno. Sneaky, cheeky little angle. The problem here is that the recon is there and it completely catches him out. Kappa was at least able to find a trade, but now he's going to be totally blind. Oh my god, jumping classic actually connects, make that a 1v2. ItsMeViko, hell up on the flank. I don't know if they spotted him, but he's going to be able to certainly pick up a gun at the very least, and now it's time to go down to 1v2.
Yeah, we'll see if we can isolate it, but no, Lil Boy stepping up big. 4 kills on the round, and that does mean that we have a game on our hands now. The comeback is starting up, as you alluded to. Maybe the 10-2 curse is a thing here, Techno. I mean, that's just unfortunate. Trying to play the cheeky angle there on the ego by unable to find anything. And whilst there was a couple of consolation picks, this has definitely been a costly round for Asterisk, who are going to have to reinvest into this round. And you can see it here at the moment, Zach. They're really struggling to build an economy, right? Because even all these rounds they're winning, they're scrappy fights to the end.
Yeah, it's coming down to a 1v1 or a 1v2, despite it starting off as a 5v2 or a 4v2 or something like that. So, yeah, you want to kind of consider your post spot maybe Asterisk after this. But either way now, Sova Joan gonna be able to catch out King Kappa, getting his way onto the site. No easy way for him to get off. Asterisk summons the cavalry here for the backup to try and play around. Look at this though, Hella going in for it. Push right now. The door being broken, gonna be heard out, but he's keeping back, and I thought there was gonna be a lineup for a second, but instead it is gonna be Techno who shuts down Yash. That's the first blood going in favor of Asterisk. Of course, this lurk from Caramel catches out Venka. That's the operator gone, and now slowly it seems like they want to go back towards this A side. ItsMeViko though, it seems like they have some idea. You can see Hopes rotating over. Captain, IGL has everything to do right now, as all 4 players from Asterisk are gonna converge on this side.
Yeah, the smoke's going to go through, but it's just a tiny bit late there. They already have the information of the site being open, so I like this play here from Hoax. Just play the retake, use the recon later on, and help your team out a little bit. Bit of spam to come through for some extra damage, as well as, of course, going to help as Techno is going to trigger that shield wall, and that is going to trigger the attackers to try and just accelerate in towards the Defender Swarm.
Well, that's a really nice play though. Okay, you really caught with that, Hella. That's unfortunate. Finally takes down Ryzen, but now it's all gonna be up to Techno on the flank. They knew exactly where he was in Caramel. Happy to confirm that particular kill. Once again, economy in a dire place here for ItsMeViko and Asterisk. You were talking about their need to build up economy. I think that round was the boost that they needed in their shoulder. Finally, a timeout gonna be called here by ItsMeViko to try and figure out how they can close this game out. It was 10-2, now it's 12-9.
Yeah, no, 100%. The other crucial thing that I like to be seeing there is the fact that they've used that Steel Garden, right? Because the Dimensional Drift came out from their opponents and they said, all right, you're going to use that. We're going to take away the guns of your teammates. You can't do anything in your ultimate anymore. Your teammates can't back you up. This is going to be our site. We are not giving it back to you on this retake. And on top of that, they've also used that ultimate at a perfect time when you're looking at the ult economy, because you still have a lot of players building up towards that second cycle of ults. That's kind of bridged the gap now. If you can win this rivalry round, we could see an execute coming in round 23 or 24 with 3 ultimates online.
100%. And I mean, the possibility for overtime looks riper than ever. You just need 3 rounds, and you know for a fact that one of your opponents are not gonna have a buy in this particular one. I mean, yes, your opponents have a timeout, but like you said, so do you, and you can kind of use this to figure out how you're gonna be getting those 3 rounds to get yourselves overtime and have a chance of stealing away this map pick. I mean, he talks about the comeback. This kind of mirrors like the NRG versus EDG game that happened to Champions in a way, if you think about it. Similar scoreline, similar agents to some extent.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah, they even ran a harbor.
Oh dear, yeah, this map has been known for its big comebacks. Are we about to see another 9-12 the score coming out of this timeout? It's going to be a mid-control focus here.
Spike down mid.
It's just hit an absolute blinder, and being on that, you're able to gate crash away. A huge advantage to start off this round.
It's interesting as well because this is the first round that we're really seeing ItsMeViko work mid. They really, Asterisk work mid. They haven't really had an awareness of how these guys like to play. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a cheeky play. Ryzen with the outlaw goes forward here, goes in for the reload as well, spots out the side here. Good going right in front of him, and that's gonna be a free kill. This crunch on the A side is perfect as Little Boy from mid chimes in with one of his own 2v3 situation. The problem here is that the spike is still kind of in the open, so the overalls have to be used to retrieve it. At least they get an open slot, but oh my god, thank god there to stop them. Never mind. You gotta check your CT before you plant in that spot, and that's gonna be the kill that they might need 2v2.
And this is why I was highlighting the Astra coming out from ItsMeViko, right? Because that plant is only really able to be done once you have a solid barrier to cover that plant. And now we can see the trouble here. 30 seconds left. The smokes have expired as well. Multiple threats on multiple angles. But Venka doesn't need any help. He's just going to show up. He's going to frag out. And he's going to do what we've seen him do all tournament. 4K to win it out. Abyss is going to go the way of ItsMeViko.
Holy crap, what a game coming in from both teams, but especially Venka towards the end, waking up big time, making that thrifty possible. I don't even think he bought the hero vandal. I think it was just like lying around from the kill that his teammate got in mid, and off the back of it, they were able to play it. I feel like that flag position might have been the biggest...
30 seconds left.
I don't want to call it a throw, but I feel like the flag position there was kind of the... that lost them the round. Venka, of course, just given these 1v1s, happy to take them for free.
Well, I mean, I think that, it compounds on the fact that they left the spike in mid too, right? They didn't have the spike. They had to take a couple extra seconds. And those couple extra seconds was when Venka happened to be jumping across danger there. So, I mean, look, the timing was a bit unlucky, but yeah, just planting in the open certainly was a little bit of a oversight from the Omen. And I mean, look, credit to Venka for absolutely countering it, right? Because the round wasn't even won in that situation. It was still a 2v2, and then Venka just swung out and said, hold my beer, I'm getting 2 more. So that was a very, very well-played game, but ItsMeViko, I think, deserved winners of Abyss there. Played the map from start to finish very well. A bit shaky at the start of the second half, but it was Asterisk who did their best, tried to come back, made a very competitive second half, but in the end, the damage was done in that first half.
Yeah, I feel like the lead that ItsMeViko had was very, very dominant there. Like you said, they just completely ran amok on the map. And even in the second half, we didn't really see the same level of map control coming in from Asterisk, I would say. Like, sure, they were going for a bit of slow plays, but that last round, I feel like another mistake that they made was kind of working that mid, because the whole time they have been avoiding the mid. Kappa, on the other hand, has been consistently lurking down for ItsMeViko, but most of the time, it's just been Asterisk pressuring this A and this B side, and sure, they've been rewarded for it. I think they made a little mistake giving that first kill over to Yashin, dropping the gun to Venka, and that eventually snowballed into what happened at the end. I mean, nice try to them. Being able to come back from 10-2 to 13-9 is no joke, 100%, and not giving up either. That's like a big kudos. But yeah, a lot of rounds that could have gone their way just didn't, and that was off the back of insane clutches and gameplay from ItsMeViko.
Well, let's see how those rounds turned out on the team summary here. Let's get all the stats, all the numbers together, and we will crunch the numbers for you on that Marathon Abyss game. 13-9 for ItsMeViko coming out. 13-9 in first bloods as well. So they're able to convert on their advantages. They had 11 post plants in their half of attack. That just shows how dominant they were with 3 clutches on top of it. It was just a very clinical game coming out there. Asterisk, credit to him, right? Not giving up, coming through, winning 5-6 rounds in a row towards the end to make it a competitive scoreline. But I really do think ItsMeViko were in control for so long. Taking a look at our leaderboard as well here, Zach, we're going to see who was getting the frags and assists. And I mean, ItsMeViko, I think I'll be very, very surprised to see anyone other than Venka at the top. And there it is. I mean, Venka on that jet was just deadly.
100% like Kankan cosplay, low-key. But yeah, with the knives, with the outlaw, with the operator, with the rifle, whatever you give him, even the sheriff, of course. I feel like out of those 25 kills, at least 10 of them were off the back of a sheriff. I don't know, but it was just absolutely bonkers coming in from him. 4 first kills as well. Techno right behind him, and I mean, I feel like Techno deserves a huge shout out here because he was consistently finding those crucial trades, multi-frags, a couple of openings of his own, in fact, and his utility was such a menace. I think so many of those rounds, I think I saw this little nifty play where he basically pulled a Sova who was about to drone and just tapped him in the face with a shorty. Sure, he paid for it with his life, but just little niceties that he was doing. His side smokes were also really good. A couple of times it forced ults out of the opponents to try and counter it. So yeah, I think he had a really good game too. On the opposite side, I mean, shout out to Caramel. He did his best, but it just felt like the rest of the team needed to step up a little bit more, especially when you're going up against a beast like Banka.
It felt like a labored start, right? Like a lot of their players were very quiet early on, didn't have enough impact, and then once they came back in, it was kind of too little too late. But we will go and check out our MVP of the match overall as well. And I'll tell you what, but I mean, you was chatting at Venka as well with obviously how well Venka had played on this jet, and it will be the MVP of this map. 4 First Bloods, 322 ACS, 25 and 15. It really was just a complete performance from Adorst.
Yeah, he was stomping and he was feeling it right now. I feel like a lot of the kills that he got as well were just so precise in terms of his movement and crosshair placement. So yeah, Venka just really striving to be the epitome of what a duelist can be and kind of displaying it on this map. Either way, that is just map number 1. What a comeback coming in from the side of Asterisk. They did their best, but honestly, from beginning to end, it was the Venka show combined with the ItsMeViko show. I mean, honestly, I feel like this map, if they had a little bit of a better start, Asterisk might have been able to perhaps come back in that second half, but their defensive side just felt like wet tissue paper.
I mean, yeah, Abyss was their map pick as well. So going down on their map pick, they have to go into enemy territory onto Haven, which I mean, we have seen plenty of in this entire tournament so far. They got to go to Haven if they want to take us to Split. So everybody in the chat, make sure to drop a like on the stream if you're enjoying the broadcast here. Support the players, support the stream. We will be back with more Valorant action right after this break.
Welcome back to our second semifinal of the day between Asterisk and ItsMeViko. We just saw an explosive map number 1 coming in from both these teams, even though it was a insane lead coming out in the beginning from ItsMeViko. It was a bit of a attempt at a comeback, a nice attempt for sure, but yeah, 9-13 at the end. ItsMeViko take their opponent's map pick. Now we're going to be going over to Haven, of course, familiar territory for both these teams. In fact, I have a fun fact for you. Last time these two teams played in that grand final that we were talking about, K-Man, it was a 13-11 win for ItsMeViko, and that was after 11-1 head start. So this team is so good at getting these big leads, but kind of struggles to close them out. But last time they did close it out against this team, so let's see if they can do it again.
100%. I mean, listen, I've watched, 4 maps of Valorant. Someone just needs to defend. We need some defense rounds coming out. The attack is just running rampant in this match, in all these matches today. I mean, there has just been some excellent executes coming out, some side executes, and a lot of misplays being punished. And I suppose whilst it can be very frustrating at times to sort of see as an analyst going, we're giving up advantages on defense. You've got to credit the attack of both sides, right? Because they are able to just punish these small misplays. They make these misplays become very costly very quickly. And whoever can shut it down in this map, I think is going to go a long way onto winning this series. I mean, you've already said this team has history. Asterisk has a history of coming back, pulling off reverse sweeps in big moments. They have a never say die attitude. And ItsMeViko are going to be very, very aware of that.
Very, very true. I mean, we saw some insane individual gameplay as well coming through. I feel like that it was just I would say team synergy was just a little bit better on the attacking side for both of these teams, and on the defense, I mean, I think towards the end ItsMeViko managed to get themselves together, but overall I feel like there were a lot of 1v1s being taken, a lot of kills being given away, a lot of solo pushes that did not end up going well most of the time. But either way, map number 2 is on the cards. Let's see if our teams have learned from their mistakes as we head over to Haven. And more than that, let's see what agents we have coming in. If we're going to be seeing another double coming in, are we going to be seeing Venka on Jet again, or is he going to switch over to Waylay or something else? And yeah, there are our answers. Venka is on Jet again. Let's go.
Yeah, both these teams, they shy away from the breach pick. So it is going to be a little bit different of the standard Valorant that we have seen in the past. Asterisk, they love to play this Viper. And whilst they, have been critical at times of the Viper pick, I've got to admit, Asterisk do know how to play around it. So, I'm pretty happy to see them continue to play through it, especially Ryzen is proven to be a very, very good controller player. So we'll see whether or not they can get some sort of success. But it's got to start early here for me, Zach. I mean, they were just nowhere to be seen in that first 6 rounds. They've got to get on the board early. You've got to have people like Yash coming through, getting some early picks, because once you can see the duelists start to get a bit of confidence, everyone else can kind of flow off the back of it.
100%. And I mean, talk about leading by example. Venka was that brute force throughout most of the previous map, but the support behind him was absolutely perfect. I also like having Kibojin back on Sova. I feel like when he's on that info initiator, he tends to have a lot more raw impact in terms of just frags and damage. So yeah, I feel like the role changes also on the last map might have played a little bit of a role in Asterisk's initial struggle on that defensive side. Now, though, everyone's back on familiar territory, things that they've been doing for years. The only real difference in the agent comp is between the Cypher, Cypher versus the Killjoy and the Viper coming in additionally, as opposed to the second duelist. And talking about the double duelist here already, look at the C-long control completely gone. And with Sova pushing up deep, going for that early recon, that's a lot of information that this mid is taking.
100%, and we're going to see HLF walking down C-Long, getting the spike down as well. A huge first blood for ItsMeViko, but Yash has traded things back. Neon to get their opposite number, and Ryzen as well, aware of the lurk of Venka. So that is those 2 players taken away. The C side is going to be weak, and rightly so. You can see Asterisk start to pivot that way.
I'm not sure, but the problem here is that already 2 defenders from ItsMeViko are on the side. Papa with the first one. They haven't even spotted out the second player yet. He's able to get one, but Ryzen again chiming in with the trade, making it a 1v2. Hoax coming in for the flank. It's going to be a CT-sided plans here. They are aware of the possibility. No sneaky back kills to come in here from Hoax. And Hoax has actually managed to make his way all the way onto site. The problem here is the start cover. It's completely concealing these 2 players. And he's going to expect them to be probably playing from CT, maybe going for the wraparound towards Garage. He has to be able to find an opening kill here in this 1v2. But now, look at this. Asterisk just hopped to hold this crossfire right now. You have to watch the right angle, however, and Little Boy in the corner is able to confirm the round here for his team. Asterisk, you talked about it. They needed to get on the board early, and they do so with the pistol.
Yeah, big pistol round win, responding to the aggression. But ItsMeViko asking an early question, walking down C long, a little bit of an unorthodox strategy there. So, you know, I think that this is going to be set up to be a very entertaining match here between both sides. Obviously, we know Asterisk are going to play a little bit slower, not having the double duelist, playing double controller. They're going to go for a bit more conditioning, a little bit more of the 8 lobby control, and sort of look to pivot off of a few picks. Whereas ItsMeViko, playing this double duelist, they don't want to use the Sober utility too early, being such long cooldowns now. So it is going to be about their duelists just fighting for a little bit of space and being a little bit more forward. But I'll tell you what, you can't even stand behind that door because Ryzen's got a Guardian, and that is going to be the end of that Sober. So now they have absolutely no utility to work with in terms of information, and King Kappa also goes down.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Carmel getting one and yet another kill. Again, with these pistols, whether it's a Ghost or whether it's a Sheriff, he's just been so deadly today. And it seems like he's feeling vengeful after that previous map's loss. Asterisk, on the other hand, I think the biggest difference maker this time around is that they're the ones starting on this attacking side. So they have a chance to build up a huge lead here and try to push us through that map 3 of Corrode. Spike goes down on B. 2 players left. I feel like the plan is just to go away to die to the Spike and try to avoid giving more autos.
Yeah, for sure. You say that, we are going to see Caramel clash with Hellf, and this is a 1v1. It's a straight up fair fight, but not when the Bucky comes out into your face. So Hellf will get a consolation pick there in the end. We're going to see the Neon maybe look for something more, but Techno in towards Garage. He's just trying to cross and try and survive. Going to sit here and hopefully go down to the Spike, and will. So no all talks given up. 2-0 Asterisk, and that is the attackers off to another good start as we have seen all day.
It's kind of nice that Hellf got that kill, so he's going to have a little bit more gas in the tank to work with, which means instead of buying light armor, he's going to be able to buy regen armor, which is always a nice little benefit off the back of that kill. That said, though, no outlaws this time around from this attacking side, but Ryzen, you talked about his Viper gameplay before, and he's definitely rising up to the occasion right now. Guardian in hand, ready to go in for those frags, and talking about frags here, it looks like it's going to be a full-on brawl towards A site.
Yeah, we'll see. The defense clearly want to have this fight taken, but you can now see the attackers. They're going to hear that aggression. They're going to speed up in towards B here. They're aware of that site. Has to be a little bit weaker. They get in. The plant is coming in there in 15 seconds. They'll lose a player for it. And Hellf is actually going to take down the Killjoy. So that does mean that there is no turret watching this flank and this post plant. It is going to have to be some aggression from Asterisk to take the space.
Ooh, Yash takes a lot of damage for somebody who was 30 HP, but still, Hoax is able to find Yash. That's the trade coming through. Spike gets trapped here. It's going to have to be Techno to find these kills, but unfortunately whiffs the shots, and now numbers in favor of Asterisk. They have a very good chance of converting this bonus round. Venka has to go huge, able to get the first kill. They know where Ryzen is, but he's in the corner, and he is ready for this. Venka now looking very low. Shorty might be enough to confirm this kill here. How to go for the defuse. Gets half of it, or tries to get half of it, but Ryzen ready with the Shorty and the swing to get this bonus for Asterisk. What a round from them.
The expert Viper gameplay on full display here on Haven. 3-0 Asterisk. The attack here has been very impressive, and you know, a lot of it has just been off of getting a few early picks here and there, but also gaining information, because as we know, and I was saying it at the start, the aggression is going to be there. ItsMeViko, they've been playing confident, they've been pushing up, double duelists, they're going to be in your face. If you can work out where they're pushing and where their weak side is, we're seeing the result of it right here. 3-0 Asterisk, and they have the momentum going in their favor. So we do see them looking towards the C side initially. It is left open for now by the defense, as again, Venka is trying to go for that aggressive play down mid. Caramel this time, the one waiting with the Vandal.
Again, the spam has also been so devastating, forcing ItsMeViko to play from much further back. Quick little snapshot of I'm not sure who it was. I think it was Ryzen. Yeah, a quick little snapshot of Ryzen in the middle, but ItsMeViko. They've already lost Venka so early on, and losing a star fragger like that, it's gonna hurt, especially with the Sheriff. Again, though, Carmel just happy to take advantage of these kills that are being fed to him one at a time, and once again, it's gonna be a quick pivot towards his B side. One by one, the defense is being shut down here. It's gonna be 2 of them left alive right now, and really, it's going to be a very difficult round, especially when you have like consistently being watched here.
Last player standing.
Oh, the shorty up against the Bucky wins it. And Ryzen can do no wrong. 4-0 to the attackers. The Viper continues to deliver. As we do see there, just a couple of players swinging out. And
Player standing.
yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen timeout potentially being called here by ItsMeViko. I would like to see them, you know, kind of make a bit of an adjustment. I understand that they don't want to give up the Soviet utility early, and that is why they are using Venka and Helef as kind of recon drones in a sense of trying to get deeper information lines, but clearly it isn't working. They're being countered very early. The patience from the attack has been there. Maybe this adjustment here, the operator online, maybe this is going to be the answer.
There.
Could be the right one. Let's see if it is, though. Here it comes. Once again, buy available, like you said. And Venka's up, like you said as well, ready to go in for this peak. I like this little smoke, though, coming in from the attacking side. Deny visibility on that angle dash, though. As soon as that smoke goes down, ready for the pick, and takes a 140, takes 140 damage, but still able to stay alive here. Ready for the swing for the rest of his team. 1-for-1 trade once again, as Helef looking to make the difference. The problem is 3 people come out of the smoke to try and take him down. Once again, Asterisk, they should be able to get the spike down with an advantage. No survivals available, and they're even happy to invest this Viper's Pit, but Kimachi is the one to go down, so it's still a 2v2.
Big shock darts come through, and they have the drone for this pit. Can hear it coming out. This could be the win condition if it gets the ping. It's not going to find the Viper, though, just yet. They may have seen Ryzen, but Ryzen wins the crucial 1v1. Now the defense are under some pressure. Hoax is going to try to walk in, but Ryzen's given up the pit, and they have no idea about the killjoy on the site. Surely, as we can see, Hoax is just going to try to stick it. Gets the half, holds the line. Caramel played in perfectly. This is the Asterisk that we know and love.
100%. That's exactly what you want to see here. And they managed to do it in style right now. And they are more than able to find the damage and the kills to come through here. I think that it's going to be them with the momentum in this particular map. And a 5-0 start right now for them. Looking really, really good. Once again, breaking the economy, putting it into shambles here for Asterisk. And they're going to be left only with the Bucky and the Bulldog. Yeah, not the greatest buy for sure. I mean, I just like this gameplay coming out of Asterisk. They were happy to wait on these eco rounds, try to cast these players because they know the tendency of these players to push out. But talking about a push this time, it's Venka and Hopes to come out on top. 1-for-1 trade on the opposite side. It's going to be a push from LF. Does a lot of damage, but both of these players from Asterisk are looking quite low. Still a 3v3 though, still doable, especially with that Sova ult and the lockdown. And
they're heading towards the Cypher setup though. The defense are going to be looking very, very happy here as the Cypher has the ability to maybe swing out here and take down this ultimate. We'll see. It looks like the attackers are using it as a bit of a bait here. King Kappa has walked all the way down. Will be clearing out the lockdown, and now they know that it was a fake, so they're going to be able to rotate on a good timing. Health advantage still going in their favor, but conversion with that Hunter's Fury, that is going to be the main win condition here for the attackers.
Yeah, they might have had to use the lockdown, but the fake has brought them enough time. I mean, sure, you're still going to have like a possible retake available from the rest of the team. You also have Caramel still on this lurk here, so that could prove to be the difference maker. Is positioning in garage. Venka, though, has snuck his way onto the site. Techno able to find the first kill. That is going to be Kimachi. Caramel versus the Sheriff. It's going to be for once the Sheriff to come out on top. It's a 1v3 right now. Here comes the tap on the spike. The Molly comes through as well. And now in the 1v3, they invest the neural theft to know exactly where Ryzen is. He's been a beast this game. They aren't taking any chances. But Techno finally going to be able to get Asterisk, take Asterisk down and get ItsMeViko their first round on the board here. 3 players alive. They take control of some guns. And it's going to be a much needed boost to their economy too.
Yeah, whenever I like to analyze games and sort of, you know, explain the strategies and stuff like that, the main thing I look for is what is the win condition. If there is a win condition that you can see, then you can kind of back the strategy even if it doesn't work. And I think that right there is what I like to see. Team play going down mid, looking for that active information, but being ready for trade as well. And I think that we haven't quite seen that just yet. I think it's been a lot of, emphasis on these duelists just going for these solo effort lurks to go down towards mid and try to find some pick in towards the attacker spawn. There, you saw that mid play coming out. They wanted to crunch and they wanted to fight. We're going to see it again here. Double stack up towards C site. Could set up a crossfire. This is much better here from the defense.
Much better look and much what they needed to start things off. Kappa back on as usual, sentinel duties, finds both these kills, catches the omen as well of using that from the shadows. Always a little bit of a risk to stick it when you're not sure if everything around you is clear. Caramel though has to be the person to possibly find a difference. Gets a dink onto Techno. Wallbang, so it's gonna be him taking the line, but Gesh in the meantime gets control of the spike. 1 HP left, but still looking to find crucial amounts of damage. Caramel though finally gets shut down, and it's just gonna be the Silva. A 4K for the King, and a second round on the board for ItsMeViko.
King Kappa stepping up on the Cypher and doing exactly what was needed there. 3 kills, holding down the site on your own. That is such a critical skill that not many people are capable of being honest, Zach, on a map like Haven, right? Your Sentinel has to be able to solo anchor because of just how much space needs to be covered by the other 4 players. So really, really good to see there. King Kappa stepping up and getting that second round on the board for ItsMeViko. That is going to give the team a lot of confidence in his ability to hold down a site, which is crucial on a map like this.
Crucial, and more than that, it's just so hard to do, especially with the way that Asterisk have been playing. But after that Thrifty win, it seems like this team has been revitalized, looking a little bit more in sync with each other more than anything else. But look at this double play towards short. A little bit of noise being made right now. Still leaving behind a lurk here in the form of Little Boy, but that shock dart forces him to at least force a TP out, fake a TP out, make it look like he's gone away, but now he doesn't have any get out of jail util left, so if they watch the angle, it might be the damage that they need. In the meantime, though, the rest of the team looking to work mid instead. Caramel has been very successful at finding these opening frags, but with the noise being made again, Asterisk, they haven't, ItsMeViko, they haven't rotated at all. They're just happy to hold down these angles until they get a kill or they get the spike.
Look at this mid walk though. It's later into the round here. The double duelists are going to get on the line, and Venka's going to find the first. That is lovely play there. A bit of push and pull strategies from the defense, and you're going to see King Kappa. You can understand that looking for that extra information will end up going down, and now the attackers are going to put it back towards this A site. Will they clear the corner?
The neon wall is there for it, but the pre-fire actually takes down Hoax. I would be so pissed if I was Hoax there. Venka also gets shut down here. The first lob shot goes wide and just not enough time to recover off the back of that. 2 players left right now for ItsMeViko. They might have gotten those opening frags, but they're not able to convert off the back of them. Techno trying to isolate these angles, but Ryzen with the operator now doing so much damage. The 14 HP left. Hellas decides, alright, I'm out. It's okay, you can have the round, and it is going to be a 6th round on the board for Asterisk.
Yeah, much better on the execute there. Good little push and pull strategy, just getting the players off the line and forcing a re-clear towards A long. That opens up the entire map, and it's a free spike plant. Very, very well played there. Asterisk back to their winning ways, 6-2 as you said, and can they snowball? Can they be the ones to get this 10-2 half on the board? I mean, obviously they're going to have a flawless end to the half, but certainly the reads that they've been having so far have been impressed.
Go, go, go!
All right, 6-2 currently. That's the score, and we are seeing Asterisk needing to build up their ultimates as well, right? Because you're looking at their ult economy. A couple players are on 4 out of 8, 4 out of 9. A little bit further away. On the defense, though, ItsMeViko. I mean, they're a couple orbs away from 3 ultimates online. They do have Venka with the Bladestorm as well, so a heavy investment into this round is going to be crucial that they can get some damage done here, as we are going to see another A fight coming out. Venka needs to get out of dodge, and short will do so, but this brawl is not over yet.
Go, go.
I mean, they also saw the player crossover into short. Hellas, though, caught in the open, forced to use this fast lane to try and get out. Neon Woman really keeping him alive right now, but Kimboji trying to trade. 1 HP and a dream that barely left alive. Kappa, in the meantime, though, does have this sneaky little aggressive angle on C. Turret watching the rest of it. I think he could hear the turret as well, so he's just going to be holding down here. But look at the position here from the rest of Asterisk. They know that one of their players is low, and they're happy to try and work this B side once again. No ultimates available, though, for either side, so it's just going to have to be these contact plays. Techno, the first player in the angle, ready with the operator, gets that first kill, and gets out of dodge. As you said, 3 players left alive for this Asterisk side. They get the spike down, and let's see if they can defend this close plan despite the numbers disadvantage.
ItsMeViko playing the discipline game here at the moment, and it looks like the Cypher's gotten around that Tripwire on the flank. It may not even be a console.
Okay, what the heck?
He's while sliding, hits the headshot. He's having a laugh about it too. He knows there is no way you should be getting away with that. The neon comes out, shows the impact. What a retake. I mean, Neon doing Neon things.
Go.
That's just illegal. This is why people say they hate Valorant. Like that. This is exactly why people say they hate Valorant. And I can hear Caramel like, I don't know if I can hear him, but I can certainly hear his mind voice like, yo, what the heck was that? With a few more words. Look at this. It's just illegal.
No.
What the heck, man?
We're playing an old patch Neon, are we? When Neon was better? I mean, that's just gone straight as you like on the slide. That is a dangerous shot to come through. But, I mean, look, maybe a moment like that is exactly what you need as a defense, right? I mean, there wasn't much going on. You're down round 6-2. Maybe that could give you a bit more of that confidence. Now it's 6-3. You got that 3K feeling good on the Neon especially as well. Your mechanics are looking a bit sharper, and that definitely is going to be a mental boost here. And hopefully, off the back of this timeout, ItsMeViko can then capitalize off of that mentality.
100%. I think that in particular, this timeout here, I mean, it does serve as a little bit of a alert here for Asterisk to see if they can do better on this attacking side. But more than that, it kind of lets them break the momentum from ItsMeViko, who have won 3 out of the last 4 rounds here. ItsMeViko, though, still looking fairly comfortable. Techno going to be the one to hold onto that operator that we saw him pop out last round rather. And I mean, insane round from Helluff the previous time around. Looking at the ultimates, though, I mean, King Kappa should be close to his neural theft. Hoax is also gearing up the second cycle of ults already, ready to go almost for the side of ItsMeViko. But for Asterisk, a little bit more of a delay there. The spams coming in from Asterisk this game so far have just been illegal, by the way. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, they're shooting those common angles, making sure that the lines cannot be challenged there, as we are going to see that drone get the information on Techno, not only removing him from the box, but also revealing where the operator is. But we can see here as well, the flank is starting, the double duelists are walking up, and they have Asterisk completely boxed in towards his A site, complete control by the defense. And now they know for sure they can triple stack this A site and wait for the hit.
That's the idea, that's the plan. Omen Paranoia immediately, though, to catch out some of the players. Kappa, this time the one to catch Yash. No free trying to take him down. He's still in the corner looking to be a menace. Holy sprayed out. He gets 3 and Techno gets 1 of his own. The flank wasn't even necessary by the end of it. It was just a side defense. Absolutely perfect. But like you said, the information that was gathered by Venka and Helluff's flank there really made this round look so possible, because they knew that they just had to concentrate on denying the A hit. And one player went down there. I think he was even down Hoax towards the end. Just the fact that you can see Kappa in the corner ready to find that 3K makes it really nice for ItsMeViko. 4-6, a much better scoreline. And last time around, they found 11.5 on attack. So every single round matters here for Asterisk.
100% it does, and they need to get back to their winning ways. 6-4 now, and we are starting to see this game even up a little bit. And again, it's a double walk down C long. It's a very unique strategy. I don't think you'd be too prepared for. They could find the Viper, maybe no. I was looking on the map there. Ryzen almost caught out in the end, but Venka, he's going to stick around here and try to hold down this space. It's creating a lot of problems here for this attack, and we will see the flank still being watched. The duelists not wanting to give up the space they've just taken. Potentially going to force Asterisk to be put into another box here towards the B side.
The thing is that they only spotted Venka. They didn't spot Helluff. So if Venka gets spotted at some other point of the map, it might be what they need. But Helluff's still on this steady flank here. Spawn is going to be open. I don't know if there's a Killjoy turret watching this. I don't think there is. So it's just going to be alarm bot for A. Halef should be able to make his way towards this garage opening here if he wants to. B-side is once again left open for the retake, but now look at this. Ryzen's going to be the one to watch, but not ready enough. It's just going to be the kill to come through for Halef. The Hunter's Fury as well catches one, and now it's just going to be the Neon left behind. Yash in the 1v4, sliver of HP and a dream, gets the first one. That gives away his position. A little bit of spam as well, but Techno just going to be able to get off the defuse off the back of that paranoia. Yash doing the best he can, manages to get another couple of kills despite being less than 20 HP, but it's just too much a 1v4 at that level, especially when the spike is being diffused in front of your face. So another round here for ItsMeViko off the back of the spike planted.
3 frags to come through. Respect the effort there, but that was a beautiful setup by the defense. I mean, the Hunter's Fury with the crunch, and as you said, all that C space that was taken, there was just nowhere for Asterisk to go. And I think that is the issue you run into when you're playing the Killjoy, right? As opposed to the Cypher, you need to kind of anchor yourself back. But the turret can be abused from a distance, right? As soon as you see it, you can just shoot it. So it does make that the flanks a lot harder to hold, and it really has been affecting the way that especially the A-techs have been going for Asterisk, as we are going to see them try to finish up towards this C side, as Hodes is still going to find an early pick. Unfortunately, will end up going down on the site, but at least makes it even for the post plan, if they even plan.
Ooh, Yash able to take down Venka there, but Kappa actually gets the trade with the spam and is able to very successfully find that crucial damage. The stun doesn't connect, a little bit haste to come through from Helen there. Look at this though, the collapse, the off, and the perfect position to play. If you're this Omen, you've got to hit your shot though, and Caramel, he says, I'll do it myself. This guy used to play CS, but he still has the same instincts, I gotta say, in Valorant in the last few years. Really clutch coming in from him. And, I mean, honestly, everything went right here for Techno. He just needed to hit the shot.
I mean, that is just the perfect lineup for the Omen, and I mean, it's just pixels in it. It's just pixels in it. A slight overflick is the difference between a 6-6 and a 7-5. So, look, I'll be honest with you, I think both teams are going to be pretty happy in this scenario, right? ItsMeViko are going to be very happy that they've managed to bring back 5 rounds. Asterisk are going to be happy that they've ended the half in the lead despite falling off towards the end. So I think this is as even as it gets. I think 6-6 definitely favors the attacking side in the second half because this generally is an attack-favored map. But 7-5, game on.
Game on indeed, and I mean, I gotta say something. The Ryzen is definitely popping off today on that Viper. It seems like that deny utility is gonna be really, really important, and he has to put up big numbers here along with Caramel. They're gonna have to be the bastions of defense. Talking about defense right now, though, there's already 2 players who rotated over here towards his backside. The Paranoia doesn't connect, so Venka does the opposite. This team's Paranoia is perfect, and they just go in for the perfect site crunch. 2 opening kills already as that spike goes down. It's a 5v3 post plant.
Spike planted.
Very, very good. And this is what the danger is of ItsMeViko on this attacking side. I mean, they just take sites so quickly. They're able to find the momentum. Hoax is hitting shots like that on Ryzen, who we were talking about as one of the sharper players in this lobby currently. It makes it so difficult. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, in the end, so it makes it a 4v2. So we are seeing here Yash trying to find some space. They're going to swing out. It's another trade back and forth. But they play off each other so well. I mean, political post plant being played there. Very, very nice A-site take. And it looks like ItsMeViko. They are here to play. And if they get off to a fast start here, this could be a very, very unfortunate sweep of the series. Asterisk, though, they're still in it for now. They've got to make sure they can do some damage on this eco.
Yeah, it's just going to be a share for Caramel. Everybody else sticking to the classic, except for Yash, who decides to go for it. Never mind, he's still deciding. We'll leave him be. On the opposite side, though, it is a pretty much full buy. Only Techno holding onto the pistol. Everybody else investing in a weapon here. And it seems like it's going to be a full-on push from the A side. Only Caramel left behind, and they just want 4 players standing in line there. I feel like that's the point you decide immediately you want to go somewhere else. So that's how they pursuit. It's completely understandable. Halef and Kappa still playing Destruction, still playing for 1 kills here. Still able to find 1 at least, so that's still decent damage. Just Caramel though, the 1v2 now as he gets that kill onto Hoax, and that's a weapon that he can pick up. I think it's a rifle as well.
It's just Caramel. Maybe a bit of an understatement there because, I mean, Caramel, we know how good is in the clutch. Would have been a 1v2 with a rifle. I'm backing him to have a chance here. The spike plate will go down, so time is well and truly going to be against Asterisk here. And especially with this judge. I mean, Techno is going to be in the perfect position for the situation. In fact, Caramel didn't even get the rifle recovered, so only with the sheriff, so never mind. He's going to be in a rough position here. We'll see whether or not they can take it. It's 1v2. It's definitely winnable, but this judge, I'm assuming, is going to be too much to handle. He's going to go up towards heaven, potentially. No. Back with a bit of a sound bait. Techno is ready for it in the end, and it's 7-all. I don't know if not picking up the rifle there was a bit of a tactical play, because maybe they just didn't want to give it back to him.
That is true. That could definitely be the factor. I mean, a lot of damage has been done. They lose one of their, they lose their rifle, they lose their marshal. But it seems like, despite that disparity, ItsMeViko are investing pretty substantially in this round. They've got enough money from both those spike plants and those kills to have 2 rifles online, especially since I think Hoax was the one playing with just the sheriff. He's gonna have the money to buy in for this one. So this bonus definitely looks very substantial. More than any of these guns, I am terrified of the judge in Helev's hands.
I mean, look, I'm loving the back and forth between these two teams right now. 7-all, it's definitely going to be a very difficult game to play. The camera from Kappa is absolutely perfect. Yash gets taken down. Caramel is going to get the 1 pick back, but it looks like it is ItsMeViko coming through to the Z site. They're going to get the spike plant. They're going to pick up the rifles, and it's going to be a 4v2 on the post plant.
Spike planted.
Got the lurk as well kicking in already. Look at Helef making his way to through ACT. Oh, if he had gone towards B, he might have had a free pick instead. But yeah, I feel like this is the point where you just say, hey guys, let's hold on to our guns here if you're Asterisk. And you can see them slowly backing away. They want nothing to do with the seaside. And it's ItsMeViko winning this bonus and taking the lead for the first time this game, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, it's very, very interesting here. It's a beneficial timing for Asterisk in order to save the weapons, but they're also not aware that flank happened at all. So Helef definitely is going to be able to potentially use some sort of a late lurk later in the half, with the defense being unaware of that situation. 7-all, about to be 8-7. ItsMeViko winning this bonus round is absolutely huge. The Neon with the judge, though, you're going to assume he's going to drop out of heaven here and go for something.
Oh,
and there
God.
it is, gets the pick. Little boy will go down, and that is a judge online. This Neon is having the time of his life.
I'm out of here.
God, I hate Neon, and more than that, I hate Neon as the judge. And you can see exactly why. There's nothing that little boy could do. If you don't hit that instant headshot, you are screwed, and that's exactly what happened there. RIP little boy, forced to play with the sheriff in this one, and there's only going to be 1 full rifle. There is that Guardian on Yash, but aside, who was pretty nifty with that in the previous map, to be fair, but it's almost a hero buy. He's going to have almost no money left for the next round. It seems like Asterisk are considering if they want to force him this one. There's no, it's just mostly a thrifty right now. Caramel going for a cheeky little peek. Might be able to get a headshot with the sheriff. He's managed to hit those before, but now gonna be caught out by the recon, forced back, and that lets Hoax charge up the Sova ult.
Yeah, but it's the Outlaw in towards mid that's going to take down Yash, and that is going to open up the B side. The alarm board as well confirms the presence of these players. Techno able to take down Caramel, and this thrifty one is not looking too good here. Ryzen as well gets taken down, so it looks like, at least for now, the bigger weapons are in control of this situation. The Guardian, though, in towards Garage here from Lil Boy could do some damage.
You know that he's there. Venka gets shut down. That's the Outlaw out of the picture. If you can get another kill, this round might be suddenly doable. And KBG does exactly that. Shuts down the lurk. They know that most likely these 3 players are going to be towards site or long. Little Boy going in for the first peek. Gets the kill with the Guardian. Suddenly makes things very doable. But Kappa, they're on the counter swing. Gets the trade. 2v1 right now. Recon immediately destroyed. They're just playing next to each other. Can he get the lineup? Is going to be the question. But no, they're to each other, holding hands like the best friends that they are, and that is going to be a 9th round on the board here for ItsMeViko. They're starting to increase the lead.
Yeah, but Asterisk, they're making a contest of that. I mean, there wasn't a lot going into that buy. They had a few weapons, and they definitely made them hurt. Now they got the rifles online. They need to reply, right? 4-0 in this half. Where is the comeback? And this is the concern that we had for Asterisk, right? They are such a momentum-based team, but they really struggle to wrestle it back. And if they can at least here put an end to this streak of rounds, you could see a resurgence from them. I mean, you said last time on this map it was 13-11. It looks like it could go down to the wire again as Yash is again going to be taken down. Little Boy will get the trade, but it's a little bit of an overcommitted position.
Venka already there with the Blade Storm and the rifle.
I
Not that
know
he needs an additional
exactly
weapon in his
where you
arsenal.
are.
That's gonna be the Nero Step to come out though. Reveals the position of both of these defenders remaining, but Cardinal, sharp as ever, is gonna have the lockdown, just no opportunity to use it. Ryzen now on the flank. I think that was the tripwire broken, so they're gonna expect him to be here as well. Has to be able to isolate the 1v1s, but it seems like it's just gonna be disciplined gameplay as Rifle gets spotted out here. Host gotta be able to tag him up, unless of course he's careful. And now that they know where he is, I think that Rifle barrel was spotted there by the drone. It's just gonna be them playing from the backside, trying to hold a crossfire, jump peaks as well. Folks with the shock dart trying to do a little bit of additional chip. Doesn't really connect, but it buys enough time. And again, look, they're just playing right next to each other. No 1v1's gonna be given here. Almost got the isolated angle, but didn't hit the shot. And Hopes is happy to close it out. 10-7, double digits here for ItsMeViko.
Yeah, they're playing very, very nicely here at the moment. ItsMeViko looking to try and dominate. If you are just joining us here, we are on our second map. ItsMeViko are already leading in this series. So they win here, and it's all over. Asterisk trying to force the map 3 out.
I know exactly.
But at the moment, they just can't seem to win a defensive round, and we've seen it all series. The attack is truly on top here. ItsMeViko pulling off execute after execute, having so many good reads. And it looks like we are seeing another attempt to walk down mid, and Venka shuts it down within the first second. They didn't even get out of the retide.
Venka had like a very quiet first half, but he's definitely making up for it in this particular one.
Didn't see the
lurk. He didn't. I don't think he saw the Viper. That is insane. There, they didn't see each other. Just ships in the night, crossing. But in the meantime, the rest of Asterisk step up huge and make things into a 2v2 once again. Spike gonna be dropped towards long. Has to be retrieved by Kappa right now. However, the positioning here from the Neon isn't. I don't think they spotted the Spike quite yet. So Venka might be stuck between a rock and a hard place. He needs to be careful how he plays this when he goes through the swing, and he is perfection as always. Gonna be able to get out back towards the seaside and again play this 1v2. That's information as well as to where his teammate is, but he's a little bit too wide, and Yash takes him down. 1v1 at the end. Neon versus Cypher. Let's see who does come out on top. Of course, Yash has his nice little camp to try and play off of the problem, as he doesn't know where this player is. Could be even coming in too long. But it's going to be the peak from Kappa to close it out. Yash caught in the middle of the jump. And my god, it just seems like it's doing no wrong today.
Yeah, they are playing some phenomenal attack there, and there was a chance. I liked the call though from Yash, I gotta say. So just give up the spike there. I saw it down and said, okay, we're in a 2v2. Let's try and consolidate towards our own spawn. We'll play a retake and back ourselves to win it. Unfortunately, it was just half a second too late on linking up with Kibijin, and Kibijin was taken down by Venka. So it was unlucky. I like the thought process there from Asterisk, but they got to get something more than a close round here. They need to start scoring some points, otherwise this series is done.
I think the point that you made about timings was pretty accurate there. I feel like in this attacking half, ItsMeViko have been taking full advantage and really just finding the gaps there. Again, a spike plant. Not the first time we're gonna be seeing, but this post plant is against the Killjoy ult. But Techno takes Kratos out, so there's no Killjoy ult available either. All of this has to be done by hand with lesser weapons. It's gonna be so rough right now.
I mean, it's all down to the overdrive at this point. I mean, if you're gonna go for it, I think Yash needs to pop it, as we are going to see them come out. The Neon is coming through here, but taken out immediately. Kibijin will at least get the trade with the Hunter's Fury. Lil Boy as well hitting the shot, but it's a 3v3 and there's no time.
I mean, there's still the Cypher on site as well. Nice little drone to help out his teammate. In fact, able to get the kill as well. Kibijin at least shuts down Kappa after all of that mess. But ItsMeViko. So far, at least, it has been a flawless attack half coming in from them. 12-7 right now. That is, I believe that's 9 consecutive rounds in a row for them. Or wait, 7 consecutive rounds. Sorry, I'm bad at math. Anyway,
they are playing an unbelievable attack half here. That is essentially what we're trying to say. I mean, they've won 7 in a row. They've won 10 of the last 11. Like, the momentum is well and truly with them here. And now it's 5 series points. Asterisk. I mean, we've seen ideas, we've seen, you know, a few strategies forming. None of them have worked out. Can they find any sort of response here? It looks like a nice little trade out towards C Long, but they've overcommitted to the fight again.
Oh dear. Still a 3v3 though, so there's some hope, but the lure coming in from barrage. That probably is gonna be the killing blow. 3v2 situation. It's gonna need heroics from the rest of Asterisk to come out. Oh my god, Ryzen, you can't miss the timings like that. You have to be able to win out these duels, but it's just not happening. Caramel right now, no, they know exactly where he is as well. With that hero step to come through, this seems like it's pretty much over, unless of course Caramel can pull out a miracle. But even he might have bitten off a little bit too much chew here as the frags come through. The shorty to do an additional bit of chip damage. I think they're trying to go in for the knife right now. Caramel though, gotta get the first one. Might even have time to put down the lockdown here, but might not have time for all of it to tick through, as he's just gonna try to somehow save this round. The crossfire though is perfect, and I feel like Colts is gonna let himself trap so he can try to get the knife.
I think they're trying to bait out the swing in towards long because, I mean, obviously Kinkappa is going to have that player isolated, but no, instead going for the slower play here, playing the timing. Caramel is found out, and it will be Kinkappa. We've seen it yesterday, we see it again. Kinkappa is the one to send ItsMeViko to victory. That is a very clinical 2-0 in the series.
I feel like I thought this series was gonna go the distance, especially after the last comeback from Asterisk, but then I remember there was a 2-0 start for ItsMeViko. So yeah, they continue their 2-0 start. No map 3 on the cards today. One enemy remaining. To be fair, I think their attacking side on both of these maps was just so darn good, and especially on the second half, it just felt like they were consistently finding these openings, finding these kills, finding that initial advantage to start with, and there was just no coming back from that.
100%. I mean, it was just a very, very well played series. ItsMeViko just had too much to handle on attack. I mean, look, Asterisk as well, credit to them. They definitely put ItsMeViko under a lot of pressure on their attack halves as well, but their defense just didn't have the answers Viko did. It's as simple as that. There just wasn't an adaptation to what was happening to them. They were attempting to go for these flanks. You know, a very, very clear strategy was trying to, you know, be aggressive, get in their face a little bit, but they didn't really have anything off the back of it. Once that fight was lost, there was no contingency plan. It was, we're going for this plan. If it doesn't work, well, we'll just go next round. And they kept doing it, and unfortunately, they ran out of rounds to go next on, and we did see them get another flawless round here. I mean, ItsMeViko, you got to talk about them. They've got to be very easily one of the favorites to win now, just based on these two series we have seen. When they get going, they do not look like they're beatable at all.
I'm so excited for the upper final, dude. I feel like it's just going to be an absolute banger of a game. And yeah, I mean, we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but some of these rounds here we're just absolutely ballistic. Like that 3K from Hello, for example. That's a showcase of why people hate Neon in live action.
And you're hitting that when the situation is 2-6, right? Like you guys don't have any momentum. You got no right to be hitting shots like that. They came out, and like I said at the timeout, I was like, well, maybe that gets a few laughs out. The team vibes start to lift a little bit. They get a timeout. They've stopped the momentum, and it proved to be exactly what they needed. They won the round after that as well to make it 6-4. It was a 7-5 half, and both teams, like I said, would have been pretty happy with that. But I mean, clearly you need to win 12 on attack to beat ItsMeViko.
Yeah, I mean, last time they had the 11-1 half. This time they continue their flawless attacking run. 8 rounds in a row, exactly what you need. But either way, we had the team summaries ready to go. So let's take a look at the objectives. I'm pretty sure it's going to look very one-sided, especially in terms of the post plants there. But yeah, I mean, overall, ItsMeViko, they are dominating in the first kills department. Out of 20 rounds, they've gotten it 17 times. That is insane.
Yeah, 17 first bloods. That, yeah, I mean, that just sums it up, right? 13-7, 20 rounds, 17 first bloods. That is some dominant strategies coming out. A couple clutches as well that we saw. 220 ACS. Yeah, I mean, look, their team just played phenomenally off the back of each other. You look at the other side, though. I mean, Asterisk, I feel like we had a very similar discussion to this in a previous game, where they've gotten 3 clutches, but they've only found 7 rounds. Half their rounds did come from clutches. You just need to make sure you can have a little bit more team play. You need that win condition to be around your team play, and the clutches are kind of the bonus finishing touches.
100%. I mean, I think that throughout that game, I think both of these maps, there were some incredible individual heroics coming in from both of these teams. But yeah, I think ItsMeViko a little bit more consistent in not just the first kills metric, but also they were just able to, I think on this map especially, all of their players are popping off. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here to see who is going to be the MVP and who's going to be topping the charts for each team. I mean, for the side of Asterisk, I think it's pretty obvious. Caramel had a banger game, both of these games, in fact. And I feel like, yeah, if he had a little bit more support from his team, he could have probably done more. He was doing so much by himself, so shout out to him. But ItsMeViko, man. Kappa, you were talking about him, K-Man. He was definitely the king of this game.
Yeah, King Kappa just on top, 21 and 10 on the Cypher. Another great Cypher performance to be put out there. Hellf as well, like I said, probably was a catalyst in starting that comeback on the defensive half. Hoax had a great series, I think, overall, as well as Techno and Venka. I mean, Venka could be nice for the second game because he was the difference in that first map. It was a team performance there. They played so well off each other and they got the job done. Over on the other side of things, I mean, Caramel played well. I think Yash had a lot of positive moments. Ryzen was the reason they were in the lead, I think it's fair to say, at the start of that game. The Viper gameplay was absolutely phenomenal. And then, obviously, Convergent and Lil Boy were trying to play support there. But, I mean, even the assist is a little bit telling, just that the impact wasn't quite there with the utility like it was on the other side.
So true. And I mean, on the attacking half, he did a great job for sure, like consistently catching out the lurks, catching out the pushes, finding those multi-frags. But on defense, you just couldn't feel the impact of the Viper. Like, his screens were just being disrespected. It felt like ItsMeViko just didn't care. They were happy to just go in for the pushes. And I think they decided, all right, fine, if the Viper screen is going to make going into C or be difficult, especially with Caramel playing there, they just went for the A side, unless, of course, they managed to take down Caramel in the first place. So really, really nice gameplay coming in overall from ItsMeViko. And of course, really good calling as well in terms of rotations. We do have our MVP ready. We already talked about him a lot, but we can talk about him a little bit more. Kappa was just absolutely popping off here. And yeah, I think multiple clutches, 2 clutches were by him in that post plant, denying the thing from coming through. Denying the defuse from coming through. But yeah, overall, just an incredible performance, incredible trades, and his lurks as ever were just perfect.
Absolutely. I mean, Kappa played phenomenally well there. It was a very, very good performance coming out from the entire team. I mean, a clean 2-0. That just shows the team was on top, right? It was from start to finish. ItsMeViko, obviously, in the first map, had a massive lead. In the second map, played a bit of catch-up, but that is also a really, really important factor, right? Being able to start on the back foot and come back is a skill that not many teams have, so it's really impressive to see them pull that out. And I do believe it will be an interview coming out here with Hoax, so we will be having, I believe that was the Sober, if I'm not mistaken, from that last map. So we'll see, and the IGL here. Hoax, congratulations, clean 2-0 into the upper finals. You gotta be feeling good about that one. So I think we're having a few tech issues on our end. We can't quite hear you at the moment, so that is a bit unlucky. But hopefully that'll get fixed in the next couple of seconds here with production, and then we'll get into the interview. Sorry about that, Hoax, but we will just stand by for just a second.
Yeah, he just poofed, but let's see if they can fix it real quick.
All right.
Yeah, Hoax, IGL, captain, Sova player, everything in the kitchen sink at this point, and also compulsive multi-fragger. I think he had a couple of nice little shock dart kills as well today. But yeah, I think we almost have our interview fixed, so we will be heading into it pretty shortly. Sorry for the false alarm, but hey, you got to see Hoax's face twice, so be happy about it, guys. There
it is,
Hello.
Hoax. There we go. Congratulations on the win, mate. Obviously, like I said, a 2-0 is something you guys are going to be happy about. A comfortable win going into the upper final. It's got to make you guys very confident.
Yep. Comfortable win, as you said. We are happy with it. And yep, looking forward to... I don't think we are facing RAD Syndicate, I think, if I'm not wrong.
I think you are,
Yes.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, in today's games, it felt like you had a little bit of a slow start on that second map. So as the IGL, what did you say to your team? What was the change that really helped you guys excel in the tail end of the first half?
I mean, for not even this particular event, like the Pulsar event as well and this event as well, we don't have a set IGL for any game. We are
Oh, really?
playing these
Okay.
games just for, like every team they practice like few hours a day. It tends to get a serious sometimes. So we are playing these events to cool off a bit, chill out a bit. Everyone can try whatever they want. People are playing different roles. You'll see me on Phoenix on map. You'll see Helef on Neon. You'll see Techno on ISO. You'll see Kappa on Neon. So we are just chilling. There's no IGL. There's no calling. Everyone is doing whatever they want, and we just have good coordination, and we are winning. Like we are nothing serious, nothing wrong. Even the agent selects. It's like Helef will say, okay, I want to play Neon today, so we just play around it. Venka will say, I want to play Jet today, so we'll play around it. We are just taking this event to cool off some steam, have some fun, and enjoy the event. Regardless of we win or lose, it doesn't really matter. I mean, of course, I'll sleep better if we win. Of course, everybody likes winning, but it really doesn't matter. We are just playing to have some fun. Even the Pulsar event we lost, people are saying you lost, blah blah blah. But we actually had fun. Everyone played the agents they wanted. Kappa is playing Neon on all maps. Even though Kappa is on 90 ping, he's playing from Indonesia. He's on 90 ping, but he wants to play Neon, so we just let him play Neon. Everyone is having some fun, and it's actually we are just enjoying the event.
Yeah, I think
That's
you
great
guys
to hear.
certainly look like you were having fun. Yeah, I mean, so out of curiosity, is there like competition for people who want to play duelists, or is it like chill?
So like I'll tell you, we have another event coming up. I won't name that event. We have a big event coming up, and it's pretty soon, and we are actually preparing for it, and we can't show what we are preparing for it on the stream actually, so the international teams can see. So that's why these events are just to build some coordination, play for some fun, because in our team the main duelist is Venka has always been the main duelist.
Yeah,
but these events is just
you can
for
tell.
actually just for having some fun and enjoying the map, enjoying the game, because practice sometimes it gets serious. So to have some fun and to play Mumbai servers, especially because we get Singapore scrims mostly and we play on 90 ping, and we get to play Mumbai servers in tournaments. So playing for that is actually very nice. So we can't technically show what we are practicing, but also we are playing to have some fun. So it's kind of a tricky situation, because we are practicing. I'm not saying we are not practicing, but if we show what we are practicing, the opponents, our future opponents, they might be able to tag down on it or whatever. So we just try to keep it low key, do whatever we want, and enjoy the game.
I think saving strats is definitely valid. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, now one other thing I did just want to ask though, obviously now with a bit of context of you guys, taking it a bit less seriously and having a bit less stress around it, but obviously your attack is just phenomenal at the moment. You guys just don't know how to lose a post plan at the moment. It is looking so good. Your strategies are really good. On the defense though, it does seem like, you guys are swinging a little bit, and maybe it is contributing to you guys just having a bit of fun and stuff like that. But is that something you guys are going to probably look to rein in just a little bit in these finals when, obviously there's a bit more prize money on the line and whatnot? Are you guys going to be looking to be a little bit more disciplined, or you think that this relaxed game is just, how you guys are being able to relax and win?
Of course, we'll try to, clean up the defense a bit. I mean, everyone wants to win 13-0 at the end of the day, but of course, we'll clean up the defense a bit. I know we are enjoying, but still, we'll try to not make it so close, and we'll clean up the defense a bit, and our attack is actually doing good. Everyone is being aggressive, everyone is winning the fight, so we'll work on our defense a bit, and next series, hopefully, it will be better.
I just have one more question from my side. I just wanted to ask you, your next series is going to be against the RAD Syndicate. You saw their game today. So what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge for you guys going up against them?
I mean, I was busy. I couldn't watch the game today, but biggest challenge, I don't feel like anything specifically. I mean, they are great players. Every one of them is, a good player. They defeated GGEZ today. They are also a good team. So we'll find out tomorrow what the challenge is after the match, because I can't predict what we're going to face, what comps they're going to play, what they're going to play. They're a good team. I don't know if they practice or not, but whatever. They're playing for fun. We are playing for fun. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Well, Hoax, congratulations on the win, my friend. You definitely have earned yourself a little rest. We'll see you on the big screen again in the upper finals. So good luck, rest up, and enjoy the win tonight, mate.
Bye. Thank you guys.
Bye bye.
All good. There it was, Hoax, the captain, part-time IGL, Sova player, whatever you want to call him, playing very well, happy with the win, and there you go, a bit of an insight of the team. They're playing a bit relaxed. They're treating it like the off-season event that it is, a little bit less stress and more just building the synergy, and I like that because, I mean, you know, clearly it worked. Clearly they're good enough players, but just being able to sort of use it as a bit of a vibe reset is definitely really interesting insight.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's actually a pretty good strategy to have, you know, like saving strats and stuff ahead of these big international events. But more than that, also, I think being able to play a tournament like this, chilling as friends, it looked like, I mean, from what he's saying, it just sounds like they're playing a game of ranked as a 5-stack. So being able to kind of play that, it relaxes you, but it also lets you build synergy and be more comfortable with your teammates. So I feel like that's actually a big benefit for this team in a way, because they are all playing together as a 5-stack at the end of the day. So either way, though, I mean, honestly, I think today's games were just phenomenal. Of course, the first series that you cast with K-Man, I feel like going all the way to map 3 with that 13-11 comeback on map number 3, that was pretty epic. But this one was fun in its own way. What can I say?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, we had twists and turns all through today. I mean, it was going to be hard to top that first series with how close it was, but we still got some very, very good Valorant. We still got a lot more Valorant to be played, though. I mean, look, there is so many more teams. Everybody's still in it. I mean, even the teams we saw, you know, on the first day that did end up going down, they're still in the lower bracket. No one's eliminated yet, so there's going to be some elimination matches coming up, and that is where the stakes are going to go to another level. So that is going to do us for today. We did have the RAD Syndicate coming out in a 2-1 nail-biter early on, and just there what we saw was ItsMeViko simply just a little bit too classy for Asterisk in this one. A 2-0 clean victory. That is all the Valorant for today. I have been K-Man. That is Zach below me, and a shout out to Diggsy and everyone else in the production at the moment that has been observing for us and producing. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with everyone here at Ascend. And we will have more Valorant for you tomorrow. So make sure to hit subscribe, like the stream, and we will see you in the next one.
Gaming is massive. Esports is global. From Seoul to Rio de Janeiro. From small bedrooms to massive arenas. From your very first game to your biggest victories. This is our world. Our digital city. Millions play. Millions watch. A global movement shaped by players, driven by passion, powered by its culture and community.
I am Arminas, head of Reloader. We love gaming. We live esports. Welcome to our venture.
We're Team Reloader. Our mission is simple. Give players what they've always deserved. Rewards, respect, and recognition. This isn't just about features. It's about the culture we live and the community we build. Play more. Chase goals. Build your legacy.
Lock, load, and reload. It's Reloader. Things are just starting.
Gaming.